that benefits, I believe, all humanity. So that's what I'm trying to capture with Launch Party. And we're going to be broadcasting live from this epic location, the space bar on top of the courtyard, Titusville. And right there, don't mind the sun, but right there is the launch pad.
And you mentioned your family's biography a little bit there. I want to give viewers a little bit more about you. This is courtesy of a YouTube video you posted last week in the lead up to the launch that's set to take place today. Take a look.
This is me. I was born into a world where both my parents were NASA astronauts. If anyone should have cared about space, it was me. But I took it all for granted.
Oh boy, spacesuit.
My mom, Dr. Annalee Fisher, was one of NASA's first women astronauts. And because of me, she became the first mother in space.
Say, have a good launch, Mommy.
And my dad, Dr. Bill Fisher, is a wild man. He was a gymnast, gyrocopter pilot, member of a Hawaiian nudist colony, and a doctor, all before finally achieving his lifelong dream of walking in space.
By golly, kid, you're gonna be an astronaut?
So everyone always asked me if I was going to be an astronaut too, including President Ronald Reagan.
Anna, I couldn't help but wonder if you'd recommend a career as an astronaut to your daughter, Kristen.
Oh, that I would, Mr. President, and I'm going to recommend it to her highly.
But I didn't listen. It all just felt so normal, so routine, so boring. It felt like humans had been flying to space forever.
Well, Kristen's all excited, isn't she?
Yeah, she's really up for it. Hey, Kristen, lighten up.
I clearly had no idea how special this was until I moved away from home.
Kristen Fisher, finish the story. What changed? When did your feelings about space change?
It took me getting
the rocket's loud, so you're going to wear hearing protection, but then we also want to be able to talk to Earth and talk to each other. So they're getting that settled, and then he will put the helmet on over that comm cap. That comm cap will also connect into the suit, which then eventually connects into the capsule through an umbilical there. So there's a lot of cords and wires. You can see them tuck in that cord under his chin right now.
And so the suits they're wearing, they're called the Orion Crew Survival Suits, or OX suits. And so they're worn for launch and reentry or during high-risk or emergency situations. And I think a lot of people, especially if they're have been following NASA for all these decades now, they're kind of thinking, hey, these look like the suits that our shuttle astronauts used to wear. There is a lot of resemblance here.
That's true. Yeah, they are very similar. You know, NASA does a great job of leveraging the lessons that we learn from previous missions. So dating all the way back to Apollo, you know, some of our first spaceflight missions, we learned lessons about the suits and how to make them better, and we just continued to carry that through all the way into the Artemis mission.
Time now to introduce you to some of our teams today. We have Gary Jordan at NASA's Johnson Space Center in Houston. He's going to be inside with the mission control teams, which will take over from Kennedy's launch control team right at liftoff. And then back here at Florida, there's Megan Carter inside Kennedy Space Center's visitor complex, Jasmine Hopkins at a launch viewing location, and then finally Daryl Nail inside the Launch Control Center with the launch team. Now each is going to provide a very unique experience today, starting first with Daryl, who has been closely monitoring the launch countdown for us.
Yeah, and welcome into Firing Room 1, a historic firing room here at the Kennedy Space Center in Florida. It's a pleasure and an honor to be here reporting what's happening as we lead up to countdown and liftoff of Artemis 2. So far, looking pretty good. You see the rocket out there on the pad. It is launch day, and we just got that crew weather brief that you were talking about from Launch Director Charlie Blackwell-Thompson to the crew. It looks like a countdown at this point is in good shape, and that's great news. Fueling continues to track well. We just reached all stages replenish. And while we're talking about the fueling, let's talk about that tanking. Pull up the tanking graphic if we could now. That will give us an indication of where we are with tanking, and I can just tell you, as you see from this board right here, we are all stages replenish. So all tanks on board the SLS. The 2 liquid hydrogen, lower stage and upper stage, and 2 liquid oxygen, lower stage and upper stage, are at 100%, and that's exactly where we want to be. This kicked off at 7:30 this morning with a go for cryo load, and here we are roughly about 5 hours later, and we're fully tanked and now in replenish. The amount of propellant on board, roughly 733,000 gallons. That's about an Olympic-sized pool and a half. Huge amount of propellant. It's all flowed in there. The great news there, no leaks, no issues, and we're looking good at this point. So let's talk weather now. The weather, while it is favorable overall, it's not totally clean, and that was hinted at earlier when we talked about the storms. There is, of course, some onshore flow. Currently, our overall attempt percentage stands at 80% chance of acceptable weather conditions at the time of liftoff, which is going to be within our launch window. That's tonight from 6:24 p.m. Eastern Time until 8:24 p.m. Eastern Time. Winds are good. The lightning risk is low. But scattered showers still remain possible around the Cape and including near the pad. So the expectation is that there'll be some more active weather coming our way, but we're expecting it to push to the west. So the watch item is really any isolated shower that could briefly move through the area and trigger a constraint, especially for flight through precipitation. Well, you're looking now inside the astronaut suit-up room, and of course we got the 4 astronauts there. They talked to Charlie Blackwell-Thompson today, and you know, everything looks good there. We're tracking one minor NC issue at this point. We'll talk, it's a non-conformance. We'll talk about that a little bit later in our next hit. But for now, again, looking good. And of course, our administrator for NASA is here in the firing room. He checked in with the launch director, chatted with her for several minutes, and he's here in the firing room, which is a good positive sign, of course, for the day. That's it for the firing room. We'll send it back now to Megan and Nicole.
Daryl, thank you so much. Yeah, let's get back into the suit-up room here, where we now have a shot of all 4 astronauts, and it appears all of them are undergoing their suit leak checks. Can you talk to us about what that is, Nicole?
Sure, yeah, you can see, you know, as the suit expands, that we're going to pressurize those suits. So in the case that we need it, if we lose pressure in the capsule, those suits will protect the astronauts and keep them pressurized and keep them survivable. So these guys are going to hold their breath for about 10 seconds. You know, any movement in the suit could cause changes in the pressure, and so we want to get a really nice, precise, accurate measurement on the leak check. And so they'll hold their breath. You know, even just their heartbeat could potentially make some differences in those super sensitive sensors there. So you can see the red and blue valves there, the air in and air out, and it looks like Victor just had a good leak check.
Yeah, and actually they do 3 leak checks, again, just to get an average reading to say, hey, you know, we have confidence that these suits are holding the right pressure. As Nicole said, that tube that's going in, that's putting air into their suits, and then there was that gold instrument that you saw on their other side. That's how they can control how much pressure is being released in order to do these checks.
Yep, and they will do the leak checks here in the suit room, and then they'll do more actually in the capsule as well. They'll do another leak check. So we're going to make sure the suits are ready to go before we even step out the door, and then we'll check them with the entire system on the capsule once they get out to the rocket.
And you might also notice that some of the astronauts, while they're doing their suit leak checks, you might have seen Victor gave an okay sign. You might also see a thumbs up, and that's because concurrently, while they're doing these suit leak checks, they're also doing comm checks.
Yes, yeah, we talked about the comm cap earlier and the umbilical and how they plug in. So yeah, they're going to test the comm, they're going to test the suit, make sure everything. They're actually probably testing the cooling system as well right now. You know, they're going to plug into the portable cooling system and make sure that all of that is working. So like I said, we want to make sure that we've got 4 healthy suits before we go out.
Yeah, this suit, 3 layers, so obviously it can get hot.
Yes.
So one of the layers is a cooling undergarment, and basically they flow cold liquid through that undergarment to keep the astronauts cool and comfortable before liftoff today.
Yeah, it's like a onesie with a bunch of tubes running around it, and the water flows through there to cool you down.
All right, lots of information to share with you all today. If you have any questions, we'd love to hear from you. All you have to do is send your questions our way by tagging at NASA Artemis, and we'll try to answer as many of your questions live. And we'll also have some questions for you throughout the broadcast, so we hope you can participate in those opportunities as well. Okay, as we continue to be inside the suit-up room here, why don't we learn a little bit about each of our crew members? Right now, we are looking at pilot Victor Glover, but hopefully we can get a shot here of our commander, Reed Wiseman. Now, Reed Wiseman is a Baltimore native. He's been in space once before as flight engineer for Expedition 41 aboard the International Space Station from May through November 2014. During the 165-day mission, Reed and his crewmates completed, get this, more than 300 science experiments in areas like human physiology, medicine, physical science, earth science, and also astrophysics. They actually set a milestone for station science by completing a record 82 research hours in a single week. He also served as chief of NASA's astronaut office from December 2020 to November 2022, and Reed has 2 daughters.
Yeah, you know, I love, Reed is such a great leader. He was the chief of the astronaut office when they hired our class of astronauts. And so, you know, I think I have to publicly thank him for, for my job here today. But yeah, he's a family man, he's a good leader, and he's a great pick for the commander of this mission.
Yeah, I think, you know, in talking through some of his other accomplishments, obviously he has leadership qualities that makes him prepared for commander of Artemis 2.
Yes, yes, he does. He's a well-experienced naval officer and now NASA astronaut.
And so now here we are, pilot Victor Glover. NASA selected the California native as an astronaut in 2013. At the time, he was actually serving as a legislative fellow in the United States Senate. His first trip to space was in November 2020 when he launched as pilot of NASA's SpaceX Crew 1 mission. That was the first operational mission of NASA's Commercial Crew program, which resumed launching American rockets from American soil to the International Space Station at the end of the shuttle program. Victor is a U.S. Navy captain and naval aviator who served as a test pilot, racking up more than 3,500 flight hours in more than 40 different aircraft. He and his wife, Deanna, have 4 children.
Yeah, 4 children, a lot of energy, but that checks, right? Because when I think of Victor Glover, I think of a lot of energy, smart guy who's always excited and ready to go. And there you go, he's smiling in the suit room this morning.
Oh yeah, he's a great guy. All of them are. This whole entire crew, they're just a good group of human beings, of leaders, of friends, family. You know, I have never heard anybody say anything bad about any of these 4. They're all so well accomplished, and they're also deserving of this opportunity to return to the moon.
Yeah, and they're also humble, right? They're just standard humans going to the moon, but you would never know that when you talk to them in a normal conversation.
And so it looks like Christina here has completed her suit leak checks as well, her communication checks too.
Yep, they've already got her gloves off. They're getting ready to kind of hang out and relax a little bit, I think, before they walk out.
She is a mission specialist for this mission, native of Grand Rapids, Michigan, was selected to the Astronaut Corps in 2013, so actually same class as Victor. She served as flight engineer on the International Space Station from March 2019 to February 2020. And during that time, Cook set a record for the longest single space flight by a woman with a total of 328 consecutive days in space. She also participated in the first ever all-female spacewalk. And before becoming an astronaut, Christina helped build space science instruments and led scientific field work in some of the most remote environments on the planet. Her hobbies include surfing, rock climbing, community service, yoga, travel, and photography. Again, so much. When does she find the time?
That's a great question. You know, one of the things I love about Christina is that she's broken records and she's achieved all these milestones. But one of the things that she talks about is, you know, she just wants people to set goals and go work hard and do something that's meaningful to you. And she really hopes that her records are broken as soon as possible. She does it for her family, and she'll talk about all of her nieces and nephews quite a bit. So just, again, another example of just a humble human who's got a great support system in her family and excited for the mission.
Yeah, she's always saying that she just wants the opportunity to push people farther, to push humanity farther, see what we can accomplish together. So, yeah. Again, all four of them say that. They're really in tune on what they think or what they feel like their role is in this mission.
Yeah, I think their legacy is going to be, providing the shoulders for others to climb on.
And last but not least, first-time flyer, Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jeremy Hansen will fly to the moon as a mission specialist on the Artemis 2 mission. The London, Ontario native was selected as an astronaut in 2009. After that, he worked as Capcom at NASA's Mission Control Center in Houston. Capcom stands for Capsule Communicator, and that's the sole direct voice communicating with astronauts in space. He also participated in training exercises such as living on the ocean floor off the coast of Florida to simulate deep space exploration for 7 days. In 2017, he became the first Canadian to lead a NASA astronaut class. He also enjoys getting out on a sailboat, rock climbing, and mountain biking. Jeremy and his wife, Catherine, have 3 children, and he actually got to hang out with them over the weekend. So the crew arrived here for launch at Kennedy Space Center on Friday, and then their family members arrived Saturday.
Yes, yeah. They, as long as their family can quarantine with them, then they will stay, quarantined in Houston, and then they all fly down to Kennedy Space Center, and then you get to spend the last few days with your close family and friends. We actually do a behind-the-glass visit with some of those other maybe extended family members that couldn't quarantine with you. But yeah, it's a quaint time here once you get to Kennedy Space Center.
A great sign here, all 4 astronauts have removed their helmets. And that indicates again that all 4 have completed suit leak checks. And so, Nicole, what they're doing now is they have these pockets on their forearms. That's just somewhere where they can put personal items that they might want, right?
Yeah, just kind of stowage pockets. There's always something that you might need or want while you're in the capsule, and then also last-minute personal items if you want to put a couple things in there. So everybody kind of has their own unique stash in their pockets.
And then another pocket has emergency equipment that they might need, right? Like a signaling mirror, things like that.
Right, yeah, the suit is basically all in one. It's got the oxygen bottles there on their right legs. You'll see in a different shot, they've got pockets with survival gear in it, and that is to keep them safe. So if they had to egress the capsule, either from the launch pad or from the water, then they will have all of the survival gear with them. They'll have about 10 minutes of oxygen as well from that bottle so that they can get to safety quickly and safely.
We are now 5 hours, 3 minutes and counting from the opening of our 2-hour launch window, and we have our first questions from social media. Question here from X. So to be clear, this is not a mission to land, but to orbit the moon. Thank you, and thank our astronauts. Nicole.
Yeah, this is a great question. I think it's important to highlight the mission of Artemis 2, where we are going to go around the moon. We're going to see the far side of the moon. We're going to see parts of the far side of the moon that human eyes have never seen before. It's very similar to the Apollo 8 mission, right? We're also potentially going to be able to see the landing sites for the future Artemis missions and kind of provide the overall context of those landing sites amongst the entire moon site there. So it's an exciting mission. We'll get to learn a ton about there's so much science that's going to be on this mission as well, right? Where they're going to do some science experiments on humans, learn about the stress of the environment, and we're going to learn about the radiation environment. We're going to learn about the suits as well. We've got some technology demonstrations that are going to happen. So there's a lot going on this mission as we fly around the moon and come back.
Mm-hmm. We always say it's about increments, right? Like we're making that next giant leap to Mars, but in order to do that safely and to do that thoroughly, incremental steps.
Exactly. And, like we said, this is the first time that we've put crew on this rocket. And so actually before we even head to the moon, right, we're going to stay close to the Earth, and we're going to check out all of the systems on Orion, make sure that it can handle 4 humans, make sure it can handle people sleeping, people exercising, all of the environmental control systems are working. So we want to make sure that the capsule is safe for the crew before we send them, almost 250,000 miles away.
Yeah, that was a great question. And we actually have another one that we'll pull up on screen here. Another question from X. How long will it take them to reach the moon, and how long will the entire mission last?
Another great question, right? So they're going to do a couple orbits around the Earth. They'll do a perigee and an apogee raise burn. What that means is that they're going to accelerate to get further away from the Earth, and they'll get into a really highly elliptical orbit first. And then once they get into the translunar injection, so they're actually on a free return trajectory, which means we're going to accelerate them, and then they're going to escape Earth's gravity, and then just based on orbital mechanics, they'll be able to come home without having to do another burn or acceleration. So it'll take about 4 days once they leave Earth's gravity to get to the moon. They'll fly around the moon, about 4 days back, and then land. So overall, about a 10-day mission.
Exactly. Yeah, these are really great questions, guys. We know that, again, we are sharing a lot of information today, so please do not hesitate to reach out. Obviously, Nicole, very smart here, and we're happy to answer any of your questions. Again, tag @NASA Artemis wherever you're watching this coverage. And now we actually have a question for you. Who would you take with you on a trip around the moon? Would it be your bestie? Would it be a pet, family member, or a seasoned astronaut? Think about that one. I know.
I like that.
I absolutely know what I would say. I think it would make my husband upset, but I have my answer here. But we'd love for you to go to NASA's Instagram or Twitch accounts to vote. Again, who would you take to the moon with you? Bestie, pet, family, or seasoned astronaut? Try to go vote, and then we will share your answers soon. Again, husband is not gonna like my answer. And we're not the only ones with questions today. We will also hear from celebrities during our launch coverage. See what Stanley Tucci, Scarlett Johansson, and others want to know about NASA's Artemis II test flight. Plus the surprise of a lifetime as kids marveled at the rocket and spacecraft rolling to the launch pad. Look at those cute faces there. Oh, I love that. Love those suits. And we'll show you how the astronauts will eat, sleep, and go to the bathroom while in space. Keep in mind, the Orion spacecraft is about the size of a 6-person tent.
Yeah, not super big, but, you know, it's 10 days with your 3 best friends, so I think it's manageable for sure. But, you know, every ounce counts when you're trying to get to the moon.
And as we continue to look into the suit-up room here, a fist pump for some of the folks in the crowd there by Victor. Why don't we take a look around the center here? We know that there are some folks who are already getting ready to check out the team here as they drive across KSC to their launch pad. Look at that. Oh, that's so awesome.
That's a great crowd.
They're waiting there in front of the vehicle assembly building. So actually, they're just down the road from us. This is a good crowd, as Nicole said. Oh, there they are. They just got their cue. Oh, now? Let me wave now.
Oh, yeah, they are excited.
That's amazing. So all of these folks, content creators that are getting behind-the-scenes access as part of NASA's NASA social experience here. So as you can see, very excited. The crew will get into their convoy and drive past them here pretty shortly.
Yeah, what an amazing way to share the Artemis story, right? By inviting these social media experts out to share the story as they drive by.
All right, again, let's take a look at the clock. 4 hours, 58 minutes and counting from the opening of today's 2-hour launch window. So why don't we check back in with Daryl with the launch team.
Megan and Nicole, and inside Fire Room 1, I'm listening to Launch Director Charlie Blackwell-Thompson greet the Ascent crew who just came on console over there at Johnson Space Center. So good to have the mission control team jumping on with us. So far, the launch team here in the firing room has had a really good morning. Really smooth tanking that kicked off at 7:30 a.m. this morning. They got to all stages replenish just before 1 o'clock p.m. Eastern time, and it was an incredibly smooth tanking. That's great as we look here watching the crew and also with an eye on the rocket. Weather, of course, we've talked a little bit about that. It's favorable overall, 80% go for our 2-hour window between 6:24 p.m. and 8:24 p.m. We don't have an exact T0 right now because that's going to come to us closer when we get closer to launch, roughly about 20 minutes before liftoff. But it's going to be within that window. And towards the beginning, beginning, provided everything continues to go smoothly along the timeline. And so far, that's been the case. I mentioned that there was a small issue in my previous live hit. That actually was incorrect. There was no issue. I've gotten the good data now that I'm on the headset and listening into the loops. Avionics engineers are keeping an eye on a display unit inside Orion that's just running a little cooler than normal. It's not going out of limit. It's actually completely fine. But they just were noting the trend and reported that to the NASA test director. So they'll keep their eyes on that. But again, there was no LCC violation. And once they get the cover off Orion out there that's protecting it from the rain, they expect the temperatures inside the Orion crew capsule to stabilize. And with that, we'll send it back to the host desk with Megan and Nicole.
Thank you so much, Daryl. Now, Daryl is inside Firing Room 1 in the Launch Control Center, or LCC, as you might hear it referred to, which was built in 1967 to support Apollo missions. In fact, Apollo 11, the mission that landed on the moon in 1969, that was called from the exact same firing room. NASA then upgraded the LCC to support shuttle missions, and now Artemis. You can see there a shot from when we supported shuttle. Now with Artemis, the primary launch team for today is in Firing Room 1, but there is actually support staff in Firing Room 2 as well. And together they will propel this ambitious test flight off Earth.
We're going back to the moon because it's the next step in our journey to Mars. We need to go explore the moon. There's vast regions of unexplored areas with the coldest, darkest places in our solar system. This is a test mission, and when we get off the planet, we might come right back home. We might spend 3 or 4 days around Earth. We might go to the moon. That's where we want to go, but it is a test mission, and we are ready for every scenario as we ride this amazing space launch system and the Orion spacecraft.
But another reason we're going back to the moon is to fulfill NASA's mission, which is to explore the unknown in air and space, to innovate for the benefit of humanity, and to inspire the world through discovery. And when we succeed and when we accomplish the things that we set out to accomplish, that inspiration not only can set up new things to happen, but it also is a reminder in tough times that we're capable of doing great things when we work together.
The thing I love about the moon is that it's not just a beacon for exploration and this platform of possibilities for incredible missions like this, but it has benefits. That's actually why we're racing towards it. Those benefits are really wide in nature. You have everything from innovation, technology development, not only for future missions going deeper into the solar system, but technologies that come back to Earth. You have inspiration, a whole generation of people starting this pipeline of STEM workers and manufacturers and operators that are excited to see what you can do when you work hard and you come together as a team.
When I think about the 4 of us flying around the far side of the moon, seeing that Earth rise, taking images and video and sending them back to you, the feeling that I have inside is hope. We know that Artemis 2 is not the solution for humanity on planet Earth, but it is a contribution in the positive column. We hope that just for a moment that people will pause and say, wow, it's extraordinary when you look back upon the Earth with over 8 billion people, and you see this concrete example of what humanity can do, this extraordinary thing when we set big goals and we work together to achieve them.
Now, Kennedy's launch control team takes us to liftoff, but then mission control at NASA's Johnson Space Center in Houston takes over. That's where we have our Gary Jordan embedded with that team. Hey, Gary.
Hey, Megan and Nicole, it's great to be joining you from here in Houston, Texas. I'm in NASA's Mission Control Center, where the Artemis II Ascent flight control teams, led by Flight Director Judd Freeling, recently started their shift to monitor the Orion spacecraft integrity, the Space Launch System, and the crew to make sure all criteria is met to commit to today's launch and the mission ahead. The team you see here in this room today has been training extensively to prepare for the highly dynamic phase of flight that begins shortly after engine ignition. Teams here will be monitoring the flight of the Space Launch System, Orion, and of course the Artemis II crew on board as they make their way from the Kennedy Space Center into Earth orbit. The lead console positions will be in this room called the White Flight Control Room, a room which traces its legacy to the Space Shuttle program, with the first shift supporting STS-70 in 1995, more than 30 years ago. Each console represents an expert in a particular discipline, whether it be communications, propulsion, crew health, life support systems, or trajectory. And each of these individuals has a support team in other rooms, each ensuring that no data point is left unchecked, no procedure is missed, and combining efforts as one Artemis team to ensure crew safety and mission success. After liftoff, Mission Control Houston will be staffed around the clock over the next 10 days until the spacecraft is safed for the recovery teams and the crew is extracted from integrity and brought aboard the recovery vessel. The roar of a powerful Space Launch System liftoff is just the beginning. The mission is, of course, a test mission, and the first with humans on board Orion and in deep space. The crew's job is to put the systems and capabilities of Orion to the test, taking us closer to a sustained presence on the lunar surface. It's great to see the crew gathered around the table. Megan, with that, we'll toss it back to you as we continue to monitor from here in Mission Control Houston. Back to you.
Thank you so much, Gary. Yes, a pre-flight tradition that we have seen with our crewed flights and our astronauts, the card game, Nicole.
Yeah, you know, this is a fun time for the crew. Kind of relax a little bit, play a card game with the chief. You can see Scott Tingle there is the dealer today. Looks like they're playing high card wins. So Victor won, he's out. Now Jeremy's out. You know, there are two schools of thought on this game. Either you want to get rid of all your bad luck or go out on a high note. So it looks like the crew chose we're going out on a high note. And, you know, I think one of my favorite parts when I talked to Reed about this is he was just excited to play a game with his old boss from Naval Test Pilot School. So once again, his boss today.
Yeah, and I love this part of the tradition because this is when, again, you usually see them like, yeah, laughing, but very focused still. But when they get to this table, laughs, high fives, smiles, just really a brief moment of levity in what can be and will be a very long day for them.
Yes, you know, it's a long day. There's a lot of preparation that goes in today, and so they're just, I think, at least for us, it was a nice brief moment of some relaxation, a couple laughs, you know, a moment to take a few deep breaths and reflect on the mission ahead, and then, you know, get some high fives as well.
And so with their bad luck dispelled, some good luck from Scott Tingle, let it seem like there, right?
Yes, definitely. It's actually a really fun tradition. You know, I think that card game is more steeped in tradition than anything else. Every crew has played that same card game.
As you said, Nicole, the primary reason for why they're there to suit up, to do communications checks, to do pressure checks all done, and now it seems like Reed had some words for the team in that room.
Yeah, you know, this day can't happen without thousands of people, right? And so the suit room is a great example of that. You've got all of the suit techs, and you've got your support team there, everyone who has made this day possible. You know, they've been working with the suit team for years at this point, getting ready.
So some fist bumps to the group. Again, the suit team are the folks dressed up in those white, very snazzy outfits. Special outfits that we can talk a little bit more about later. But each crew member was assigned their own suit technician. So as you said, working very closely with the same person to make sure that the crew felt comfortable and ready in these suits as they lift off from Kennedy Space Center.
Right, and you know, each suit is slightly different, each person is slightly different, and so these suit techs know each individual super well. They know exactly how they like to get into the suit, exactly where things might get caught, or, you know, small adjustments that might need to be made, so they know their suit techs well, and their suit techs know them very well.
And so as we take a couple of pictures here, we really hope that you are learning a lot about the suits and the process of checking them out for a mission. But imagine the opportunity to get a hands-on demonstration from people who helped design these suits. Take a look.
Does anyone want to try on one of the gloves? I love showing the kids the suit. I love how excited they get about space. Oh, So that would be... It just goes in there. We got to bring some stuff for them to actually put their hands in, and some of them were very excited because they want to be astronauts when they grow up. I would love to be an astronaut. That would be incredible.
I'd like to be like an engineer that like maybe designs the suits.
Whether it's the calm, the orange color, every aspect has an important function for our astronauts in space.
It's going to be amazing seeing astronauts up close to the moon again.
And that was a special event at Johnson Space Center. What we just saw there, obviously a big part of why this mission is so important to NASA, really just an opportunity to inspire everyone, especially kids, right, Nicole, to dream big and be curious.
Oh man, yeah, the kids are so important, right? I love talking to kids. You know, they are the future of spaceflight. They are the Artemis generation. And, you know, if we could just inspire even one of them to go on to be a scientist or an engineer or maybe even an astronaut someday, that's a win.
And now let's turn our focus to the rocket for a little bit. Powering liftoff will be, again, NASA's Space Launch System rocket right behind us. And to learn more about SLS, let's go to Megan Carter, who's at Kennedy Space Center's Visitor Complex at an exhibit dedicated to Artemis and the future of spaceflight.
That's right, Megan. I am so excited to be over here at the Visitor Center, but not just because of launch. I get to introduce you to the moon board. This is obviously a very complex mission, lots of moving parts and pieces. So the moon board is going to allow me to break some of those things down for you just a little bit more in depth, starting with that SLS rocket. Now, the SLS, or the Space Launch System, very big, very powerful. It is going to be producing 8.8 million pounds of thrust at launch. And like I mentioned, very large, as you can see here, going to stand about 322 feet tall with Orion there on top, just a little bit taller than the Statue of Liberty. Now, there are many components that make up this rocket, so I'm going to point out just a handful that you're going to hear about a lot throughout this broadcast, starting with our boosters. These two twin solid rocket boosters are going to be very powerful. They are going to burn for the first 2.5 minutes of flight, and each one is going to stand 17 stories tall. They weigh in at about 1.6 million pounds each. Now, I am going to jump back out and I'm going to show you a little bit about our core stage. That's going to be known as the backbone, essentially, of our rocket, and it is made up of around 5 components, starting with this engine section down here. This engine section is where our 2 propellants are going to be funneled down through our pipelines, and they are going to be mixed at 2 different temperatures, very complex processing, and they are then going to go on to feed that fuel to our 4 very powerful RS-25 engines. These are going to produce about 500,000 pounds of thrust each at launch, and they will burn for 8 minutes. All right, now jumping up here, we are going to take a look, because I just mentioned those propellants. Obviously, we do need fuel, and that is why we have around 535,000 gallons of that liquid hydrogen. That's approximately about the same amount that you could fill an Olympic-sized pool, just to give you an idea. And then we're also going to have that liquid oxygen, and like I mentioned, there's going to be about 200,000 gallons for that one, and they are going to be funneled down through those lines that you see here on the side. All right, jumping up real quick, this is going to be our upper stage. That is where our core avionics are going to be stored, essentially the brains of the spacecraft. And then jumping out super quick, let's see if we can zoom in here, and we can. Those propellants I talked about are going to be stored at cryogenic temperatures. That means thousands of degrees below Fahrenheit, so they have to be kept very cold. And that, all those bumps and ridges there that you see, those are actually going to be an insulation spray that's going to help keep that rocket nice and cool, keep the propellants ready to go, and get us set up for success. Now, obviously, that was a very quick overview of our rocket. I have so much more to show you here on our moon board, but for now, I'm going to turn it back over to you, Megan.
Thank you, Megan. A very impressive demo of the moon board, but also an impressive system, obviously. She mentioned 4 RS-25 engines on the core stage, and actually we have one right behind us here, used during the shuttle program, and I got to get a closer look at it with Space Launch Systems Engines Deputy Manager Philip Benefield.
Okay, so Philip, in terms of size, shape, and function, will we see here behind us exactly what we see on the pad?
Absolutely, Megan, absolutely. So this is the RS-25 engine.
Impressive.
We have 4 of these on the bottom of the SLS rocket to propel the SLS rocket in Orion into low Earth orbit.
And we've been seeing views of the pad throughout this broadcast, but you mostly only see the bell here. What's happening over here?
Right, so this is generally what we call the power head section of the engine. So the purpose here is that it takes in the propellants from the vehicle tanks, the liquid oxygen minus 297 degrees, super cold stuff. The liquid hydrogen even colder, minus 423 Fahrenheit. There's 4 turbo pumps on the engine that pressurize that propellant up to 9,000 psi in areas. It is all directed into the main combustion chamber where it is burned into hot gas that then is accelerated out the nozzle to produce thrust.
When you say hot gas, what are we talking about?
We're talking 6,000 degrees Fahrenheit gas.
Wow, so we're talking really cold as liquids coming in to the combustion chamber, and then it comes out as really, really hot gas. How do you design, how do you engineer something to control both extremes?
Absolutely, it's a very technically challenging. One of the main things here with the nozzle is that since you have the 6,000 degree Fahrenheit gas coming out, you have to cool that nozzle so it doesn't melt. And so the way the nozzle is constructed with these 1,080 coolant tubes. And so each of these coolant tubes flows a small amount of hydrogen. It keeps it cold, and so it doesn't melt during operation.
Wow. I mean, all of this science that you're talking about, it is truly amazing that you guys designed this for shuttle, and yet you've reconfigured it, retooled it to be able to now support Artemis. What do you think about that?
Yeah, I think that's really amazing, the fact that we were able to use the heritage hardware on the Space Launch System. The engine itself, developed through the Space Shuttle program, many upgrades to make it more reliable and improve the thrust as well.
Perfect. Philip, thank you so much. I can't wait to see all 4 function.
Same here. Thanks, Megan. Enjoyed it.
And again, another idea and way that we are learning from what we've built upon and figured out all into this moment.
Yes, with so much more thrust and capability, like we said, we learn all those lessons from previous missions, and we get to involve them here today.
And here we are, the closeout crew in the White Room getting ready for the astronauts who have just left crew suit up and are now walking down a hallway to greet some family and friends downstairs. Commander Reed Weissman, Pilot Victor Glover, Mission Specialist Christina Cook, and Jeremy Hansen. Looking excited, ready. Now in that elevator to take them 3 floors down. Thumbs up, one more photo, one more photo. Oh, nope, a couple more people in that elevator. Those are important folks. They're going with them to the pad.
Yeah,
Bye, Reed.
This is a fun elevator ride.
Yeah.
And, you know, actually you couldn't see them because they're off camera, but the support crew that's actually in crew quarters with us is right there waving goodbye and saying goodbye to you. So it's a really special moment to say thank you and say goodbye to the support crew at crew quarters.
That's amazing. And so, again, they will ride down 3 floors. And then soon we'll walk out the doors that you see underneath the banner there that says their names. These doors, the same doors that astronauts who have launched from Kennedy Space Center have walked out of since the Apollo program.
Yes, and you can see another tradition is putting your patch on that archway as well. So I'm sure they did that over the last couple days.
They did. It's actually it's so hard to see because there's so many of them, which is also great, but it's on the door frame on the right-hand side, the very, very bottom.
Awesome.
Great crowd here. A shot now of everyone who is waiting to greet the crew as they walk out of the operations and checkout building here at Kennedy Space Center and will board their ride to the launch pad.
Yeah, this is a really great shot, right? Because you get to see a little bit of what goes on there. So you've got the close family that were in quarantine with them up close. They get a wave goodbye one last time. You've got a little bit of media in the background, and then you've got some NASA employees and a lot of the program managers off to the side as well to wave goodbye one last time and wish them luck.
Yeah, it's a really nice moment. Again, they have had some quality time with family, but this is their final opportunity to say, see ya in 10 days.
Yep, the last wave.
And so there are different pens of people, again, as Nicole was alluding to, specific to the quarantine rules that you followed in order to be able to have that access, have that closeness with the crew. And then on the bottom left-hand side of your screen, the Astrovan. And that is going to be the crew's ride out to the launch pad. This modified Airstream motorhome can seat up to 8 people inside. It has a TV and sound system, and we know they plan to watch a video during their trip out, right, Nicole?
Yes. So I think Top Gun is on the menu,
Yes.
and then also Point Break, because Christina surfs. So I think they've got a pretty decent entertainment planned. So
I love that. It gets them in the headspace, the right headspace, to really just enjoy the ride to space. NASA's history with Airstream dates back to the 60s, when the company created a crew quarantine vehicle for when astronauts returned from the moon. This picture here, President Nixon talking to the Apollo 11 astronauts inside said quarantine vehicle. Then during the shuttle program, Airstream created the first generation Astrovan, a 27-foot motorhome that transported astronauts across KSC to their launch pad. And again, that is what we're going to see today. A very similar picture. Again, the orange suits, the Astrovan, very reminiscent of what we have done before and how we got to where we are now.
yeah, and it's a pretty cool ride. You get about 20 minutes to get out to the launch pad and watch a movie, listen to some music. It's kind of an interesting, and then along the whole way here at KSC, all of the employees from Kennedy Space Center come out. You can see in the background of the shot you're looking at right now, all of those employees and everybody lining the streets, waving and wishing them luck.
I think this is an emotional moment for a lot of people, because this is the last time where a lot of people will be with the crew, because once they get to the pad, there's only a handful of folks with them before launch.
Yeah, definitely. This can be emotional for the crew, can be emotional for the families, of course. I mean, I got to wave goodbye one last time to my sister, and when we walked out those doors, and it's surreal. It starts to become much more real the closer and closer you get to the launch pad.
20 seconds now from when we expect the crew to walk out those doors. It must be really hard for them to patiently wait for these very specific milestones.
You've got a whole group back there that's telling jokes and keeping it light. So.
And here they are, NASA's Artemis II crew. Commander Reed Weissman, pilot Victor Glover, and mission specialist Christina Cook and Jeremy Hansen taking their first steps outside for their historic test flight. To a wonderful applause from the crowd. They're looking really excited.
Some
and
big
really
smiles.
Ready.
I love that.
It's a great day for us. It's a great day for this team.
A few words from Reed. Great day for us, the team, he said. Thumbs up, more thumbs up. Of course, a lot of pictures. We hear some camera shutter clicks back there. I love the energy of this crowd. Let's go. And so now the crew walking over to each of their pens. The first people closest to them, of course, their family members who got to quarantine with them, correct?
Yes. Yeah, so the ones that are close and waving, those are the immediate family, so spouses, partners, kids.
And we're trying to give them some privacy so that they can have their conversations with their family members. Christina there, she has her husband. Victor has 4 daughters and his wife, they're there. Reed, his 2 daughters are there. And then Jeremy, his wife, 2 daughters and a son. When you were standing in their shoes, Nicole, when you flew for Crew 10, what were you kind of talking about? Like, did you really think about this moment and what you might want to say?
They've all already done their real goodbyes, in person. And so this is more just kind of, again, that last chance to wave, last chance to get one smile. You see Christina there smiling. So this felt much less heavy and just, waving and maybe cracking a joke or something, saying hi. So this was a really, really great moment for our crew.
Reed's 2 daughters there. Reed spoke about when he told them that he was selected to be the Artemis II commander. And he said he was worried. He's a single dad, didn't know how they would react. And actually, he said he was overwhelmed by their support. He woke up the next morning with cupcakes baked by one of the daughters, moon cupcakes.
Yes, I love this story. Moon cupcakes the next morning. Like, how awesome is that, right? Everybody needs their support system, and clearly he has that in his daughters.
Christina said she took a bike ride with her husband and wanted to tell him when the moon rose, but then it was too foggy. But she said he was still very excited and happy for her.
Yeah, the moon's still out there.
A close-up now of, again, Commander Reed Wiseman and Mission Specialist Christina Cook. To the right of your screen, as we pan left, we have pilot Victor Glover. Victor told his wife, and they told their 4 kids together, and he said that one of them just started yelling, "Let's go!"
Yes, I love that. Again, the support from the family is awesome.
And Jeremy said his wife and 3 children, super excited. He felt very supported. You know, he did have that tough conversation, obviously, of talking about the realities of this being a test flight, but he said they were super supportive. And now as he walks away, some kisses from Victor Glover to his family, hearts to Christina. Jeremy being a gentleman, pausing so that Christina can take a nice photo without him. Hearts too from Reed there. Hearing Victor saying, "Love you guys," saying that to some of his crew members there. Woody. Some more applause from the group.
Quick wave to some of the NASA program managers, and I think Norm Knight's out there, the FOD Flight Operations Director.
You heard Reed there saying, "Thank you guys," as the crowd picks up again with their applause, and the 4 of them step into their Astrovan. Looking at the clock, very on schedule right now. Again, according to the very detailed timeline of launch today, they are expected to drive off in about 20 seconds.
So far, we're marching toward the launch smoothly.
Do you think they're queuing up the video?
Definitely.
And that's why they haven't left yet? They're like, we can't go without
Gotta get
our
your
point
snacks and movie
break.
ready.
Yeah. Where's the popcorn? Again, good on the timeline. Of course, they do have these very specific milestones, but this is not one that has to be completely stuck to the second and the minute.
Yeah, we will make up that time easily.
They will get a full security escorted ride out to the launch pad. It's a quick trip, 15, 20 minutes. The closeout crew at the pad still just getting everything ready for their arrival. Configuring Orion, right, Nicole?
Yes, so they're probably laying out the seat restraints and getting all of the umbilicals set and ready to go so that when the crew gets there, they can ingress and start getting strapped in and connected to the capsule.
And in our smaller box there, we have a shot of our administrator, Jared Isaacman. Bouncing around quite a lot today, was in the firing room right after the crew weather brief, saying to the crew that they are good for them to start suiting up, and now here to wish them well as they drive out to the pad.
Yes, he's so invested in this mission. I love it. You know, he's been an active participant today, and exciting to see him there at the walkout. So in the van, they're probably getting hooked up to the portable cooling systems as well. So that would be my guess on the slight delay here, making sure everybody's situated, connected to cooling, and ready to go before they take off.
Right, because the orange boxes, we didn't talk about it when we were in the suit-up room, but if anybody noticed, there are these orange boxes, and that's what provides the cooling to those thermal garments. And so those boxes have been staged inside of the Astrovan so that once they got there, they can connect up again so that they're cool and comfortable on the way out.
Right, so they were off cooling from the walkout, said hello to their families and the 80-degree weather here in Florida today. So it can get really warm in the suit quickly if you're not careful. So we want to make sure everybody's comfortable before we drive off.
And then when they get to the pad, of course, and strapped into Orion, then they don't have any need for those cooling boxes anymore. They will get that cooling through Orion, through the different lines and umbilicals that they'll be connecting to there.
Yep, that's exactly right. The Orion capsule and its environmental control system will take over once they're connected to the umbilical.
And so when we were watching them get into the elevator, I said, oh, there's a couple more people going in there. And they were, again, those folks in the white suits that we saw. Again, suit technicians.
Yep. And there they go.
And off they go. Reed, Victor, Christina, and Jeremy now on their way to launch pad 39B, where they will fly to the moon. Something no human has done in over 50 years. They may also set a new record as the farthest humans have ever been from Earth, a record set by the Apollo 13 crew almost 56 years ago today. We still hear cheers as they drive away from the operations and checkout building here at Kennedy Space Center. Now, while the crew make their way to the pad, let's get to know each of them even better. First, Commander Reed Wiseman.
The moon, to me, it's the thing that connects me together with all the other humans in my life. I remember being a little kid lying in bed at night and just looking out at the moon in whatever phase it was in, and I was thinking, man, my friends that live like 20 miles away, they can probably look out and see that same exact moon. And then when I was in the Navy and I would look out at the moon and I'd be halfway around the planet, I would think, man, my brother can see that moon where he is and he's halfway around the planet from where I am. To me, it's a connection of life on Earth. We can all look up and see that moon, and it's always changing. The moon is never the same 2 days in a row. I love that. My name is Reed Wiseman. I'm the commander of NASA's Artemis II mission around the moon. I grew up in a little town just north of Baltimore, Maryland, about 20 miles north of the city. There was a National Guard base nearby my house, and there were A-10 aircraft that would fly over every now and then. I just would look up at them and be like, man, I want to be up there. I want to go do that. And then my brother went to the Naval Academy, and I would go every year and watch the Blue Angels fly during commencement, and that just started to grow and grow and grow. For a while, I wanted to join the Air Force, and then I realized Navy flies as well, and they fly from ships in the middle of the ocean, and that was it. Like, done deal for me. That is exactly what I wanted to do for my career. Flying is freedom to me, especially when you're in a jet aircraft coming off of an aircraft carrier in the middle of the Pacific Ocean. Nearest land is over 1,500 miles away. So when you come off of that aircraft carrier, you are truly just alone with yourself out there. It is a magical experience to be out there all by yourself in an aircraft over the Pacific. Just it's free. I think anybody who accomplishes something that they set their mind out to, there's no one thing that does it for them. It's a combination of everything. I mean, the way my parents raised me, the way my brother and I, the way our relationship developed over time, my friends, being in the marching band, going to college, setting my own course, learning how to live on my own, being mentored along the way, being, kept on the path to success, but being given the freedom to, make excursions and fail every now and then and regroup and carry on. I think all those things come together in the end to get you where you are. I've had to overcome, I'm a human being. I've had to overcome a lot of fears. I'm pretty scared of heights. I joked about that on the International Space Station, but it turns out I'm only scared like at the edge of a building. When you're up on the International Space Station, even though you're 250 miles up, I never had that feeling of falling or that I was, at risk up there. I just kind of loved the feeling of floating and looking down at Earth. There have been challenges all throughout my life. By far, the biggest challenge was losing my wife in 2020 to cancer and now raising two daughters who are grown up now, but that's been the biggest challenge challenge by far I've ever had to face. It is not easy. Being an only parent, trying to work a full-time job, and raising 2 kids is something that I think about every single day. I'm very proud of the work I've done. I haven't always done it well, but I've always shown up and tried as hard as I possibly can.
And now Artemis 2 pilot Victor Glover and his journey to this history-making moment.
I do wonder what it's going to be like when we are really far from Earth and can see it. The sensation of being so far away from everything that you know. I had that sensation on the space station the first time I got to sit in the cupola for a really long time. So I can only imagine what that's going to be like from 200,000 plus miles away. My name is Victor Glover, and I'm the pilot for NASA's Artemis 2 mission around the moon. When I was in 4th grade, I was 10 years old, and that's when the Challenger accident happened. And it helped me understand how the general public felt about the astronaut corps, right? Like, these are the people that we want to be, and that just gave me an easy thing to strive toward. The biggest fear that I've had to overcome in my life is doubting myself. Going to college when no one in my family had gone to college was a huge risk. I had more confidence in my athletic ability than in my academic abilities. I could play football with those college students that I saw on TV, but my classmates that I saw in the lab and around the University Union, I didn't know if I had what they had. I think addressing that self-doubt was a part of, swinging for the fence and trying to go get an engineering degree, not just go to college, but get an engineering degree and then go do something challenging and technical like flying. Apollo is known for sending humans to the moon. Artemis has an opportunity to continue the Apollo story, but I actually think it's important for this story to stand on its own. Artemis is a new program, and we're trying to do new things. And it's great to compare and contrast. When you look at our spaceship, you can see parts that were designed, built, and integrated in another country. When you look at our crew, you see that our crew is international. There are also men and women. And I just think that comparing and contrasting makes the story even richer. The piloting role specifically, I will have an hour and a half or so where I get to fly the spacecraft by hand. We haven't flown that many spaceships. And so the ability to fly one actually in space on a test mission is just a really unique opportunity. I can't tell you how I'm going to feel when we fly by the moon and see the moon up close and the Earth from 250,000 miles away, but I don't use the word excited because I'm focused. What we do, this is very serious and it's very risky, and we are all intimately familiar with that risk. And so if we go out there and we're successful and we can pass that baton on to Artemis 3, that's something to really be excited about.
Great to hear from Reed and Victor in their own words about how they feel about this mission and their role in it as the convoy turns this corner here onto the road where the vehicle assembly building is and where the group that we showed you earlier today, ready with their flags. Wow, that group has expanded exponentially. Yes, this is great.
So many people.
Flags, oh my gosh, I love it. Oh, this must feel so special to the crew to see all of these people here to wish them well.
Yes, this is heartwarming. Look at how many people there are. Everyone is so excited about this mission.
Signs, people have made signs. I feel like the Astrovan has slowed down a little bit, to really take in the moment.
Wow.
That's amazing there. Again, crowds continue going as we are now passing the historic vehicle assembly building. This is where the Space Launch System rocket was assembled and stacked with Orion. Its history, of course, goes back to the Apollo days, but today it is home to the Artemis missions to the moon and beyond. Gosh, still people lining the route. Yep.
I love that.
I do too. It leaves me kind of speechless, you know, just to see all the support, all of the people who want to know that they're thinking of them, they're with them, and the fact that this crew specifically has always said we are going for all by all. This must be really special to them.
Yes, and that's just here on Kennedy Space Center. Imagine the rest of Florida right now.
Yep. Mission Specialist Christina Cook, who holds the record for the most consecutive days in space by a woman. Let's take a look at what she has to say about this mission.
I tell a story, which is one that my dad told me before the Apollo missions when he was just a very little boy. He was looking up at the moon with his mom, and his mom said to him, "Don't worry, Ronnie, we'll never get there." Fast forward maybe 70 years later, it's his daughter that's actually going there. And I think that long arc is something that we can all learn from. The idea that the seemingly impossible becomes possible if you just believe in it and are willing to work hard and come together to achieve it. My name is Christina Cook, and I'm a mission specialist for NASA's Artemis II mission around the moon. When I look back on my dreams as a kid, I definitely never thought I would actually get here. I was very pragmatic. Even though I'm a dreamer, I knew that the odds were way against me again, so I might as well do something I'm loving in the meantime. I definitely loved science and math in school and, did pretty well in those things, but I also loved being active. I was always outside. I loved things that made me feel small. I loved looking at the night sky, oftentimes between the pine tree branches, or I loved the ocean. North Carolina also has mountains, and when we go there, I just love the vastness of all of those things. I loved how they made me feel and what they made me think about, and the vastness of the universe and how much out there was to learn. I'm drawn to exploring. I'm drawn to challenges that involve both mental and physical, and I'd much rather be solving problems wearing a whole lot of equipment and in a harsh environment, and that's just something I've carried with me ever since I was a kid. Thinking about the fears or challenges that I've had to overcome, there are just so many. I mean, basically, that has been the journey. I always say to people, do what scares you, and that means I have to follow my own advice. So doing what scares me meant getting on a plane and going to the Antarctic, getting on a plane and going to study abroad in Ghana, applying to become an astronaut, opening the EVA hatch in the airlock and going out of it into the darkness, strapping myself onto a rocket. And so for me, I think that no matter what the challenge, recognizing that if people believe in you and you believe they believe in you, the challenges seem always a little bit easier. To me, the moon, it represents history. It is a witness plate. Everything that's ever happened to the moon is still written on the moon. Every single person has looked at the moon their entire lives. We see the same moon. That's something really special. It's just the epitome of a symbol of something that's in each of our hearts, but that's also represents exploration and reaching.
And as we continue to watch the convoy, almost at the pad, mission specialist and first-time flyer, Canadian astronaut Jeremy Hansen.
I have this very distinct memory of seeing an image of an astronaut standing on the moon. It's burnt in my brain because I went back to it so many times in my childhood, and I would look at that image, and I know it had a huge impact on me that humans had walked on the moon. My name is Colonel Jeremy Hansen. I'm an astronaut with the Canadian Space Agency, and I'm a mission specialist on NASA's Artemis II mission around the moon. My elementary school years, I grew up on a farm outside of London, Ontario. I spent as much time as I could with my dad on the farm. I learned the value of hard work, for example. If I wanted to go to work with Dad, it was going to be a long day, and I was going to have to not complain, or I wasn't going to get to go the next day. I had a treehouse. I had a vivid imagination, and I changed my treehouse into a spaceship. I made all these dials and controls. I had circuit breakers for switches that I found in the barn, and I was exploring space in my imagination. The most important thing I did to get to where I wanted to go in life, which was flying fighter jets and eventually becoming an astronaut, is I shared those desires with other people. And it turns out, just like you don't go to the moon on your own, if you could, I would have done it a long time ago in my treehouse as a kid. You have to go as a team. I think the biggest impediment to achieving my goals was, of course, myself. And I think that's a common human experience. There are many times where just little things would get in my way, and my immediate interpretation of that was, well, now that goal's out the window. You know, people must have lifted me back up, and somewhere in the back of my head, that persistence came through. And I think that's a common human experience, to doubt ourselves. I've come to this, I guess, realization that I believe that we all have gifts to contribute, and the goal is to figure out how to use your energy towards adding positively to humanity's existence on this planet. But I love it when humanity sets big goals, like sending humans to the surface of the moon with an eye to eventually going to Mars, because when we do that, we can bring together genius from not just even in one country, but around the world. I've also learned from my indigenous mentors that they refer to the moon as Grandmother Moon. So you've probably heard of Mother Earth. They use Grandmother Moon because Grandmother Moon is responsible for the water in their community, just like the moon moves the water around the planet, affects the tides. And I think that's a really beautiful thing for us as we go back to the moon, to think about all the different cultures around the world and how they view the moon differently. And that's really neat because we all share that same moon in the night sky.
What's really neat, too, was that drive to the launch pad, that point of view to see what the crew is seeing as well as their Astrovan rides up the pad slope and are now on the surface, about to walk up to their vehicle.
Yeah, you know, we talked about how tall this rocket is earlier.
Wow.
Look at that.
Yeah, look at that point of view, yeah. Pad 39B, another historic place here at Kennedy Space Center. Construction began in 1964, finished 3 years later. Apollo 10, the full dress rehearsal for the moon landing. That was the first mission to launch from this pad.
Yeah, you know, we've used this pad for a lot of missions. You know, we modified the pad in the 70s and 80s, and then the shuttle missions actually launched from here as well.
And then, of course, Artemis 1 took off from this launch pad November 2022. And now here we are about to see the Artemis 2 crew get out of the Astrovan and make their way up the mobile launcher to the 274-foot level, where they will embark on their first crewed test flight of the Artemis program.
You know, I think that button in the elevator actually says space when
it
you
does?
hit it. Yeah.
Really?
At least on 39 Alpha it does. So I imagine it says something similar here.
Again, let's take a look at the clock as we wait for the crew to get out. 4 hours, 10 minutes and counting until the top of our 2-hour launch window today. Let's head back across the street to Daryl, who's following the launch team every step of the way.
All right, thank you, Megan and Nicole. And here inside Firing Room 1, we had a nice moment. The launch director, Charlie Blackwell-Thompson, NASA's first female launch director, standing up from her console, taking her cell phone and snapping photos as the Artemis crew that she had just given the go to leave the astronaut crew quarters, driving by, and of course going up the causeway until they got there to the pad. And now we see them coming out of the Astro van there and getting ready to ascend the launch tower. Well, we got a weather brief before they went out to the pad, and of course LWO gave a go. There could be some rain out there at the pad. It's already rained out there already. If you're in the area and you're watching right now, well, certainly you know that there's some rain in the area. There's going to be spotty showers that are going to be coming ashore here, and we expect that throughout our rest of our countdown. But we also are getting forecasts that there'll be some clearing as we get closer to our launch window. Big wave from Reed Wiseman there, and a thumbs up as the crew goes into the elevator to ascend the launch tower to go up to the level where they'll walk across the crew access arm and get into the white room. One of the things that you're going to start to hear now is from the crew themselves. We're going to be airing the Orion to Earth loop, which is the communications that's going between that crew and the launch team here as they walk them through configuring their various consoles as well as getting ready. A nice moment here, and I'll just pause to just look and see as the crew walks across the zero deck, as they call it, which is the deck that's right there even with the engines, and they're taking a moment to go over there and stand up and gaze up at the 322-foot tall SLS rocket. This was part of the plan for the Artemis 2 crew, and potentially a rocket that could help them make history to go farther from Earth than any crew has before. The farthest distance from Earth when they launch will be roughly around 248,000 statute miles. They're expected to go about 4,000 miles farther than the Apollo 13 crew did. And now they've headed to the elevator to go up. Again, I was talking about the loops. You're going to be hearing from the crew as they discuss with the launch team getting various systems ready to go. And then closer to liftoff, we'll hear the operational launch team loop brought forward ahead of the critical pre-launch polls and then the start of terminal count. And that should be right around L-25 minutes, right before the NASA test director gives their poll and the launch director gives her management poll, which happens at L-17 minutes. Right now, a lot of focus is on, of course, the closeout crew. They've made the way for the crew to get inside the spacecraft now and walk across that crew access arm, and there they are. They have been working on a tight timeline, but they are ready to go, and they are ready to receive the crew and start putting them inside their Integrity spacecraft. That's it from the firing room. We'll send it back to Megan and Nicole.
And Launch Director Charlie Blackwell-Thompson, again, we mentioned her a second ago. Her team have been training extensively for this moment since Artemis 1 launched in November 2022. Today, they have a message for Reed, Victor, Christina, and Jeremy.
Today, you carry the work of thousands and the hopes of millions. Every test, every simulation, every long day and night have led to this moment. This team is ready. The vehicle is ready, and you are ready. From the ground to the moon, Godspeed, Artemis 2!
I love that. I just love seeing all of the people who have contributed to this mission and the fact that this is what they've been working for, and now it's culminating today.
Yeah, thousands of people have worked on this mission, and we saw there from the launch team, but human spaceflight is like the ultimate team sport, is what I like to say, and that's just a great example of our team wishing our astronauts good luck.
That shot there that we were just looking at was aimed at the elevator doors, again, to catch the astronauts as they make their way up to the 274-foot level of the mobile launcher. The mobile launcher is the structure you see there. It is not only a way for the crew to obviously access Orion, but also provides the fuels, communications, all that to the rocket. And now we're watching the crew walk across the crew access arm, getting a beautiful view of Kennedy Space Center.
From 274 feet. Woo.
Nicole laughs because Nicole is also, like Reed, does not like heights.
I do not like how open that crew access arm is. But Reed made it across, so that's good news.
It looks like they really enjoyed it. You know, they didn't just walk straight past. Christina and Victor, we definitely saw.
Some thumbs up there,
looking out, yep, that crew access arm. And then Reed, he knows where that camera is. Taking the opportunity to, again, just tell folks, hey, we're doing good. Ready for it.
Yeah.
And it looks like they're actually probably signing their patch.
Yeah, there's a wall with patches there, and so each crew signs when they get up for their launch.
And so this is probably actually the first time a crew is doing this in the White Room of Launch Pad 39B. Don't quote me on that, but I think the signing started with the commercial crew program. So there's a lot of that in the White Room over at 39A. But again, this is 39B. Yep. And so now in this room here, the White Room, again, we will see the crew don or put on their communication caps again, their helmets, their gloves, and remove coverings that they had on their shoes.
Yeah, so they want to protect the suits while they're walking out and up to the White Room, and now they'll finish reassembling those suits. Put the boots on, put the gloves on. You can see they're working their comm caps now, and they'll work the helmets eventually as well.
And so as we watch this process unfold, why don't we take a couple of questions for you guys, from you guys. What is the most difficult thing about preparing for a flight? Nicole, that question's obviously for you.
Ooh, this is a great question. You know, I think we get such good training. You know, this crew's been training for years. And so they know this rocket and this capsule inside and out. They know all the dangers. They know how to react to anything. So I actually think, you know, preparing your support system and your family, I think launch day is actually tougher for your family than it is for you. And you know, we've heard the crew talk about the difficult conversations that they've had with their family to prepare for this historic test flight. And so I think, you know, the closer and closer you get to the rocket, the fewer and fewer things from Earth you keep. You know, they left their suitcases at crew quarters this morning. They left their cell phones, their laptops, everything. And so you are just a human in a spacesuit about to get on a rocket with all of your loved ones watching. And I think that can be probably one of the most difficult parts about today.
And while you were answering that question, Nicole, we did get a chance to check. Yes, this is the first time a crew has signed the wall of the White Room, again here at pad 39B. Let's take another social question now. All launch windows happen to be in the evening. How come? Obviously referring to the April opportunities specific to Artemis 2.
Right. You know, this is a complicated answer. I don't know that I would have the exact mechanics behind it, but it has a lot to do with orbital mechanics and where we are in terms of the Earth and the Moon relationship. And, you know, like we said, we're trying to get on that free return trajectory. And so it has a lot to do with when we can do the perigee and apogee raised burns and the translunar injection. So there's a lot of math that goes behind these launch windows and why they shift and move and why we just so happen to be in the evening for the April launch windows.
Yep. You did answer it well. All right. And before we asked you guys a question, who would you take to the moon with you? Would that be a bestie, a pet, family member, or seasoned astronaut? Overwhelmingly seasoned astronaut. So, Nicole, you and I are going to the moon.
Was that your answer as well?
That was totally my answer. Again, like I thought my husband would not like that answer because he'd want to come along too. But I think if asked, he would also say seasoned astronaut. So
that's fair. You know, like we said, there's a lot of training that goes behind it. These guys can react to anything that comes their way. And so, yeah, if you don't have all that training, maybe you do want someone that's a little bit more experienced.
Yep. So correct answer, everyone. And now we have another question for you. What do you want to know about living in Orion? What the crew eats, how the crew sleeps, how to fly the vehicle, or how free time is spent? Another great question.
Ooh, yes, I'm excited to see what they say.
Yeah, so head to NASA's Instagram or Twitch accounts to vote, and we'll share the results as soon as possible. And while you're doing that, remember to also sign up to be a virtual guest for this mission. Just go to the link we'll pull up on your screen. As a virtual guest, you will get mission-specific information, notifications of any schedule changes, and curated resources straight to your inbox. You will also receive commemorative stamps for your virtual passport after launch and splashdown. Again, we really, really want you guys to engage with us, engage with this mission, come along with us for the ride. So yeah, take advantage of these opportunities to be a part of it.
Yes, it's a mission for all.
And so back in the suit, no, not the suit-up room, the White Room. Well, they're suiting up. You can see why I might have slipped that up. So they are continuing to put on gloves. Reed and Jeremy look like they've been checked. Again, they've put on their gloves, their helmets. They've taken off those coverings on their shoes now that they're about to get into Orion. And then suit technicians are also helping Christina and Victor. And they're in this particular order, actually, because this is the order in which they're going to ingress into Orion. Again, we have Reed, Jeremy, then Victor, last Christina.
Yeah, and that just has to do, like you said, with this, the seat orientation. So as the astronauts sit down and lay back in the capsule, the left side will be Reed, and then below him will be Jeremy. So that's why they're going to get in first, to create space for then Victor and Christina to get in.
And let's talk a little bit now about the closeout team. We saw a few of these folks also in the suit-up room. Suit technicians were in there, again, to make sure that they get into the suits properly. And then a couple of them came out to the pad here to, again, do the same thing. Hey, are you comfortable in these suits? Is everything is as you expected? And then these folks here will help them get into Orion, buckle up. And so we were talking a little bit about their attire, specially made for what they're doing right now.
Yeah, so these, they almost look like, the equivalent of a flight suit, right? They're fire resistant. They've got the straps on the back for emergencies that mimic the same straps that the astronauts have on their suits, so that you can use the same exact equipment in an emergency egress from the pad, for example. So we can use the same equipment to get everybody safely away from the pad as required or if needed.
Yeah, always thinking about those contingencies, how to very quickly, if there were an emergency, get everyone out, not just the astronauts, but also the closeout crew if an emergency was happening while they were still at the pad. And so those suits, flame retardant. Also, when we see them crawl into Orion, you will notice that they are on their knees quite a bit, so built-in knee pads. Really a thoughtful design for the purpose that they're serving today.
Yeah, they're functional, which is exactly what we want, but also they're pretty classy looking, so we did a good job with the design.
I was going to say, they actually look like, the outfits that car racers wear, right?
Yeah.
And then when I said that to the lead of the closeout crew, he's #1 if we do see him, Taylor Hose, he said, well, actually, we are kind of like a pit crew, like they're very quickly moving through the operations so that not a lot of time, not more time is spent at the pad than is needed, because this is a fully fueled rocket, Nicole.
Right, yeah, we want to minimize the time that we have more humans up in the White Room, but also safely and efficiently get the astronauts ingressed into the capsule. And so that's their main job. That's so yeah, I like the pit crew analogy, works great.
And so, Nicole, as we get ready to see them ingress, I know you'll be, again, an invaluable source as we talk through this part of the launch countdown, because you've been inside a mock-up of the Orion spacecraft. And I know that because you texted me a photo that you took, this selfie in the mock-up, and little did you know I was going to put it in this broadcast.
Yeah, this was actually a really wonderful opportunity. Last week, our flight control team at Johnson Space Center hosted an open house of the Orion mock-up there in the Space Vehicle mock-up facility. And so I got to spend some time in the capsule with some of the flight controllers who are actually sitting on console right now and talk to them about everything inside the mock-up. So you can see I've got a bump cap on. It's like a small hard hat. There are a lot of, metal corners and things, and we are still squishy humans at the end of the day. And so they want you to be careful while you're moving around in there. But I got to see, how the crew will ingress. I got to look at the umbilical and the seat straps, and I got to see, the emergency equipment and the stowage and the toilet. I got to see it all. Got to talk about everything. It was pretty cool. It was a really great time. Michael and Bruce were great with me. They answered all of my questions.
Yeah, because it's really good to be able to give that perspective, because, and as you guys will see, yes, we do have cameras inside Orion and we'll of course take you in, but it doesn't give you a true feeling or idea of how big the space is, how things are configured. Again, like when we see them go in, they're actually on their backs.
Yep.
So, again, it's just hard to really get a sense of the inside there, but Nicole is going to really help walk us through that.
Yeah, you said they're on their backs, and, you have to somehow get there, and so they're actually going to almost barrel roll onto their shoulder to get onto their backs and their feet up on those leg rests. Actually, Andre's holding onto right there. You can see Andre #2 is inside getting everything ready for them. And actually, those leg rests for the pilot and commander seat will come off once they get into orbit to create some more space for them.
And it looks like we're getting ready to ingress here. Yep, thumbs up from Reed. Everybody configured with their suits, and so in we go. They actually get inside by walking backwards. That's the easiest way to get in, right, Nicole?
Yeah, so he will step down right over the flywheel or the exercise equipment that they've got in there. We'll talk to that in a second. And then you actually step down right on top of the toilet area backwards. You can see him going now. Oh, and he's already turned around and walking in. You can see Dre's protecting his helmet and his visor there from all that metal.
Yeah.
It's a tight squeeze, but they've done this a lot, so Reed's already all the way across the capsule.
Yeah, that was fast. Impressive, Reed. Impressive. That's why you're the commander. Oh, a heart there from Jeremy again. Yep, Canada.
Yeah.
Canada is about to get into Orion. And so you mentioned Dre. Why don't we talk a little bit about him? So that was NASA astronaut Andre Douglas. And he is actually one of the backup crew members for the Artemis 2 mission. He trained alongside the primary crew and will step in and if any of the 3 astronauts are unable to fly.
Yeah, Dre's actually a classmate of mine, so fellow fly.
Oh,
yeah, so we've worked very closely together. It's exciting to see him in this role.
Yeah, Virginia native, selected as an astronaut candidate in December 2021. He completed his training in March 2024 and was subsequently named as the Artemis 2 backup crew member just months later in July. Before joining NASA, Andre worked at the Johns Hopkins University Applied Physics Laboratory, where he specialized in spacecraft systems engineering. His work focused on the systems that help spacecraft know where they are and how to get where they need to go. So obviously critical for missions to the moon.
Yeah, he's a wicked smart guy. He's got like 15 degrees, I think, or something.
Oh, my.
So.
And so now here we are back inside Orion, where the closeout crew, each one with either Reed or Jeremy. So it looks like Andre is with Reed. And this is a camera shot of behind Reed's head. So Reed, while Andre is buckling him in, it's a 5-point harness, Reed was configuring his control panel.
Yeah, the displays. We're getting the displays ready so that they can monitor all of the systems and monitor the launch as they go. Christina there signing the wall.
Got to put away the pen. The pen could be foreign object debris or FOD, which is bad for NASA. We definitely want to make sure that we keep track of everything and we know where everything is, because the smallest thing could prevent us from launching or affect the equipment out there.
Yeah, and you'll actually see that most of their tools will be tethered as well, so nothing can fall through a crack or drop.
And so as soon as Jeremy and Reed are good to go in their seats and connected to their communication umbilicals, as Daryl had said before, we will start hearing the loops, the audio mission loops, specifically Orion to Earth 1, which is the communication loop that the crew communicate on to the different teams supporting launch today. And as we said when we were in suit up, after they do communication checks, again, suit leak checks to make sure that nothing went wrong between the suit up room and here, and also to specifically connect them to the Orion systems.
Yes, this will be an integrated test with Orion and the suits to make sure the entire system is working and ready for flight.
And so you'll notice Reed and when Victor sits down, Reed and Victor are the only ones with the display panels in front of them. Jeremy and Christina will actually share a personal computer device, and that will be on Jeremy's leg, and that's how they'll continue to follow along with telemetry and data.
Yeah, it's actually pretty cool. This is one of the technology demos that we're doing, and so they're going to plug into the system, and it'll be a screen repeater on that, that device for them so that they can see what the pilot and commander are seeing.
OTC at MSU is online for context.
This is OTC. Repeat.
MS2 ready for comm checks.
The MS2 ready for comm checks. MS2, OTC Orion to Earth 1, comm check.
OTC, it's MS2. Have you loud and clear on 1.
You're welcome, sir.
And so that was the Orion test conductor speaking with Jeremy Hansen, again, mission specialist 2 for this mission. So his communication check over, you heard him say 1, Orion to Earth 1, has been completed, a successful test. The rest of the crew here waiting in the white room. Again, as Nicole was saying, a little tight there for all of those folks. So Christina and Victor will wait until Reed and Jeremy are done getting buckled in.
Yeah, I think 4 astronauts and 4 suit techs would be a tight fit in that capsule.
Yeah, I mean, take a look at Bill. He's number 3 there, the suit technician there. He is kneeling where Christina will be in order to get Jeremy situated.
OTC ask, commander's ready for comm checks.
OTC copies. Commander.
NTD, Mexico 212, comm check.
NTD, have you loud and clear here as well.
I'll catch FTS on 194, thank you.
Commander, OTC Orion to Earth 1.
OTC, CDR has you loud and clear.
Good comm, welcome, sir.
And there you have it, a successful comm check with Commander Reed Wiseman. And so...
And CDR, NTD on Orion to Earth 1 for comm check.
This is Gary Bush, I got you loud and clear, NTD.
And good to have you on board. Good luck today.
And so now these 2 closeout crew members will finish up what they're doing here. Again, Nicole, walk us through what is happening here. They're connecting umbilicals, is what we said.
Yeah, they're strapping them in, so they're getting their restraints connected. It's a 5-point harness with a quick release, and then they're connecting the umbilical, which has 3 different, actually 4 different connections. So it's got the air in, air out, the water for cooling, and then the comm as well, the communication cable. So they're going to make sure that all of those connections are good to go, make sure the crew's receiving the cooling and the air, and then we heard the comm check as well. So they're just making sure the umbilical connection was good to go, getting them strapped in and ready, and then they will move on to Victor and Christina.
And so while we wait for that to happen, why don't we get another check of the launch countdown milestones with Daryl and the launch team.
All right, welcome back into the firing room 1 here, where some of the launch team is having some pizza that was brought by the administrator. That was nice of Administrator Jared Isaacman to bring that by for the launch team to enjoy. We're L-minus 3 hours and 44 minutes and counting as you can see the crew ingressing into the spacecraft. There are a number of things that are happening on the timeline. Of course, the closeout crew, they liken themselves to like an F1 pit crew, working quickly, methodically, carefully, as they go through their procedures to get the astronauts ingressed. Overall, there's a little bit of timeline pressure, right? There's only a certain amount of time as you see the astronauts going into Orion, only a certain amount of time that they can spend on their backs. They will be there for a few hours, right? So we're sitting at 2:40 p.m. Eastern time, and the window opens at 6:24 p.m. Eastern time and runs until 8:24 p.m. Eastern time. So 4 or 5 hours or more on their backs, and then they'll hopefully lift off for a launch. So of course, the crew is mindful at the time. They don't want to slip into the window if they don't have to. And so they're keeping a tight lock on the margin, the amount of time that they're working there. And there's a heart from Christina Cook. Great to see that as she gets ready to get into the Orion spacecraft, one that they named Integrity. It certainly fits this crew from what I've observed. Now, right now, the rocket's tanks, they're in what's called replenish mode. So another factor for this closeout crew is, and the crew themselves, this is a fully tanked, almost ready to go rocket. It's got all the propellant it needs to go to the moon. It's just a matter of getting the astronauts in, getting them configured, and getting all the systems, the high energy systems, bringing them all online in order to launch this rocket. As they sit there, there is propellant boil off that's happening. All tanks are at 100%, but the propellant, which is liquid oxygen and liquid hydrogen, those two propellants are minus 423 for hydrogen and minus 297 for the liquid oxygen. They are boiling right now. They've been boiling the entire time that they've been in the tank. And that is vented out, as you can see. When we look to a wider shot of the rocket, you can see the venting and the little wisp of clouds that are coming out from the top of the rocket and the middle part of the rocket. And that is because just like you boil water on your stove, those propellants are boiling. Of course, their boiling point is much lower than water, and so it doesn't take much for them to boil. But just as if you were to leave your pot of water on the stove and just leave it there, what would happen? Well, it would completely boil off, and all the water would be gone. Basically turned into water vapor inside your house. Well, it's the same case here. So we are continually replenishing the rocket with propellant, liquid hydrogen and oxygen, running from those propellant lines that you see there going into the rocket. So that continues to go well. Overall look from the launch team here, this has been a very smooth countdown so far. The cryo tanking went exceptionally well, and the launch team is really in a good mood right now. Cautiously optimistic, understanding that with a system this complex, you can have something unexpected happen. But to this point, the firing room is really encouraged by what they've seen so far, and are especially excited to see these astronauts getting inside the spacecraft. L-minus 3 hours and 40 minutes and counting until we open up that window for launch. For now, we'll send it back to Megan and Nicole.
Thank you, Daryl. And, he mentioned that the crew decided to name Orion Integrity, and it was not something they came to easily. They really wanted to put in a lot of thought, and what they came down to is integrity is a value that NASA embodies, and also individually they felt like integrity is something that speaks powerfully to them.
Yeah, and I think the other part of integrity, it just represents the humility and the professionalism behind the entire team that built this rocket and got us here today. And so it's a fitting name for this capsule.
Yeah, like I said, I think the crew said it took them a little bit to decide on what they wanted, but I think they made the perfect choice.
I agree.
And so as the countdown to launch continues, we are reminded that this is an agency-wide effort to make today's launch attempt possible. We invited people across our NASA family to wish our crew a safe journey.
Go Team Artemis! Go Team Artemis!
3, 2, 1, blast off! Have a great flight. Godspeed. We'll get you around the moon and home.
If I had a message for the crew, be safe, to have fun, to remember that we're all down here rooting for them.
I want to wish my friend and former student, Victor Glover, and the entire Artemis team best wishes and a successful flight.
Have fun. Take some really cool pictures. Can't wait to see you when you get back.
From the Earth to Sky team connecting NASA science to public lands, go Artemis.
We will see you in the Pacific, and you can count on us being there.
Greetings from NASA Langley's historic gantry facility,
where Neil learned to land on the moon and Orion learned how to swim.
We are with you all the way to splashdown.
Let's go fly from the Orion Human Engineering Team. Woo! Like a full moon, your future is bright. Have a safe journey from the multimedia team in Cleveland, Ohio.
We hope to see you guys back safely in San Diego, maybe singing some karaoke.
Yeah. Yeah, right, maybe. He knows exactly what he wants to do. After he's like, yep, karaoke. I love that people submitted videos. You know, this is something that we actually asked as part of the broadcast. We were like, you know what, I think it'll be really fun. And the overwhelming amount of people who wanted to record something for the crew was really heartwarming.
Yeah, you know, this is the first time in over half a century that we're sending people back to the moon, and everybody is excited about it. You know, kindergarten to congressmen and all over the world, everyone is ready for today and excited to see this launch.
And so here we are again, still inside Orion with the closeout team, putting some final touches on, it looks like Victor's configuration there. Again, making sure that his harness is set and that he's connected to cooling, he's connected to communications, and he's connected to any other umbilicals that he needs to be connected to for Orion. Again, we are sharing so much information with you, and we hope you find it educational and fun. But we do know you guys still have some questions, so why don't we take another one now?
Tell us what the moon is like!
So cute. That wasn't a question. That was a demand. Nicole, you tell her what the moon is like.
Oh, man, that was so cute. Oh, man, the moon is really cool, right? So it's a lot of like gray and white and kind of shades of gray. It is something that doesn't have wind or rain or rivers or an atmosphere. And so we like to say it's Christina said it earlier, it's the witness plate to the universe. And, you know, it has all these impact craters because it's not protected. Things hit it all the time. Meteoroids, asteroids, all sorts of things hit the moon and create these impact craters. That's part of what we want to go and look at and learn about on the moon. It can tell us a lot about the age of the universe and the age of the moon. You know, it's 4.5 billion years old, and we can learn a lot from just looking at the regolith or the dirt that is on the moon.
Well, thank you for that question, and thank you for that answer. She was cuter, Nicole.
I agree.
And then earlier today, we wanted to ask you, what do you want to know about living in Orion? And we told you to pick between what the crew eats, how they sleep, how they fly the vehicle, and how free time is spent. And the winner, most of you wanted to know how to fly the vehicle. And we are going to be doing that.
Yes, we are. You know, that's a great question, and actually part of what we're going to go do. So the rocket is fairly automated, right? There's a countdown, and the whole system knows when it needs to ignite the engines. But we are going to do some manual piloting throughout this mission. Once they launch and they separate from the ICPS, they're actually going to do a rendezvous and proximity operations demonstration. So what does that mean? They're going to take that portion of the rocket and they're going to try to fly closely to it. And so they will actually take manual control of the Orion spacecraft and try to get nice and close to the other portion of the rocket that had just separated. And so you can see actually a little bit in the view that you have right now. So on for Reed, the left-hand person, his right hand, there's a kind of a joystick, if you will, on the right side, and then on the left side there's something similar. And so they've got, you know, translational and rotational hand controllers in order to command the rocket in different axes.
Yeah, it's really exciting. I mean, Victor said it himself, like one thing that he's really looking forward to is piloting Orion manually. So we'll get to see that during our continuous coverage. Again, we are covering this entire mission. We started with tanking, and we will go all the way through splashdown, so you will see what Nicole was just talking about, that proximity ops demonstration, where the crew will pilot Orion manually. And so, speaking of their 10-day mission, why don't we take a closer look at the crew's home away from home for the next 10 days. Here's Megan Carter again from the KSC Visitor Complex.
All right, thanks, Megan. Yeah, it's getting real out there, so I am going to bring you back to the moon board so I can show you just a few things about the Orion. Obviously, it is going to be very compact, sitting up there on top of the SLS rocket. Very compact, like I mentioned, over 355,000 pieces. So let me show you a couple key components, starting with these three fairing panels right there. When the rocket blasts off, obviously it is going to get very fast.
MS1,
It's going to
NTD
get
on Ryan Earth 1 for ComCheck.
windy, and so we have these three fairing panels in place to help protect our astronauts. I am also going to take you into a little bit closer look and talk about the LAS, or the Launch Abort System. This is the one piece that is going to be in place to protect the astronauts should something happen to go wrong in the first few minutes of launch. They can actually hit those abort motors, and these can activate within milliseconds, basically faster than you can even blink, and that is going to pull the crew and the crew capsule away from any danger. Now, obviously, we hope that those are not needed, and if that is the case, then about 3.5 minutes into flight, the LAS and those fairing panels will actually activate and jettison away. They'll fall away from the rocket, because at that point, the crew can actually abort the spacecraft safely by themselves. Now, we've talked a lot about the crew capsule right here. This is where they are going to spend the duration of their flight. We're going to talk a lot more about that one in just a little bit, but for now, let me jump down here to the service module. This is the one, we're going to think of this as the powerhouse for the spacecraft. It's pretty much going to provide them with almost everything that they need for the entire mission. Temperature control, removing the carbon dioxide, providing them with oxygen, so much more. You can also do course corrections and things like that. So super quick breakdown, but as you can see, all of these components together are going to make the spacecraft one that is built not just to fly, but to protect, sustain, and bring those astronauts home. All right, lots more to come, but let's see where we are with the crew. Back over to you, Megan.
Hey, thanks so much, Megan. A lot of useful information there, and we did want to point out that you did hear over
and the PLT NTD on Ryan Earth 1 for ComCheck.
NTD PLT, I have you loud and clear on OE1.
And I have you the same. Welcome aboard.
And so, again, we are now hearing mission audio loops, specifically the Orion to Earth 1 loop, the communication channel for the crew. Successful comm checks by both Victor and Christina.
CDR, OTC Orion to Earth 1.
CDR.
Yes, sir. Configure ARS to shoot mode per EPROC 10.1.1. Crew ingress and vehicle pre-launch config, step 1.
10.1.1, crew ingress and vehicle pre-launch config, step 1. Going in work now.
And so see, now we are privy to some of the countdown procedures that the team is asking for the crew to do.
Yeah, so they're going to work through some of these procedures and finish the ingress portion, as you heard in that procedure. So this is where the crew is going to start building their nest, if you will, running some procedures, getting the capsule ready for humans to be on board.
And now look at the clock, 3 hours, 30 minutes and counting until the opening of our 2-hour launch window, and we are pretty good on time. We are as we are expecting in terms of when ingress will be wrapping up soon. And so now let's bring Gary Jordan, again, our commentator inside of Mission Control at Houston. Gary, let's check in with you about mission preparations.
Hey, Megan, thank you. Yes, we're following along here in Mission Control Houston.
OTC copies.
And we'll stand by for those comm checks. And again, we're waiting for those comm checks. We did confirm from our IVA officer here in Mission Control Houston that all 4 suits have plugged in umbilicals.
And CDR, NTD.
Go ahead, NTD.
Yeah, Reed, we're ready to proceed with the voice checks if you and everyone else is.
NTD, Integrity Crew is ready for voice checks.
I copy that. And Integrity for the entire crew, ComCheck on Orion to Earth 1.
CDR. PLT.
MS1.
MS2.
Good ComCheck by all. NTD moving to Orion to Earth 2.
CDR. PLT.
MS1.
MS2.
Integrity Houston on Orion to Earth 1. Voice check for the entire crew.
CDR. PLT.
MS1.
MS2.
Houston has all 4 crew loud and clear on OE1. Stand by for 2.
Your initial word was broken stand.
MS1.
MS2.
4 crew loud and clear on OE2. We'll use 1 for the default. Houston out.
And CDR, NTD?
CDR.
Yeah, we're going to go ahead and we're going to clear a couple of those messages on your screen here. Just want to give you a heads up that you'll see that.
Copy all.
CDR, OTC, Orion to Earth 1.
CDR.
Yes, sir. Perform crew suit leak checks per 10.1.1. Crew ingress and vehicle pre-launch config steps 2 through 4. Annunciation of LCC O-ARS-001 will occur.
10.1.1 crew ingress and vehicle pre-launch config steps 2 through 4. Going in work now.
This is Mission Control Houston. We are following along as the 4 crew members of Artemis 2 work through their voice checks, then the umbilical connections and various pathways to get communications from all of the...
refresh on your screen.
CDR.
Yes, sir. We're going to look to do a quick refresh on your screen if you guys are okay with that.
Hey, firm, just let us know when we can continue in 10.1.1. We'll go hands off.
.1.1 referring to the procedures that they have through the various phases of ingress and some of the checkouts needed to prepare for today's launch. Here in Mission Control Houston, the IVA or Intravehicular Activity Officer will be confirming the leak check status and watching as the suits pressurize to once again confirm that the suits are in a good configuration ahead of launch. Of course, for the teams here in Houston, launch is just the beginning. The first flight day is jam-packed with activities. Shortly after main engine cutoff, Integrity will enter into a coast phase while still attached to the interim cryogenic propulsion stage, or ICPS, and prepare to deploy the solar arrays. With power being generated, Integrity prepares.
Go ahead, MTD.
With that refresh, and you got to go to proceed with your 10.1.1.
Picking up 10.1.1, step 2.3 through 4.
Picking up the procedures, the crew again working through the various steps to prepare for launch, standing by for suit. Again, this is the very beginning of a very busy flight day for our floor crew members. After launch, they have a series of burns to prepare for. The first major burn being the perigee raise maneuver that allows them to continue in low Earth orbit, and the next being the apogee raise burn that puts them in a high Earth orbit. This is an orbit that takes them around the Earth for nearly a day, 23.5 hours to be precise, and allows the teams, including the astronauts and the flight control teams, to check out critical systems ahead of committing to the next day's translunar injection. But before they even call it a day, Integrity will separate from the ICPS, and the crew will command. And the crew will command. The crew will command the Orion capsule to separate from the ICPS and turn around and approach the upper stage, but not dock. This is to test Orion's in-space maneuvering capabilities and provide further confidence in docking to another lunar space vehicle like the Human Landing System that will be part of the Artemis 3 mission ahead of future moon landings. These are just a few of the highlights of the very first of 10 flight days as we await for confirmation of good leak checks inside the capsule Integrity. And there's a lot more to this mission. A reminder that this is, of course, a test flight. The purpose here is to demonstrate procedure systems and life inside Orion on a mission around the moon for the first time, and give further confidence in the capabilities that are charting a return to the lunar surface. You may be able to see from this view the suits themselves inflating. This is, again, a pressure check, verifying that the suits are leak-free ahead of the ascent portion of today's flight. How you see the crew now with visors down will be the configuration of their ascent all the way through core stage separation, about a little more than 8 minutes after booster ignition. All right, here in Mission Control Houston, we are continuing to follow along, standing by for confirmation of good leak checks. In the meantime, there are no showstoppers here in Mission Control Houston, and we continue to monitor the countdown to launch. Megan, we'll send it back to you over at the Space Coast.
Hey, Gary, thank you so much. Yeah, as we wait for confirmation of a successful leak check for all 4 astronauts, why don't we go back to Daryl, again, who has been following along with the launch countdown as we inch closer to the opening of our 2-hour launch window.
All right, thank you, Megan. And yes, getting some good communication. It's great to hear from the crew inside, even though it is as simple as a comm check. It's really good to hear their voices as they move through those various comm checks and then get ready for their suit leak checks. Fantastic views inside Orion that you're looking at now. Give you an update on the weather outside. We're still 80% go for our 2-hour launch window, which starts at 6:24 p.m. Eastern Time and closes at 8:24 p.m. Eastern Time. That's the good news. The bad news is that we've got some rain showers that are starting to head in. Looks like it may miss the pad. Wouldn't matter if it rained on it or not, though. It's received some rain earlier today. Water isn't going to hurt anything out there at this point. But the rest of the area might be getting a little bit wet, which may include the hostess, so keep an eye out for that. As we're watching with the astronauts inside the Orion Integrity spacecraft, you'll be hearing more and more from them, especially Christina Cook, who is mission specialist number 1. She not only is going to be making history.
All crew, visors open, suit loop leak check complete.
OTC.
Okay, there you heard the suit leak check complete. They check those suits for leaks in astronaut crew quarters. They check them again inside the spacecraft. As you can see, the closeout crew, our astronaut support person moving around, turned off the camera, and so now we're looking from outside the Orion spacecraft looking towards, oh no, let's see, get oriented here. Well, there we go. Back inside, we've got the view. But basically what I was saying about Christina Cook is that she will have the role of reading.
CM is ready for closeout, performing video sweep using drag-on camera.
OTC.
She will have the role of reading out a pressure reading that tells the team that
and CDR or NTD?
Go ahead, NTD.
Yeah, we're going to do another cleanup on those suit leak check messages that we got from since we're done with that now.
Integrity copies.
Yeah.
And that's communication going between Orion Commander Reed Wiseman and NASA Test Director Jeff Spaulding. As I was saying, Christina Cook will be reading measurements from the counterbalance assist arm. So you're going to hear her be asked by the NASA Test Director to read that. That CBA, counterbalance assist arm, it's mechanically latched by the closeout crew using tools, but there's a hydraulic assist. It's pneumatically opened and closed, rather, with a pressure assist that helps open it up. Not only that hatch, but also the last hatch. There's 2 hatches there that we'll see that will be closed. But this is in case of an emergency out there at the pad. If the crew, for some reason, needed to exit quickly, then they would exit the spacecraft by pulling that lever, which would open both hatches. Those hatches are heavy. The Orion hatch is hundreds of pounds.
HHP cameras 1 and 2, both set to record.
OTC copies.
And just an update on the launch countdown, continuing to monitor the team's communications here in Firing Room 1. Everything going really smoothly so far. We don't have any significant open constraints to launch at this time, so we continue counting down. And for now, we'll send it back to the host desk with Megan and Nicole.
Thank you so much, Daryl. And so we heard some of the communications over Orion to Earth 1, and it sounds like we are now moving into the hatch prep and closure phase. We will now start to see the closeout crew getting out of Orion soon so that they can start getting ready to, again, close up Orion, close the 2 hatches, and then get out of the pad.
Yeah, the closeout team will take the hatch seals off, and they'll inspect the seals, make sure everything's ready to go, and then do a few last-minute configurations before they close that hatch. And then, like Daryl talked about, then Christina will have a role in looking at the CBA there. So.
Yeah, you might have heard them say over the loops again that drag-on camera. So basically, it's a camera that they can move around, and you might have seen it in a couple of our shots already. But they will take that camera and literally go and inspect the seal that. There's 2 seals, actually, 2 seals that go around the entire area of the hatch just to make sure that everything looks good. And that camera feed is being directly shown to NASA teams who need to monitor that.
Yeah, they want to make sure there's not a single hair or piece of dust on those, make sure that there's no damage and everything's ready to go so that the seal, they will do a leak check on this hatch seal as well. Make sure it passes.
Yeah, and we'll know they're doing that because we will actually see one of the closeout crew members with a hand pump, and they will pressurize, again, just the seals, and they have to see if it will hold pressure for just a minute. And if it does, then they will go ahead to pressurize the entire Orion spacecraft, and then that again is to make sure that the spacecraft is holding the right amount of pressure. And that one's a lot longer. It'll take them like 8 minutes. Like it takes time to pressurize it, then they have to hold pressure, and then it takes time to depressurize it.
Right, and they want to measure the difference in pressures at the beginning and end of that and make sure that it holds the right amount of pressure so that when they get to the vacuum of space, obviously the capsule holds its pressure.
Yep. Okay. Well, again, as we continue to watch operations that are happening at the pad inside of Orion, why don't we go over to Banana Creek? It's one of our viewing locations here at Kennedy Space Center. They will have a spectacular view, and we actually have NASA's Leah Martin there chatting with a big group of people surrounded by a lot of folks on bleachers there.
Hey, Megan, yeah, tons of people out here today, thousands of people gathering at Banana Creek to enjoy NASA's next big mission and humanity's next great leap today. It's a gorgeous day, and I'm joined here actually by some people who are probably the only people on center who are a little bit more excited than me to see this rocket lift off. Where are you from, and why are you here?
So we're from the University of Tennessee, Knoxville. We're a group of 7 aerospace senior engineering students traveling here with Josh Dobbs, former quarterback of the University of Tennessee, with his extraordinary Dobbs Foundation.
Now, you were actually telling me a little bit earlier, you're here local, you're from Orlando. What's it like being an aerospace engineer and then having the opportunity to come back here to the Space Coast and see this mission lift off today?
It is absolutely amazing. I feel like the little 9-year-old girl inside me is so excited. Like, I'm from around here. I grew up watching launches in my backyard, and so this seems like such a full circle happy moment for me.
Now, you are an aerospace engineer looking hopefully to join the workforce in the future. How does it feel to be here and see firsthand what that work does?
It's just so cool to see what I've been working for the last 4 years, and then 12 years before that, just actually be physically happening in front of me. It's something I never dreamed of as a kid.
And I'm actually joined here by the pastronaut himself, Mr. Josh Dobbs. Now, you have a history with NASA as well. You did an externship here. And how did that kind of play into your passion for aerospace and then the foundation that actually provided this opportunity for these students today?
100%. So I spent a month here around the Artemis 1 mission, which was a tremendous opportunity to learn about the space program and also what's next. And so to be back here for Artemis 2, and unfortunately, Artemis 1 went in the middle of the season, so it's surreal to be here for Artemis 2. And with my foundation, like, the goal is to be able to take advantage of the opportunities that I've had and pass them along to the future of the industry and give them the opportunity to see what all their hard work can accumulate into. So it's an honor to be here. We're really appreciative of all the engineers and all the hard work that's gone into this moment, and we're excited to watch history happen today.
Absolutely, and as a group, I think if you guys had one well wish for the team today, what would you say? I think we can all join together, maybe say, go Artemis? Go Artemis.
That was a fun interview, and again, just so neat to see all the people who are here. I mean, still hours before liftoff. Not even hours before liftoff, but hours before a 2-hour launch window. So people just really committed to being here and seeing it in person.
Yeah, you can see the Banana Creek is already buzzing.
Yeah.
There behind Leah. You could hear the chatter in the background. It's an exciting time.
Yeah, you could tell that it's a lot louder than we noticed because we just have very good mics. But, you know, she's obviously yelling over a huge crowd there. So super fun, super exciting. And yes, I hope that we all get to see liftoff here shortly. Okay, so as we know, Victor, Reed, Christina, and Jeremy will have their hands full during their mission. So for some of their test flight objectives, let's go back to Megan Carter at the moon board.
All right, as we have seen from those camera views, their capsule is very compact, obviously. So let me show you a few cool things about this piece. The Orion capsule is going to only be about 16.8 feet in diameter and a whopping 10.5 in height. Think of it about the same cubic feet as 2 minivans. So obviously every piece of that capsule has been planned with purpose. And a really great example of that is going to be these seats that we have seen that live view of. Now these seats are going to be out for launch, re-entry, and splashdown, but in between they are stored in between to give them more room for daily activities and things like that. While they are on board, obviously they are going to have a lot of things to do. One of those is going to be to manually fly Orion, as we've discussed, but they also have several other objectives as well. And they're going to be doing lots of system checkouts, checking out the service module, making sure everything is working correctly. They're also, like I said, going to have a chance to manually fly. Now this was taken during one of their training simulations, but as you can see here, they will have advanced flight displays, hand controllers, touchscreen interfaces, so much to work with and practice with as well. Now, while on board, they will also have the ability to eat those shelf-stable meals that are designed specifically for microgravity. I think I saw somewhere that one of their meals is going to be mac and cheese and brisket, so that makes the Southern in me very happy. All right, but they are going to have also some time to look at some things like power and propulsion. They will have 3 key propulsion systems that are going to help power Orion as well. And speaking of power, I want to bring you back to the service module real quick because I wanted to point out these 4 solar panels. These are going to take about 18 minutes to unfold like giant wings, and they're going to stretch 62 feet from end to end, and these are going to help power the service module and in turn provide what the crew needs for their journey. So as you can see, spacecraft is built specifically for what we need and to guide them and get them home safely. All right, back over to you, Megan.
Thank you so much, Megan. You know, it's taken thousands of people many years to get to us to where we are today. Let's meet some of the people of Artemis who've made this flight test possible.
I am the Artemis Launch Director.
I'm the Orion Crew Survival System Manager.
I am the Artemis II Chief Training Officer.
I'm the SLS Launch Integration and Mission Operations Lead.
I am the Recovery Director.
And I'm Boeing's Core Stage IPT Leader at Kennedy Space Center.
I am the Artemis II Entry Flight Director.
And I'm the Closeout Crew Lead for Artemis II.
Our job is to design the spacesuits that the crew will wear for the Artemis II mission. The team here at Johnson Space Center in the Orion Crew Survival Systems Lab does pretty much everything involved with processing the suits, designing the suits, qualifying the suits, testing them for the Orion mission.
The role of the Chief Training Officer is to manage both the planning and the development of how we are going to train our astronauts and run our simulations for our flight control team for the mission, and then go implement that plan.
Recovery team is responsible for 3 things. So recovery is what we call our nominal recovery situation, where we go recover the crew and the capsule at their designated landing site. Rescue is in case we do need to rescue the crew or they landed somewhere else that we did not plan. And then the retrieval is us getting the capsule if they did land somewhere where we did not expect them to.
My job on SLS is to manage the operations architecture on the SLS program. One of the specific things that we do is support launch operations. It means a lot to be a part of this Artemis team, to show the next generation in seeing what may come.
I am responsible for our core stage processing at Kennedy Space Center. My team is responsible for that core stage, and it's our responsibility to make sure that core stage is safe, built correctly, and there's going to be 4 of our astronauts, and it's going to get them to their ride around the moon.
I've been a flight director for over 10 years now. I worked on the Artemis 1 mission, and after that mission completed, I was assigned as the entry flight director for Artemis 2. I can't wait to see the hatch open after splashdown. That's when we know that our mission will be complete and the crew will have safely returned to the moon and back to Earth.
Closeout crew is responsible for getting the astronauts up to the white room, getting their helmets and gloves on, getting them into the vehicle safely, connecting all their umbilicals, making sure they're ready to go for launch, and then closing the crew module hatch. The reason we do this is to expand mankind's knowledge. If I can be a part of that, doing anything, I want to do that.
The launch director role really is to step back and kind of take that big picture view of launch. How are we doing on any NCs? How are we doing on our timelines, our procedures? Artemis 2 is a beginning. It's going to inspire a new generation. It's going to uncover science. It's going to serve as a pathway to places that we have never been before.
And to meet more people of Artemis, you can head to the link we're going to put up on your screen there. Just, again, really nice to see all the faces that have put in the work, the time, the hours, the dedication to get us to today.
Yeah, so many professionals that worked so hard on this mission.
And what was really fun to see is, you know, we interviewed Taylor Hose, closeout crew lead, as he said, and that's who we are now seeing inside of the White Room as they are getting ready to close out Orion and close one of 2 hatches. We have the side hatch of the crew module as well as the launch abort system hatch, correct?
Yeah, the astronauts are in the capsule. They're ready to go, and now the White Room is very busy as they're getting ready to close both of those hatches. It's a great shot right there where you can see them. Almost looks like they're doing that hatch seal inspection that we talked about.
And so, Nicole, as we continue to see them get ready to close that smaller hatch, again, the crew module side hatch, let's take some questions now.
Sounds good.
A lot has changed since Apollo, and I have a few questions about what's next. What part of the moon are we exploring through Artemis, and what are some of the key points that NASA needs to consider when planning missions like this?
Were you expecting to see Scarlett Johansson? I think that took you.
Yeah, I mean,
took you aback.
We've talked about this, but everybody has an interest in this mission. You know, it's humanity trying to explore and go back to the moon. And I love this question. You know, what part of the moon are we going to? You know, eventually we want to get to the polar regions, the South Pole specifically. We think that there are volatiles there, so water ice, something that can be harnessed as a resource as we create the permanent base on the moon and then try to get onto Mars. But getting to the moon is a tricky mission. You know, we're going further than we have in a long time, and you know, on the International Space Station we're 250 miles from the Earth, and so we're pretty close. We resupply that spacecraft pretty often with cargo missions, but the further and further you get away from Earth, the more you have to think about the lack of cargo, the comm delay. You know, there's a communication delay the further away you get, and so there are different and unique problems as we continue to explore further and further out into the solar system.
And there is so much to learn about the moon, so it's no surprise that yes, even though our goal is to have a moon base at the lunar South Pole, the lunar South Pole is not the main focus of this lunar flyby. So instead, the crew is going to be focused on observing the far side of the moon. So this is actually an animation of what teams expect the moon to look like if the crew launches today. So this is, of course, the side that faces the moon, and this is the far side of the moon, which when, again, the crew does their lunar flyby on flight day 6, we are expecting this will be their view. What an amazing view and an opportunity.
Yeah, you know, there's so much to learn from this particular mission, because obviously we're not landing with this mission, and so they actually potentially could see the South Pole and kind of scope out what our landing regions look like in the context of the entire moon. But also they're going to see parts of the lunar surface that have never been seen before by the human eye, and so they're going to take these detailed notes. They're going to record themselves talking about what they see. You know, we do a ton of geology training as astronauts, especially this Artemis Artemis II crew, they did a ton of geology training working with scientists to learn how to pick out the unique portions that we want to go study. You know, what is the context of the moon? What parts of the moon look interesting and look different? You know, the impact craters that we talked about earlier. So really trying to take all the pictures, take all the observations, write down, talk about their observations, and record as much data as we possibly can for the researchers back here on Earth.
Yeah, it's so important to, yes, we're all talking about what they hope to do during this 10-day mission, but you really do have to think about all the training that goes into this. I mean, you have 4 crew members who won't, you know, have the support the way that they've been having this. I mean, they'll be talking through communications, but you know what I mean? It's just them and the moon, right? So they need to be fully aware and equipped with everything that they'll need to do to be able to accomplish the objectives that we hope to accomplish during this mission.
Right, and their specific flyby around the moon, you know, the lighting will be different and the path will be different depending on when we launch. If we launch today, it would be different from tomorrow. And so, you know, they actually had to learn the geography of the moon so that they can orient themselves when they're on the backside of the moon, because they're not going to have communication. You know, they're just going to have a, I think, 45+ minute blackout while they're, while they're on the far side of the moon. And so they themselves have to know what things look like on the moon, how to orient themselves, and how to get the data that we're looking for.
Yeah, really ambitious mission. Excited to be here at the start of it. All right, so another check of the clock, 2 hours, 57 minutes and counting to the opening of our 2-hour launch window for Artemis II. This pivotal test flight comes 250 years after America began its journey as a nation. As we celebrate that milestone, a special live performance now of our national anthem by singer Ann Wilson.
Say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we held at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight, o'er the ramparts we watched, were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
A beautiful rendition. Honestly, I'm a little emotional, a little speechless.
Yeah, that was gorgeous.
Yeah. I mean, again, we are a nation of explorers, a nation of curious minds, and to see us again 250 years after our Declaration of Independence was signed to when we are trying to return to the moon for the first time in more than 50 years, really powerful.
Yeah, leading the way back to the moon. It's exciting.
And that's so important to us. You know, we do want to be the leaders in exploration, but we definitely know we can't do that alone. You know, we often hear NASA leadership say that, you know, this is not something one nation can do. This is something that is a collaboration of nations, and that's why we have European countries. We also have Canada, again, joining us on this ambitious test flight.
Yeah, of course, it goes back to the old proverb, if you want to go fast, you go alone. If you want to go far, you go together. And we want to go far. We want to get onto Mars eventually, and so we're going to get to the moon first, and you can't do that alone.
So thank you again, singer Ann Wilson, for that beautiful rendition, again reminding us of what it is we are trying to accomplish for all, by all. We are now back inside the White Room with the closeout crew. Again, backup astronaut Andre Douglas, number 2 there, just outside in the White Room, which is right outside Orion there, with the crew seated comfortably inside. As you can see, they've dimmed the lights a little bit. The crew has the opportunity to set the ambiance, if you will. They were given the opportunity to adjust the lighting as they see fit, again, just so that they can get comfortable. It's kind of like when we are on a plane and you get the opportunity to...
Sure, yeah, you don't want the bright lights in your eyes. Also, you want to be able to see the screens well, or see the tablet on Jeremy's knee well, so they're going to adjust the lighting to what makes sense for the mission.
And we saw in that very quick shot there, our best camera view of the 2 hatches is actually that drag-on camera, like we were saying, that kind of moves around. So sometimes it's hard to show that. So there you have it. You can see that the closeout crew has closed the side hatch. And so right now, that's a panel that they have to close out in order to then close the next hatch, which is the launch abort system hatch. And so, Nicole, can you just quickly, again, talk to people about the 2 hatches, again, crew module first, and then the launch abort system hatch?
Yeah, so the crew module hatch is the one they're working on right now. They just got closed. You can see he's torquing those bolts down. And that is the hatch that completes the Orion capsule. And then you have the launch abort system, which actually is kind of almost a shell that goes around the capsule and holds onto the capsule during launch. And it has its own separate engines that can pull the capsule away from the rocket safely in the case of an off-nominal data point. So it's actually looking at roll rates and attitude and thrust and all sorts of different data in order to make sure the launch is safe. And if it's not, then the launch abort system will pull the crew module away and get them into a splashdown zone safely.
And as we wait for the crew to complete closing that side hatch of the crew module, let's head over back to Banana Creek, where we have Leah Martin standing by with the person who designed this mission's zero gravity indicator, named RISE. It was 2nd grader Lucas Yee from California. Hey, Leah.
Hey, Megan. Yes, of the many special guests we have with us today, I think one of our most exciting guests is Lucas, who's joining us, like you said, all the way from California. He and his family actually worked this as a group project to design the zero gravity indicator. Lucas, can you tell us a little bit about your design?
Yeah.
So you named him RISE. Can you tell me why you picked that name?
It was very remote, representing the Artemis 2 launch and Earthrise. And yeah, that's pretty much it.
So were you really excited to find out that you won the competition and that your zero gravity indicator would be going to space?
Yeah.
So how does it feel? We're actually just across the river right now from Artemis. We can see it from where we're standing. How does it feel to know that design you created is actually currently on that rocket just a couple hours away from going to space?
Really, 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 really surprised and very happy.
And very happy. Now, Mom, you were telling me on the way over here that it was kind of hitting you what was happening. Tell me a little bit about that.
It's definitely very surreal to be here in person. It's definitely very surreal to be here in person. That Commander Weissman said that it's for all and by all, that we couldn't have said it better. We're just very grateful to be here. Super, super excited.
And we're so excited to have you here too. Now, Oliver, this is your first launch too, is that right?
Yeah, that's right.
And how does it feel to be here just a little bit away from watching the first group of astronauts in your lifetime on their way to the moon?
It feels like very, very happy and surprised.
So if you had one word of encouragement or something to say to the crew who's sitting on that rocket right now, what would you say?
What?
Go Artemis.
Go Artemis.
Go Artemis. Thanks so much, Megan.
I would say have a nice trip.
Yeah. You would say have a nice trip?
I did hear that answer. I would say have a nice trip. You know, Leah, that was a hard question. You know, it's really hard to come up with a spot what to say to the crew who's about to make history today.
Yeah.
And so the Artemis 2 crew, again, ZGI, Zero Gravity Indicator. It's a plushie, a soft toy that is brought in to the spacecraft with astronauts so that it can be a visual indicator for when we have reached the weightlessness of space, right?
Yeah, you saw a little replica there that Lucas had, and then in some of the views in the cabin view, you could see it swinging and hanging earlier. So I think actually Jenny was the one who installed it into the capsule.
Oh, really?
Yesterday, yeah. So.
Oh, we have to unpack a lot here. We got to talk about Jenny, who we will get to here in a second. But then, yes, we will also go back into the capsule so that we can show you where the ZGI is now. But the ZGI was chosen by the crew after a contest where the crew asked for submissions. They got submissions from around the world to, again, design their ZGI that is going with them to the moon.
It's kind of like any other road trip. You need clothes, food, a map, your favorite toy. Really. Except this toy has a job to do up there because this is a zero gravity indicator. While not a scientific instrument, this safe and soft object tells the strapped-in astronauts that they've reached weightlessness. For Artemis 2, the crew wanted a one-of-a-kind ZGI, so we asked you to come up with it.
Thanks everyone for sending in your entries from around the world. Over 2,600 of you submitted.
And we loved seeing all of your contributions. It was a really difficult decision because each design had a unique quality that stood out to our crew.
In the end, we were able to narrow it down to a top 5 from Finland, Canada, Peru, and 2 from the United States, Kansas and California.
In the end, we went with one called Rise. It was a design inspired by the Earthrise photo taken on Apollo 8, which is very special to our crew.
With the winner chosen, next came the task of bringing it to life here in the Thermal Blanket Lab at NASA's Goddard Space Flight Center. This lab specializes in custom materials to protect sensitive spacecraft equipment and is perfect for creating a ZGI that meets the rigorous safety standards of NASA.
Because you have to be concerned with whether the thread's going to outgas or if it will hold up, if it's flame retardant.
This is the Rise ZGI doll. All I have left to do is to close the opening here and hand sew the hat on, make sure its stuffing is stuffed in there, and we have our pocket here for the SD card.
And on that tiny SD card will be millions of names submitted to virtually join the crew aboard Orion.
Got Rise. Not the real one, obviously, but this is a replica. I mean, so clever for Lucas and his family to design.
Yeah, I love that he replicated the famous picture that we all love of Earthrise, and then I love that the bill represents the space in between the moon and Earth. It's just such a cute and wonderful way to represent this mission.
Yeah, and again, Earthrise, very important to this crew. It harkens back to the picture that was taken by the Apollo 8 crew where they saw Earthrise, and so very appropriate since, again, now here we are going to see Earthrise again with this mission.
Yep.
So yeah, so this is little Rise here. And then you heard in that video that there is an SD card that is zipped inside with the real ZGI with the crew. So get this, more than 5 million people submitted their names as part of NASA's Send Your Name to Space campaign. And actually, Christina said that her niece and nephew's names are inside that SD card.
How cool is that? Her nieces and nephews are going to go with her.
Yeah. Love this. Love that people are engaging in such a cool way. And actually, if we take a look back inside of Orion, we can actually see the actual ZGI inside with the crew. As we said, the purpose of zero gravity indicator is to show when we've reached the weightlessness of space. Now, I know that it's probably dark in there because, as we said, the crew decided to just dim it a little bit for them. But here again, as we see Reed on your left, Victor on your right. Below Victor, or next to Victor, again, because they're on their back, it's a little weird. It's a little hard to explain the orientation. But between basically Victor and Christina is where Jenny Gibbons has placed the zero gravity indicator. And Jenny, who, again, Nicole just brought up, Jenny is one of the backup crew members. So we mentioned how Andre is the backup crew member for the NASA astronauts. Jenny is the backup crew member for Jeremy.
Yeah, Jenny's one of our Canadian astronauts, and yeah, so she's been also helping with preparations for today and helping get the White Room ready, get the capsule ready, and she's actually going to be a Capcom for Artemis 2 as well.
Yeah, she's from Calgary, Alberta, completed astronaut training in 2020, mechanical engineer, combustion scientist, and actually before becoming an astronaut, she was an assistant professor. So again, another very well-accomplished person on the team. And I know the Artemis 2 crew has really enjoyed working alongside both Andre and Jenny.
Yeah, actually, Jenny was our EVQ mentor when I went through our ASCANner initial training, so she helped us with all of our spacewalk training, which was kind of cool as well.
Okay, and there we have Andre again, number 2, with the rest of the closeout crew team there. Why don't we get another check with Daryl and see how the launch countdown is going.
Still going quite smoothly here from Firing Room 1 here at the Kennedy Space Center. Launch team working no major constraints to launch, which is great news. We did get an update on a weather balloon that the launch weather officer and his team released. This is an important weather balloon released at right around the 3-hour mark. And what it told us is that winds are around 10 to 11 knots in the upper parts of the atmosphere. That's important information for the launch abort system should the astronauts need the LAS. This would, of course, pull the Orion spacecraft off the top of the rocket in case there were an emergency, and then take them offshore to a water landing in the Atlantic Ocean. And so the winds are pushing onshore. And because they're pushing onshore, the launch weather officer is keeping a close eye on the strength of those winds, because if the Orion were to come off the top, and it's powered by 3 rocket motors which can propel it or pull it especially fast off the top of the rocket, it would go up into the air thousands of feet and then splash down in the water. And if you've got wind pushing against it, you don't want that spacecraft to come back and land on land. So they're watching that very closely because of the onshore flow. That onshore flow is also what's giving us a little weather action down to the south of us along what's called the beach line, 528. We got a whole lot of people out there. We're getting ready to watch the Artemis 2 historic launch. Well, they just got a good soaking. Line of rain showers, I should say, passed through that area and soaked the place. Certainly rain is a possibility, spotty showers from time to time, but overall the launch weather officer tells us that we are trending towards getting that stuff to all push to the west the closer we get to our launch window. A reminder, that window is from 6:24 p.m. to 8:24 p.m. Eastern Time. We don't have a specific T0 at this moment. There's a lot that needs to be calculated before we get there. We also need to get through the rest of the countdown on time. As of right now, we are right on time. The launch countdown is going exactly as planned. That's not something that we saw certainly in Artemis 1. There was a lot of flexing in the timeline during those 3 launch attempts back in 2022. But so far today, on our first launch attempt, we're really enjoying some really solid countdown work, some solid operations by the launch team so far. And to quote our friend Lucas, who created Earthrise, We all really, 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 really like that. We'll send it back to the host desk.
Thanks so much, Daryl. Yes, we really, really, really like that. And we really, really like Rise and Lucas. So thank you for that. That was really cute. Okay, so again, here we are in the big box here. We have our full view of the rocket looking glorious on there with, again, some clouds, but still weather is good for launch today. And then we have the closeout team continuing to do work in the White Room. We got confirmation that they have successfully completed pressurizing the counterbalance pressurization. Basically, as Daryl explained it before, the side hatch for the crew module is very heavy. So in order to open it, there needs to be pressure applied to it, and that's what we just completed, right?
Right, that's exactly it. So the CBA, that counterbalance assembly that we're talking about, has to be pressurized. It's a pneumatic system to help. So in the case of an egress, you know, Christina's the one that has to open that hatch. So once she gets it unlatched and unlocked, then that pneumatic system will help move the hatch. It weighs a lot, and so the average human cannot open that hatch by themselves. And so that's why we want to make sure that the system is pressurized, that it's not going to leak, and that it is ready to go in case they need to open the hatch.
So that is complete, and now what is happening are the seal leak checks. So that is in progress. Again, 2 seals go through the entirety of the hatch, and we will take the seals to pressure, hold it for about a minute, and just make sure that it is holding pressure. Again, we want to make sure that the crew has a safe, pressurized environment in any sort of situation while they're in Orion.
Yep, that's right. So we're going to take a look at it. We're going to take a look at the starting pressure, and then after a certain amount of time, we'll take a look at the ending pressure, and then there are certain tolerances that we will accept for flight.
2 hours, 37 minutes and counting from the opening of our 2-hour launch window today at 6:24 p.m. Eastern Time. After liftoff, it takes less than 10 minutes to reach Earth's orbit. Let's learn more about today's ascent profile with Gary in Mission Control.
Hey, Megan. We are monitoring here in Mission Control Houston. Flight controllers are looking at data from integrity and the Space Launch System during the countdown. We're looking at some of the events happening in the White Room now and just making sure that all criteria is met to commit to launch and ascent today. It's the team you see in this room that would be looking after ascent, which is a very dynamic phase of flight. And after solid rocket booster ignition of the Space Launch System, it's this team that takes over control of the mission. There are voices you'll hear upon ascent, calls being relayed between Stan Love, the Capcom you see here in this shot in Mission Control Houston, that's the voice from this room, and the Artemis 2 crew on a communications channel aptly named Orion to Earth. Here are the calls you may hear during this part of the mission. Capcom Stan Love, his first call after responding to the crew's successful roll pitch maneuver at 30 seconds is AMT high. This notes that should we lose just one of the main engines, an alternate mission in low Earth orbit can still be achieved. At 1 minute 25 seconds, you'll hear max Q on PDL. This notes that reaching the moment of maximum dynamic pressure on the spacecraft. This event happens to be in line with a communication switch to another ground station, the Ponce de Leon Inlet Tracking Annex, located about 35 miles north of Kennedy. At 2 minutes 45 seconds, you'll hear SM primed upper stage RCS ready. This means that the European Service Module propulsion system that's prepared for the next phase of aborts after the launch abort system jettisons, and the reaction control thrusters on the inner rim cryogenic propulsion stage that enable pointing and maneuvering are ready. At 3 minutes 50 seconds, you'll hear voice check on TDRS at the Kármán line. At this point, the launch abort system has jettisoned and revealed the Orion capsule underneath. This check verifies that the now exposed Orion antennas have a good signal over the tracking and data relay annex, tracking and data relay satellites rather, which is part of a geosynchronous satellite network and the same assets that are used aboard the International Space Station. This communication switch happens to be at the Kármán line, a widely recognized boundary about 62 miles, statute miles, or 100 kilometers above the Earth's surface, where the air is too thin for conventional aircraft to fly and marks the point where our astronauts leave Earth and enter space. At 5 minutes 16 seconds, you'll hear the call 3-engine press. This notes that if one of the 4 main engines on the SLS core stage were to fail, 3 engines can carry the crew to a nominal main engine cutoff and proceed with the expected mission timeline. This is an important call that gives more assurance of continuing today's moon mission. At 7 minutes, you'll hear expect nominal shutdown. You'll hear this call should the main engine performance be as expected up to this point. Shutdown plans can vary and may impact G-forces experienced by the crew or future burn plans, but a nominal shutdown is more indicative of continuing the mission on the expected timeline. At 7 minutes 30 seconds, you'll hear AOA open. This notes crossing into a new abort profile. At this point, an abort would use Orion engines to escape the core stage, and the altitude and velocity are enough to make it 1 lap around the Earth and aim for a splashdown in the Pacific Ocean instead of the Atlantic. And then, of course, shortly after 8 minutes, you'll hear nominal MECO. You won't hear MECO right away. Teams here wait until the core stage has separated and the trajectory is confirmed as expected before that call to the crew. Now, this ascent profile is approximate, as there may be calls that move a few seconds depending on the trajectory, and of course these are the calls and times for a nominal trajectory. Teams in this room have been training extensively to prepare for any and all scenarios, and they are confident and ready to take this crew into space today. In today's pre-brief, the flight director, Judd Friedling, expressed his confidence to the team, citing the hundreds of simulations to prepare for this very moment. These are the calls you'll hear during ascent less than 3 hours from now, but now we'll turn our attention to the countdown to launch and send it back to you, Megan, at the Space Coast.
Thanks so much, Gary. Now, one of today's 4 astronauts, of course, Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jeremy Hansen. Let's go now to Jasmine with her next guest.
Thanks so much, Megan. Yeah, we're joining you live now from the Operations Support Building here at Kennedy, where crowds are starting to gather, and we're honored to have Lisa Campbell of the Canadian Space Agency joining us. Lisa, Jeremy Hansen is about to make history as the first Canadian to venture to the moon. What does that milestone mean for your agency?
Thanks so much, Jasmine. It's wonderful to be here. It's such a special moment, both for our astronaut colleague Jeremy Hansen, but also for Canada. We're here because of decades of public investment in space robotics, in space collaboration, and so for our country, we're very proud. He's so ready. He's been waiting for this his whole life, preparing, training, and he's a wonderful example of Canada.
Yeah, and that's a perfect way to capture Jeremy. He really has been prepping for this his whole life. This will be his first space flight. So what has it been like watching him become part of this Artemis 2 crew?
Well, as I mentioned to you, I've known Jeremy since 2020, and he's a colonel, a fighter pilot, a father, and he really is a very dedicated, passionate human being. So both for him to realize this goal of being an astronaut and flying, he also is hopeful that witnessing that will raise awareness about the value of a space program, of the benefits here on Earth, of exploring the universe and our place in it.
Wow, that's beautifully said. And really, this international collaboration has been going on for quite some time now. We've worked together in low Earth orbit and now going into deep space together. So why is it so important that we have these international partnerships?
It makes us stronger. We can go faster and further together. Canada is one of the original signatories of the Artemis Accords, and Canada and the United States have been partnered for more than 60 years in space.
Wow, that is phenomenal, Lisa. And this really is a team effort in many ways. We also have Jenny Gibbons.
Yes.
She'll be listening in on Capcom. What is her role going to be like?
So Dr. Jenny Gibbons has been training all along as the Canadian backup with the Prime crew. Last night, she was in the Orion capsule checking out all of the communications, making sure all of the systems test out and work perfectly. And then she will be among the first lunar Capcom, helping the astronauts navigate during their mission.
Wow, Lisa, that is so exciting. Any final words for the nation of Canada before today's mission?
Just, we are so proud, so excited, and we can't wait to welcome Jeremy home.
Fantastic. Lisa Campbell, thank you so much for being here today.
Thank you, Jasmine.
Of course. And with that, let's get back to NASA's Megan Cruz.
And right now,
go ahead. Ma'am, CBA press has been completed. Did you see any drop in pressure?
And MS1, we saw just a little bit. It is just over 2,600 now.
Copy. Thank you, ma'am.
Again, a call out to mission specialist Christina Cook. Again, it was her responsibility to monitor the pressure on the counterbalance system that will help open the side hatch. And she did report a drop in pressure, but it seems like it's within nominal limits.
Right. They might have had a small drop, but we have a starting pressure and an ending pressure, and as long as the difference isn't too high, then we will take that. And the engineers know exactly what they're looking at for in terms of that delta pressure.
And so again, that milestone on the checklist of things that have to happen before they launch today, that is complete. The crew, again, still inside comfortably as the closeout crew team work to close the side hatch. Again, a separate seal leak check, followed by a full cabin leak check, and then they will close the last abort system hatch.
Lots to do still in the White Room and marching down the countdown timeline well.
And so Bill, again, number 3 there, he is holding a silver flex hose. That hose is what will be connected to Orion in order to do that cabin leak check. So again, it does seem like we continue to march down through the milestones in this countdown. Hopefully lifting off today within our 2-hour launch window that opens at 6:24 p.m. Now, right now, people inside the Kennedy Space Center Visitors Complex are learning about this mission. There are great exhibits there about the rocket and Orion, and of course, our Megan Carter with the moon board.
All right, Megan and Nicole, yeah, you mentioned that checklist before launch. That checklist is going to continue during the mission, as well as there are several vital objectives that we are hoping to accomplish with this mission. So we've talked about the rocket. We've talked a little bit about Orion. Obviously, during Artemis 1, we had that test flight, and there were no humans on board. That is our one big difference for this one, and we are going to have that crew this time. So what are they going to be up to during this mission? Let me tell you just a little bit. Now, for Artemis 1, like I mentioned, we were really focused on the SLS, making sure it had the power and capabilities that we needed. We were also checking out the Orion spacecraft in deep space environments, making sure that it was good to go. Now for Artemis 2, we are going to be taking the testing for Orion to the next level by adding that human component. So those test objectives are going to start even before launch. Like you mentioned, they are out there making their way through that checklist. But these objectives are going to start now, and that includes safety. So one really great example of safety is going to be something called the egress baskets. They're out there in the spacecraft, obviously, and should a situation happen to come up, they are going to have something called the egress baskets they can get in, and those are going to zip line them essentially down to the ground within seconds to safety. Another great example of those safety procedures are going to be the LAS, or the launch abort system that I mentioned earlier. Just a reminder, that's the one that can pull the crew and capsule away from any danger within a few minutes of into the launch. Now, those are just a couple quick examples, but our recovery teams have been training extensively, quite a lot, to make sure that they are ready and prepared for any challenging situation that could possibly arise. All right. Several other objectives that we are going to be looking at are also going to be communication checkouts. That is going to be vital. I know we talked a little bit earlier about all the maneuvering that they're going to be able to do, but we want to make sure that they have full communication ability from space to ground so that we can fully support them here. We are also going to be checking out those life support systems. Obviously, we've talked a lot about the service module and what it is going to do for the crew, but we want to make sure that those life support systems are fully functioning, obviously, before we send them farther into deep space. That's going to be critical for them. So on top of being able to maneuver the spacecraft and check everything out, we are also going to be making sure that everything is fully functioning. So as you can see, big part of this mission is to make sure that the spacecraft, the hardware, and all the operations are working, and that the data is going to make sense. And speaking of recovery, we are also going to have the opportunity at Splash splashdown to recover that launch or that flight data, and we're going to be able to take that back, analyze it, and make sure there are if there are any enhancements we need or changes we need to make before our next missions, we'll be able to do so. So lots to do. They're going to stay very busy, obviously. And with that, I will turn it back over to you, Megan.
2 hours, 25 minutes and counting, and the crowd, check it out, continues to grow at our Banana Creek viewing location. They will have a great view of launch, and we will go back now to Leah Martin, who's standing with her next guests.
Hey, Megan, yeah, we're surrounded by thousands of people, some here local from the Space Coast, but we actually have quite a few people who have traveled a pretty far distance to be with us today. I'm actually joined here by a group from the International Space Station Ambassadors Program who have come from all over the globe. Saku, you're here from Japan, you've come Val from Mexico, and then we have brother and sister Cosma and Jesco here who are visiting from Germany. You actually told me that you participated in the NASA Rover Challenge in Huntsville. How was that experience, and how is it kind of participating there in Alabama and then being here today?
So it is an amazing experience because you meet so many young people with visions, with dreams, with ideas which inspire you and motivate you. And it's even better to be here now to see the SLS launch because we are going back to the moon, and that's what we're working for.
Absolutely. And, you know, the Artemis missions, we talked a lot about the Artemis Accords and this being an international effort. You were actually telling me, Saku, that you're interested in becoming an astronaut with JAXA, pursuing your PhD to be able to do that. Tell me a little bit about that.
Yes, actually, I applied for the Japanese Aerospace Agency, the astronaut selection like 2 years ago, and then I didn't make it all the way, but I'm still working on it, and hopefully I can be at the launch pad sometime, and then I hope to go back to the moon and Mars, and yeah, I'm working on it.
Absolutely incredible. And Val, you're here from Mexico. We were talking a little bit about women in space. This is a team who, you know, is predominantly made up of women. What is it like knowing that Christina is on that rocket right now, about to be the first woman to travel around the moon?
I think that's such an amazing news. It's just so inspiring that we are taking the first black person and also the first woman to the moon. It's just the first step in humanity and a big step in equality as well.
Megan, a lot of excitement here, not just in Florida, but from around the globe, and we're keeping our eye on that rocket, and we're ready to see it lift off.
Thanks, Leah. Yeah, a lot of excitement, but also a lot of inspiration. Again, this is part of, or a big part of the reason why.
130.6.
Good readback. Aux 1 voltage 131.3.
I copy 131.3.
Again, those numbers you hear, they're referring to specific steps in the launch countdown that the crew have to step through in order to get us to launch today. And so we were saying, yes, inspiration, a big part of why NASA does what it does. We want to go together and we want to explore together to learn more about ourselves and here on Earth.
Yeah, humans, I think, naturally want to explore, and so going together, like Lisa said earlier, we're going to go farther and faster than we possibly can alone. And, you know, what a way to celebrate that today.
Yeah.
Going back to the moon in the first time in over half a century.
And we have that great shot there in our small box of the rocket on the pad. And at the very top there, our Artemis 2 crew. Right now, we know that the crew has begun the closeout crew has begun doing that cabin leak check. So they are currently pressurizing the cabin, and it sounded like it would take about 6 to 8 minutes for them to get to pressure, and then they have to hold that pressure for 5 minutes, right?
Yes, that's correct. Yeah, so there's quite a bit of volume. You know, we talked about it being a 6-person tent. I think it's 330 cubic feet. Don't quote me on that number, but you know, they have to pressurize that capsule, and then, like we talked about, take that initial pressure, wait 5 minutes, and take the second pressure.
Yeah, and then it takes about 6 to 8 minutes again to depressurize the cabin. So this process will take a few minutes.
OTC ascent switch configuration complete.
OTC copies. Thank you.
And then after the cabin leak checks, then they will finally close the last abort system hatch. So again, chugging along in the countdown, really excited to, again, continue to hear the crew's voice inside Orion, stepping through all the procedures.
Yes, it's exciting to hear them making progress, right? It's all good news hearing the crew talk to the ground and working together to get to the launch.
And what I think is really cool is that this is the first time NASA is going to have astronauts in low Earth orbit, but also in deep space at the moon. So here's a message from some of the crew aboard the International Space Station right now.
Hello, Megan, and a big hello to everyone around the world counting down together to the launch of this historic flight test. If we weren't in microgravity, we would also be on the edge of our seats.
Here on the International Space Station, all of us are honored to have the chance to wish our fellow explorers Godspeed. Throughout human history, the moon has sparked our imagination, curiosity, and wonder. With our return to the moon, we're not only going to be learning about its history, the history of our solar system and of our planet, but also about our place in the cosmos.
We are so proud of the Artemis team and so excited for what you will see and learn on behalf of all of humanity during your trip around the moon. As we push the boundaries of exploration and expand our knowledge with scientific discovery, we advance our collective civilization together as one.
Test flights are crucial to the mission of exploration. We all learn in test flight schools that the more challenging the missions are, the more incremental the tests should be. This Artemis 2 mission is one more increment on the way to further exploration.
Thank you to the crew, our friends, for your dedication. And from the entire Expedition 74 crew, thank you to all of the teams that had a hand in getting the Artemis 2 mission to where it is today.
Back to you, Megan, as the countdown continues.
Oh, I love that so much. I just love seeing them there. And again, you have to remember the International Space Station is an orbiting lab. We learn so much there, and we're going to learn so much more from Artemis 2 because this isn't just a test flight. It's an opportunity to learn more about the moon, deep space, and how humans can live and work so far from home. So here are some of the science objectives that NASA hopes to accomplish with Artemis 2.
Artemis 2 is our return of humans to the moon, flying around the moon on board Orion. But along with that, we're doing a lot of great science.
One of the exciting things about the Artemis missions to the moon is that science is actually a fundamental pillar of why we explore, why we're going, what we're doing in Artemis.
I think it's incredibly exciting that not only are we testing the vehicle, but we're testing science on board. Science where the astronauts are conducting experiments, science riding along with the astronauts. We have astronauts looking outside the window and really observing the lunar surface.
It will help us understand the deep space environment. It will help us understand how that environment affects our astronauts, our systems, and life in general.
So deep space is a challenge for us because you have to leave Earth's protective magnetic field. Here in low Earth orbit, the crew members are protected from some of the harmful radiation. Going to the moon, they'll no longer be protected, so they'll have a higher radiation exposure.
Much like Artemis 1, we have so many radiation sensors and detectors that are inside the capsule so that we can fully understand and appreciate the radiation environment for protecting our astronauts. In my hand here, I'm holding a tissue chip model. This is the exact design that's going to be flying alongside the astronauts. We'll be collecting samples from each of the crew members, and we can make these organ chips out of the astronauts themselves. So every crew member will have their own avatar on board, and then upon return, we can evaluate that deep space radiation environment and what that compares to the astronaut themselves. Not only are they going to help change the course of medicine for the astronauts, but revolutionizing that on Earth as well.
We're looking at sleep, we're looking at team dynamics, we're looking at how you interact with the environment. We're also looking at the immune system, so what are the biomarkers? We're using saliva as a method to study hormones and different things in your body that may change during a mission like this. And then finally, how do we function after microgravity, being close to the moon, then returning to Earth.
Which will ultimately help us achieve our goal of getting humans to Mars.
And then on top of that, we have an opportunity to look at the moon from deep space on the far side for the first time in over 50 years.
Having human eyeballs and brains back around the moon is going to unlock a new generation of lunar science discovery. The human eyeball is capable of taking in so much data in just a split second. They'll be able to tackle impact history, volcanic history. They'll be able to look at how the albedo, or kind of the shade and hue of the moon and the color of the moon, can tell us something about how that terrain evolved over time. We're integrating science in ways that have never been integrated into human exploration before. We have a front room mission control flight controller position called the Science Officer. We have a brand new science back room where it's basically our brain trust of lunar scientists and geologists supporting the crews of the future. And Artemis 2 will allow us to really test how this works so that future missions are really set up for success.
We'll also be deploying some CubeSats. They're small shoebox-sized spacecraft of their own. They're each provided by another country, one of our partners. As they conduct their research, they'll complement what we are doing at the moon with Orion.
It is so incredibly exciting to be a part of this mission.
It has been, really one of the privileges of a lifetime.
I can see the work I'm doing benefit crew members right now and benefit the crew members in the future. So it's incredibly exciting and it's very rewarding.
As this rocket launches humanity off of the Earth, we'll be setting the stage through our science to prepare humanity to leave Earth and explore the solar system.
And what we learn during this and future Artemis missions to the moon will eventually get us to Mars. Here's Jasmine Hopkins again, now with Nikki Fox, Associate Administrator of NASA's Science Mission Directorate.
Thanks so much, Megan. Yes, we're back on the balcony now, joined by Dr. Nikki Fox. Nikki, in this nearly 10-day mission, we are covering a lot of science, from CubeSats to tissue chips. What are you most looking forward to learning?
Oh my goodness. I think for me, the most exciting thing is actually being able to interact with the crew while they are flying, doing this historic journey on the far side of the moon. They are going to be seeing pieces of the moon that no human eyes have seen before, which is really spectacular. It's going to be an interesting trajectory. Some of it is in darkness. Then at the terminator, so in darkness, they'll be able to look for like impact flashes and things when micrometeorites pummel that poor moon. And then at the terminator, they can see shadows and interesting things, which kind of gives you depth perception. And then, of course, in the sunlit, picking out everyone's favorite craters. Also, if we launch today or tomorrow, they will see a total solar eclipse from the Orion capsule. How cool is that?
That is very cool. We are thrilled for this Artemis 2 crew to be able to see the moon in a way that we've never seen before. What is so unique about that far side? Why are we going there?
I mean, honestly, it's just, it is unique. It's very different to the near side of the moon. The actual sort of terrain, the morphology, it's very, very different. And so it will be very exciting to see that as we're going past that.
Absolutely. And Nikki, we are performing a lot of science at the moon this year, actually, not just Artemis 2. Can you speak to the commercial lunar landers we're planning to send?
Yes, we are very, very proud of our commercial partners as they take our payloads for us to the lunar surface. And very excited. Next one up is Blue Origin's Blue Moon Mark 1 going. It's got some science on it. It's got the scalps that went on the Blue Ghost. So we'll be able to sort of look at that plume as it's coming down onto the lunar surface, and then also the laser retroreflector that will be the array that's up there too. So even on that first test flight, packing it with science as much as we can.
Wow, Nikki, so much science. It's hard to keep track of everything. But the unique thing about Artemis 2 is we're sending crew. Can you speak to the importance of the human element of science?
Absolutely. I mean, we can program, like we do with our beautiful rovers on Mars, we can program them to do certain things, and it's what we think we need them to do. When you have an astronaut up there, they can make that sort of like really unique split-second decision. The thing I'm most looking forward to is when they think they're going to be looking here, is hearing one of them say, "Oh my goodness, look over there." And I think that's just incredible about how we do that. Also, flying our tissue chips with the astronauts, our Avatar experiment. Here we go, Avatar.
Wow, look at that.
And that's got the tissue chips samples that matched to the crew. Mm-hmm. So we'll be able to monitor the effects of microgravity and radiation on that human tissue as we prepare for more and more missions to the moon for longer and longer durations, right, and then off to Mars.
Wow, Nikki, so much science ahead of us. But first, we have to launch. Thank you so much for being here today.
Thank you so much. Go Artemis.
Of course, go Artemis. And with that, let's turn it back over to the countdown with NASA's Megan Cruz.
Nikki is so fun. She has so much energy and so much passion about the science. And again, yeah, it's just so important to remember that so much science is happening with this mission. It's not just to test out the hardware and the life support systems.
Yeah, you know, you saw the science video, and then we talked to Nikki. Man, there's so much going on, right? We talked a little bit about the lunar observations that we're going to do. And then, you know, she talked about, made a really great point about, you know, the human eye can pick things out that, that a camera or a robot can't necessarily pick out. And so that's why we're sending humans. But also, we're not just doing the lunar observations. The Avatar, like, that's a really cool experiment. You know, they took blood samples from the crew, and then they used those stem cells to make bone marrow and create those little Avatar chips, which is like, feels like scientific, you know, sci-fi movie stuff. But, you know, we're going to look at radiation. We're going to look at all sorts of different scientific experiments. You know, we got the little CubeSats. We're going to go look at space weather. Lots going on.
Yeah, even collecting some of the astronauts' saliva, you can learn a lot about the body through the saliva. So just really a lot in a small amount of time in a small capsule.
Yeah, you know, scientific discovery. That's why we go back to the moon.
Yeah. And so again, her energy just so oh my God, I can't find the words. So
wonderful.
Awesome. Yeah. I don't know why I couldn't find the word. So anyway, yeah, just really, again, thank you, Dr. Nikki Fox and Jasmine. And so Nicole, what about answering more questions?
Let's do it.
Okay, great. First one, what was the word I was trying to get at? No, I'm kidding. Let's have the first question up on the screen now. I know we got him. I see him being asked.
And CDR, OTC, Ryan, Earth 1.
Go.
For your awareness, scrubber cycling is about to be restarted.
Integrity copies.
All right, let's try that again. Can we get the next social question, please? What are the G-forces experienced by the Artemis astronauts during launch and reentry?
Ooh, you know, these are actually pretty similar to, you know, a Dragon launch or a shuttle launch. You know, we have to accelerate to get out of the Earth's atmosphere, and then, you know, we talked about the secondary burns that they will do to get away from Earth. But, you know, for me personally, it kind of felt like we got slingshotted off the Earth is how I like to describe it. So, you know, you get set back in your seat and the G forces are into your chest.
CDR, OTC, you're on Earth 1.
Go ahead.
Moon leak check complete. The cabin is going to be vented to flight pressure momentarily.
Integrity copies.
That's fantastic news.
Yeah.
Again, so the spacecraft is holding pressure as expected, and so now they will depressurize it, which will take about 6 to 8 minutes. Exciting.
Yes. Yeah.
Go ahead, Nicole.
Like we talked about, continuing to march towards the launch. Yeah, so the G-forces are into your chest, and it's kind of a slow build, and you can get all the way up to 4.5 Gs into the chest during the launch, and often they have to back off on the thrust a little bit so that you don't get too high in the G-forces, and especially as we go through kind of max Q or that max aerodynamic force, so as they get through the thicker parts of the atmosphere. And then very similar G-forces on the way home, so slow, steady build up to about 4.5 Gs as the rocket actually decelerates. You know, you heard in one of the packages, when they come back, they're going to be going 7 miles a second.
Gosh, that's
and
incredible.
So you have to slow down somehow, and to do that, you have to actually, you know, when you brake in a car, you feel those G-forces, and so for the astronauts, it'll just be, again, into the chest based on the orientation.
Great. Thank you so much for that answer, Nicole, and for that question. We're going to continue to try to take as many as possible. Again, you know how to send them to us at NASA Artemis. But now we again have another question for you, for our audience. We want to know, what part of Artemis 2 are you most excited for? Liftoff, Earth views from Orion, lunar flyby, or splashdown? Tell us again on NASA's Instagram or Twitch accounts, and we'll share your answers a little later in the broadcast.
That's a tough one. I don't know what my answer would be.
I know. I don't know either. I'm excited for it all, but that's a cop-out. All right, now let's head back over to Banana Creek. Again, the crowds there, really excited. People coming from all over the country, from around the world. Why don't we get another check with Leah Martin to see who she's caught up with now?
Well, Megan, we were a little while ago talking to some students from around the globe. Today we're actually talking to some local students who are from right here locally, Merritt Island in Titusville. We talk a lot about the Artemis generation and about the students who are going to become the next generation of dreamers, of engineers, of scientists and technologists. And I'm actually standing with a group of those students here today. Our local high school has actually implemented a really neat new program in the spirit of being able to create these pipelines for employment and engagement. Can you tell me a little bit about what Merritt Island High School is doing?
Sure. Well, this is a new program, first of its kind here at Florida, and basically what we're studying is astronautics and aviation, kind of blended the two together. We have flight simulators in our lab, but students are also learning about engineering, aerospace engineering, and we're trying to make all kinds of pathways available for them, trying to give them opportunities to see which pathway they might want to be interested in. So, yeah, it's just a great opportunity for them to learn about space. We just finished doing a whole model rocket build where the students took CAD software, developed their own rockets, put them together, and launched them right from our school. So it was very exciting.
Incredible. And then another local high school, Titusville, you guys also have a similar but slightly different program.
Yes, we do space mechatronics with advanced manufacturing, preparing students to build and manufacture things to automate, do automation to build things on Mars and things like that, or locally too.
Now, you told me that you're actually trying to figure out a little bit what you want to do when you're done your freshman in high school. What things are you learning in your class here that are really kind of tweaking your interest in the aeronautics field?
So we're building a lot of things with like metal and how we're supposed to do it on the rockets. We're also doing computer programming, which would help with NASA and like programming and coding.
Absolutely. And you were actually telling me that I think were telling me that you're interested in becoming a pilot. We talked a little bit about the pilot who is on board the rocket right now. How is this program preparing you for your future?
I mean, it's teaching me everything that I know about aviation, and it's really inspiring that I get to learn it in a classroom, like locally as well. It's amazing. I love it.
And then you were also telling me you're taking this class. What's the most interesting thing you've learned?
I really like the whole design part of it, like actually like engineering, like because I want to be an engineer. Engineering the products we use when we build stuff, that's definitely my favorite part, learning how to use those kind of softwares.
Absolutely. Well, Megan, when they're seasoned NASA employees, you'll be able to say that you saw them here first when they were still in high school. Back to you at the desk.
I can also say that they have fans. Nicole Ayers here. As soon as that girl said that she wants to be a pilot, Nicole went, yeah, why is that something that's so thrilling for you to hear?
I mean, I love when kids in high school have goals and they set their goals high and they want to go do something. You know, the kid who wanted to be an engineer or a pilot, like, I love that. You know, find something that you're passionate about, go work hard at it, and go get good at it.
Yeah, and speaking of passion, I mean, we definitely have a whole bunch of people here passionate about what NASA is doing here. Again, the lawn behind us just filled with media from around the world, making sure that they can help tell our story to everyone who is interested in hearing it. So back here in Florida, of course, we have NASA leadership also keeping a close eye on launch operations. Let's go now to Jasmine Hopkins, who is standing by with Lori Glaze, Acting Associate Administrator of NASA's Exploration Systems Development.
Thanks so much, Megan. Yeah, we're honored to welcome Dr. Lori Glaze to the balcony now. Lori, this is our very first time having crew on an Artemis mission. How does that feel, and how does that change our overall approach to the mission?
It's a really good question, and it really came home today when we were watching the crew walk out, and then we saw them get into their van and go out to the pad, and we've been watching them getting into the crew module. And so we've really put an enormous amount of rigor into assuring the safety of our crew. One of the most important things on this mission, different from Artemis 1, is we now have environmental controls and life support systems. One of the most important things we're going to do on this mission is test those out and make sure that we can keep our crew healthy and safe throughout their mission. We also on this mission have an activated launch abort system, which we had the system for Artemis 1, but it wasn't active. But we definitely had that active on this mission. We want the ability, again, if something goes wrong, to be able to have that ability to abort and get them back to the ground again safe.
Absolutely, Lori. I mean, as you're driving home, safety is paramount here at NASA, and your program is responsible for all of these Artemis elements. We have the Space Launch System, Orion, ground system. So how do you get everybody cohesively on the same page for a day like launch?
And that's a great question, and it's really been wonderful to watch our teams working together. We have the ground systems, which are kind of the bookends of our mission. The ground systems help prepare us to get the rocket ready to take off. They're doing all of the loading of the tanks right now and getting the crew into Orion. And then at the back end, they'll be there to recover the crew when they land in the ocean. But they know that their job is to make sure that that rocket is ready to go and that the crew module is ready to go. And then the rocket itself, the space launch systems, they know that their job is to deliver the crew module to the right point in space so that they can conduct their mission. And then again, they have to make sure that everything is ready, that they set them on the trajectory that is going to bring them around the moon and set them up to land in the right place in the Pacific Ocean. And that's their job, and they know how important that is. And they have to work closely with Orion, which again, they also have to work with all the other teams to make sure that everything's working together. And then on top of that, our flight operations teams, all the people on the ground, they're all working together. They know this mission doesn't work unless every single part of the mission works.
Right. Lori, there are so many things that have to work together today. We can't wait to see what happens next. Thank you so much for being here.
It's my pleasure. Thank you.
Of course. And with that, let's take it back to the countdown with NASA's Megan Cruz.
Yeah, and speaking of the countdown, 1 hour, 59 minutes and counting until the opening of our 2-hour launch window at 6:24 p.m. Eastern Time. This is a shot of Jetty Park. It's a nearby popular viewing location of rocket launches, and it is so great to see how many people are here. I mean, this is a Wednesday. Like, people had to take time off of school and off of work, but it's something that they felt like they wanted to do, to be here.
Yeah, you know, I think just based on the chatter on the airplane ride yesterday, half of my airplane ride
oh, no
here
way,
was
really?
They were coming to see the launch. You know, everybody's excited and traveling from all over the world to come see this launch.
And it really is a great day. We had some sprinkles here in the crowd, but for the most part, I mean, it's just a beautiful day to witness history.
It is, yeah, you know, a little bit of sprinkles, but for the most part, the clouds are staying away, and you can see the blue sky behind us, so hoping for good weather in a couple hours.
Absolutely. And so Dr. Lori Glaze mentioned what we learned from the Artemis 2 mission helps pave the way to sustained human presence on the lunar surface. So what are the objectives of this mission to eventually accomplish that? Let's check in with Gary in Mission Control for more.
Thank you, Megan. Yes, the Ascent teams are here in Mission Control Houston, working through their steps to prepare for a go for launch. Right up here on the front board, we're watching the teams in the White Room work through their checklist and closing the hatch as we verify ours, working as one NASA team. What Dr. Glaze said about working across the teams throughout the nation is true. It takes one NASA team to bring everything together and accomplish the mission objectives. The Artemis 2 is designed as the first crewed test flight of NASA's Artemis campaign, sending astronauts into lunar space to validate systems, operations, and human performance ahead of a more complex lunar landing missions. NASA has identified an extensive list of mission and flight test objectives that serve as a checklist to verify the capabilities needed to land humans on the moon. For the Artemis 2 mission, there are 5 overarching priorities that cover the mission and flight test objectives. First is, of course, the crew. As the first crewed mission inside the Orion spacecraft, this mission serves to demonstrate the capability of safely sustain the flight crew throughout the mission, including launch, the deep space component, and return. Number 2 is systems. This mission brings it all together to validate the performance of all ground and flight systems needed for a long-term lunar campaign, from launch infrastructure to spacecraft operations in deep space. Third is hardware and data. We'll be gathering performance data as much as possible over the Deep Space Network, but we also aim to retrieve onboard data and hardware after splashdown to gather additional insight and improve future Artemis missions. Fourth is emergency operations. The crew and flight control team will be testing emergency systems such as abort procedures, rescue operations, and contingency responses. During the flight, astronauts will rehearse a number of these procedures to ensure that in the event of a real emergency, the planned procedures, and operations are sound. And finally, there's subsystem validation. Engineers will be verifying subsystems across the board to ensure reliability across life support, propulsion, avionics, and navigation systems aboard the Orion spacecraft. Human spaceflight is a complicated endeavor that requires precision and confidence across all disciplines. You may hear the phrase, human spaceflight is the greatest team sport, a few times in today's coverage, and it's absolutely true. Not only does it need mastery of specific components, but the integration extends across thousands of people and facilities around the world to come together and make it all work. A lot of the work from many people has led to this moment, a rocket at the pad with humans on board, ready to put everything we worked for to the test. I'm certainly excited about it. The teams here in this room are looking forward to supporting the mission, and I hope those watching are as excited as we are. We are following the countdown here in Mission Control Houston. Everything continues to look good. Now inside 2 hours from the beginning of the launch window. With that, I will send it back over to you, Megan and Nicole.
Hey, Gary, thank you so much. We are getting word that the launch team is working something that we would like to give you an update on. So let's get on over to Daryl.
All right, thank you, Megan. And we are live in Firing Room 1 here at the Launch Control Complex. Yes, we are currently not working any constraints with regards to the rocket or the ground systems. But the launch team has been made aware of an issue that the range is working. And currently they're monitoring that work that is going on over at the range. We understand that issue is related to the flight termination system. Now, the flight termination system, just to give you a quick explainer, every rocket has a flight termination system. It's the system that the Eastern Range here uses in order to send a destruct signal to a rocket in case it veers off path. So it's a very critical, important safety component in terms of how the range keeps the public safe here. We understand that—
Here we go. Hydrogen burn-off igniters initiated. 7, 6, 5. 4-stage engine start. 3, 2, 1. Boosters in ignition. And liftoff of Artemis 1. We rise together back to the moon and beyond.
You are watching C-SPAN's coverage of today's launch of Artemis 2. Here's a look from Kennedy Space Center on Merritt Island, Florida. You can see the Space Launch System rocket, which also includes the Orion capsule on Launch Pad 39B. We are expecting, in less than a couple hours from now, that astronauts Jeremy Hansen, Victor Glover, Reed Wiseman, and Christina Cook will head towards the moon in that rocket. Over the next 10 days, they will test out the Orion spacecraft, perform an orbit of the Earth, and then head towards the moon for the first human lunar flyby in more than half a century. The goal of this mission is to learn things that will pave the way for the return of astronauts to the surface of the moon in the future. Joining us here in Washington, Jeff Velosin, current professor at Capital Technology University and served in several posts at NASA involving spaceflight. Also joining Teasel Muir-Harmony of the National Air and Space Museum, curator of the Apollo Collection. We also invite you into the conversation with our guests and during the time until the launch of the rocket. Here are the numbers you can call: 202-748-8920 for the Eastern and Central time zones, 202-748-8921 for the Mountain and Pacific time zones. And if you live outside of the United States, you can call us at 202-748-8892. Jeff Velosin and Teasel Muir-Harmony, thanks for giving us your time today, especially on this important day.
Oh, it's such an exciting day to be here.
From your various perspectives, what is it about this flight that sets apart when it comes to space flight, Jeff Velosin?
Pedro, I've been waiting for this since I was 10 years old, right? So in 1972, a 10-year-old me is watching Apollo 17 astronauts return to Earth. I've been waiting since then to see this happen, right? So it's so exciting to be here, and the fact that we're moving towards the launch, extremely exciting. So I worked for NASA for almost 40 years, contractor in the Civil Servant Corps. And worked with a lot of the people that are involved in this mission, and just have a lot of pride in having been part of a NASA family.
And the historical aspects of today?
Quite remarkable. I was just going to say, so I haven't been waiting for this mission for quite as long, but I've spent many years being very envious of everyone who got to watch an Apollo launch, and so it's quite exciting for me to be part of, being able to watch this mission, being able to watch Artemis 2 launch. Yeah, as you were saying, it's for decades humans have wanted to return to the moon, and there have been many efforts over time, but this is the first time that it's working in many, many years, and so it's quite an exciting moment. It takes a lot of dedication, a lot of years, a lot of people involved in making it happen. So
what faces this team this time around then from the ones you study when you pulled together things for the Apollo collection?
I say this mission, a lot of people are comparing it to Apollo 8 because this is a mission in the vicinity of the moon, but it's, to me, a bit of a combination between Apollo 7 and Apollo 8 because a big part of the focus is testing out this new spacecraft. So for Artemis 2, this is the first time humans will fly on this spacecraft and humans will fly on this rocket. And so in many ways, it's much like Apollo 7 where they tested out the command module in Earth orbit for the first time. And then Apollo 8, where they also tested out the command module, but that time going towards the vicinity of the moon.
Jeff Velosin, technically, or at least when the technology involved, what sets this mission apart than ones from the ones Ms. Muir-Harmony was describing?
Yeah, so I think like if you look at the current SLS sitting on that launch pad and you squint, especially in this kind of distant view, you almost see the space shuttle, right? And that's really what happened here, right? I worked with the Constellation program in the early 2000s. President Bush said we were going to commit to going back to the moon. And we started off on a path to develop new vehicles, kind of work on new systems. Dr. Mike Griffin came in as a new administrator, and he said, you know what? We have a lot of great legacy in the space shuttle program. We should leverage that history as much as we can to develop this new rocket to go back to the moon. So what you see now is the evolution of what that Constellation program became. And so, again, it uses a lot of shuttle hardware, a lot of tried and true hardware that flew humans for many years. So you build confidence over those years, so it's great to see that. But it is leaving Earth orbit. I think if you think about leaving Earth orbit, the highest anybody has traveled since that splashdown in 1972 is the current NASA administrator, Jared Isaacman, right? So on his mission that he flew just a few years ago, he went higher than any astronaut had gone since 1972. And that was not that high. And so the idea that we're now actually going to send a crew successfully out to the moon, it's pretty incredible.
We've seen the crew in the capsule so far getting ready, making those tests, the capsule of today versus the capsules that you've experienced over time at NASA. How are the differences?
Yeah, and I think the big change at NASA has been we moved away from capsules, right? So if you look at Mercury, Gemini, Apollo, it's all capsule-based technology. In the space shuttle era, we decided to go to a winged aircraft that could land on a runway, it could take off like a rocket. That seemed to be the future where we were heading. I think we started to understand that the capsule shape and the capsule, the way it's built, is a good way to get people in and out of the Earth's atmosphere successfully with the minimal amount of risk. And so I think the capsule of today is bigger. There are 4 crew members on board compared to 3 back in Apollo. Everybody describes it as either 2 minivans or 2 SUVs. Pick your minivan or SUV, but that's the interior volume. And so you've got 4 crew members in there who will have different roles along the way, but now they've got all the amenities of your home. So back in Apollo, they did not. They now have a toilet. They now have an exercise machine. They can heat their food. So things have come a long way, but the capsule shape and the idea of using a capsule to get crew safely into the atmosphere is tried and true.
We'll put a pause on the conversation for a bit because we want to invite Keith Landry joining us from Florida, Spectrum News 13 Orlando reporter. Mr. Landry, good afternoon. Thanks for giving us your time. Give us the status. Where are we as far as the launch is concerned?
Super exciting out here.
Yeah, well, give us a status report. Where are we?
So we're less than 2 hours from the launch window opening. Yes, sir. We're less than 2 hours from the launch window opening out here on Kennedy Space Center. The big clock behind me, you've been watching that roll all day long. They actually started that countdown back on Monday evening around 4:45. So folks are getting very excited out here. The closeout crew is working with the crew right now, putting in some laptops, putting in some batteries for their cameras, really last minute touches. Weather-wise, we're keeping an eye on cumulus clouds moving across the Florida peninsula. They're always a concern. They can try to fire up lightning late in the game, but both weathers, both the forecasters for NASA and NOAA and our Spectrum forecasters, they all believe this stuff's going to clear out in time for 624, at least sometime in that 2-hour window. We should be good to go. Things looking very good. In the briefings the last couple days have been talking about what a clean countdown this is, how the process has been very smooth. They had a little bit of concern about a hydrogen leak, but we haven't heard any talk of that any time throughout the day here. Things very clean, very smooth, Pedro.
Comes to the technical aspects, the hydrogen was loaded in earlier. Nothing of concern over that front or other technical fronts?
You know, that has been the big question in the back of my mind. Back in February, that hydrogen leak caused a problem when they had to roll that rocket back into the vehicle assembly building, and they had to fix that system. They have replaced the faulty seals with some Teflon seals that they believe are working well. They tested those seals. They ran pressurization tests. They tested the lines to make sure that fuel wasn't freezing up, and they're confident that those seals look good. And the good thing about all that is we haven't heard any talk of it this afternoon at all. That's a very positive sign.
Keith Landry's going to give us another status report in about an hour. He's with Spectrum 13 News down there in Orlando. Mr. Landry, thanks for your time. Talk to you in a little while. Ms. Muir-Harmony, I suppose that at this stage, the preparations, the checks, give us the perspective from an Apollo perspective, what was going back then, and apply it to what we're seeing in Artemis today.
So many similarities where the astronauts suit up and then they go out to the launch pad and they get inside, enter the spacecraft. But I was looking back at the Apollo schedule and it was actually a bit more condensed. So it's taking a little bit more time today than they would have taken in the Apollo era. They would have closed the hatch about an hour before the launch. So those preparations were a little bit shorter. For Apollo 11, the first lunar landing mission, that launched in the morning, so the astronauts had to be up at 4:15, and they had their standard astronaut breakfast, steak and eggs, and then they were off to the launch pad. So the schedule is a little bit shorter than what we're seeing with the Artemis program.
The technology, Jeff Velosin, does it make it easier for these checks to be conducted? Today's technology being used on the rocket and the capsule?
Yeah, so I've launched a couple satellites on SpaceX vehicles, and whether it's Artemis or SpaceX, one of the things you notice nowadays, they don't have to poll people as often. It used to be a lot of listening to voice communication where somebody had to say, hey, is everything okay on your end? Okay, yes, it is. Okay, is everything okay in this other area? So you would poll around from propulsion and communication to make sure everybody was still doing well. A lot of that now is automated. A lot of it is now put on computer screens. Checks can be made where you don't always have to be able to poll somebody. So SpaceX has gotten it down where you almost never have to poll.
Is there a sense of telling us what the astronauts are doing as they sit there, as they run these checks? What kind of things are going on?
Sure. So that's the good thing about this is that by the time you get to the launch pad, you've practiced and practiced and practiced and practiced so many times, right? So I think the first safest place for the crew was not inside the vehicle. So the goal was to get all the fuel in the vehicle first, make sure that the vehicle itself was safe to get on board and there was no issues. Now you bring the crew out, right? So the crew just came out a couple hours ago or so. They get on board. They've got a whole series. Each one of them has their own role. They're bringing up their computer screens. They're doing their checks. The ground crew has specific astronauts they're working with, whether it's a communication thing or so. It's a well-orchestrated machine, and you've practiced and practiced and practiced. Both the normal scenario that it's all going to go well, and you've also practiced if things don't go well, what are our backup and contingencies. And so to me, it's the excitement of a launch for the crew and for the ground team, but they're hyper-focused and they have been through this so many times. They're ready to go.
Any standout moments in those initial testing phases during Apollo that stand out in your mind when it comes to historical aspects of what the crews back then were doing?
Well, what you were mentioning about the testing, everything again and again and again in the training. So for something like the Apollo 8 mission, this is the first mission to the moon, to orbit the moon, they train for at least 8 hours for every single hour of the mission. And that's in addition to their general training. It really was, they wanted to ensure that they were prepared for anything that came their way. And you'll see this throughout the Apollo program when there were problems. So during the first lunar landing, there was an alarm that went on in the lunar module, but Bales in Mission Control recognized it because he had just gone through that scenario with training the Apollo 12 crew. So That training was really pretty critical for how smoothly the Apollo program ran, and it's something that sort of a legacy or a lesson that NASA has continued to apply today.
Yeah, and that legacy of Apollo really helped us understand a lot of the basics of how to make this whole capsule system work, going to the moon and coming back. So, you know, when I was a kid, Apollo 1, right, you lost astronauts on the launch pad because they could not get out the door during a fire in the capsule during a test. And so we learned a lot from that. So you're seeing right now, when they're buttoning up the crew, they're going to put the launch escape tower around there. But they were just talking before that they pressurized the door so that if that crew needs to get out, they could get out at a moment's notice. So we learned a lot from tragedies of the past. We learned a lot from the successes of the past. And that's all been built into this capsule for today. And I think, like, if you look at that crew on the pad, they've also practiced. If anything goes wrong, they can get out the door. If it's safe to get out the door, there's a slide that can take them down. That slide's been around since Apollo, I guess, right? More or less.
Yes, and I was hearing there were some updates and that the people who work on the slide got to visit Disneyland or Disney World in Florida, of course, and after hours and check out the roller coasters and learn a bit about that equipment and what gets worn out. And so, you know, it's not as much fun as going on a roller coaster in Disney World, but, you know, a lot of good lessons to learn from that experience as well.
So that's step one, right? So if anything was to happen on the pad and it's safe to get out, they will be told, get out of the hatch, get down the slide. Second thing that could happen is if something happens right before launch or at launch, they can use the launch escape tower that they're just closing up right now to pull the capsule away from the rocket and then put it out in the Atlantic Ocean where they could be picked up. And so that's their next ability to abort the mission if they need to safely. So one of the things they're checking right now is onshore wind. Because one of the things they have to be worried about is if you were sitting on that pad, something goes horribly wrong and you need to pull the capsule away. If the wind is blowing, and if you've been to Florida, right, there's a lot of onshore winds now in the early evening. That onshore wind might blow the capsule back on the land. And so there's a commit criteria that says if that wind is too strong, they cannot allow them to abort that way.
Our guests are going to be with us during the course leading up to the launch and a while after it. Again, we invite you to also call and give us your thoughts as well. The numbers will be on the screen. Ken in Trenton, New Jersey. Line for joining us this morning or this afternoon. Ken, thanks for calling. Your question about today's launch. Go ahead.
Hey, thanks for having me on. I'm a big fan of astronomy and all things NASA. I have a question about the choice of the launch date. Does the fact that it's a full moon tonight have anything to do with that?
Sure. So Ken, I'm from New Jersey as well, so I'll take the New Jersey questions. So, yes, it does. And it's about the orbital mechanics. So you're trying to get to the moon at a certain time so that you can swing around the moon without using propulsion. So it's called a free return trajectory. You can just swing around it and come back to Earth. And so I think we've got maybe 4 or 5 opportunities right now where the moon and Earth are aligned properly to allow that free return to be able to occur. After that, we have to wait until the moon and the Earth a month later are in that same configuration. So yeah, so it's all driven by the fact that in the moon's orbit around the Earth, it's at the perfect location for the next week or so to be able to make this mission happen and allow them to return. No matter what happens, they'll just swing around the moon and come back to Earth by the moon's gravity.
And I can say something related to the decision making during the Apollo program. And they wanted to ensure that when the astronauts got to the moon, when they were landing, that they could see the lunar surface features. And so it was really important that the sun was at a particular angle. So during those early missions, you would have seen it would have been a waxing moon, a sort of first quarter waxing moon generally. And that allowed for the perfect light conditions on the lunar surface.
And that's really interesting because for this mission to do this kind of flyby, they kind of need the opposite. So these astronauts are going to see a dark moon as they approach, but when they swing around the back, they're going to see a pretty full lit backside of the moon. So a lot of the science that they're being asked to do by the geologists is to look at that backside that not a lot of people have seen fully lit.
Here's Nancy from California. Hi, Nancy.
Hey.
You're on. Go ahead.
I'm excited for this. I'm very excited for this launch.
Tell us why.
Well, my dad works for NASA, and he just kept us involved in everything at NASA. And I just love knowing everything and all the things that they're coming up with, the new technology and everything.
Nancy in California, Teasle Harmony, tell us about excitement for these things, particularly at the Apollo time. What was the level of excitement in the United States?
Well, it's so fascinating because according to polling data, there's actually more excitement today than there was during the Apollo era. And people often don't believe me when I say that, but around the first lunar landing mission, more than half of Americans were very excited about Apollo and going to the moon. But for the rest of the 60s, people were quite critical, actually, within the United States at least. And there was some question of whether or not it was the proper use of the nation's resources. So internationally, Apollo was very popular. But domestically, less so. But today, you see the Artemis program, there was a poll last summer saying 67% of Americans were enthusiastic about the Artemis program and sending humans to the moon now. So you do see a lot of enthusiasm today, and actually more than you did in the 1960s.
What do you attribute the enthusiasm to?
I don't know. I was excited in the 60s, but I was an anomaly. I was not the normal. I was the kid that just read space books all the time. I don't think I was the normal citizen. I think back then we had a lot of other challenges, right? Vietnam War, you had a lot of things going on in the world, and I think the use of funds for Apollo had been significant in the early 60s. Under the Kennedy administration, I think Lyndon Johnson wanted to complete that mission, but Congress started to worry about the amount of funds it was taking compared to all the other priorities the nation had. So I think that kind of built some tension in at some point. I can remember Apollo 12, right? Second mission. Like none of our neighbors even thought about it. Like Apollo 11 was this incredible accomplishment. The next mission, it was like, oh, an Apollo launched again. So yeah, I think it was like, oh, hey, we did it, we're done. So yeah.
And does that track that kind of fall off from mission to mission?
It does domestically, at least. Internationally, the enthusiasm was more sustained. And then by the time you get to the Apollo 13 mission, they actually weren't broadcasting the broadcast from space live to Earth anymore. The news wasn't covering it in the same way until there was the accident, and then that captured people's attention again. But it did peter off. It is, I think, so important also to emphasize some of the differences between Apollo and Artemis in terms of funding. And so with the Apollo program, by the mid-1960s, that's over 4% of the federal budget. It was a very large expenditure, whereas Artemis is more like 0.3%. So it's just done at a very different scale, and I think that might factor into how people evaluate these programs.
And the good thing we were talking about before is that the NASA administrator has talked a lot about his vision for what he wants to do. And the hope is that it keeps up the interest, right? It's like he wants to build on this, and he wants to fly every year, and he wants to start seeing a mission cadence that's higher and more robotic missions. And I think that can keep the public kind of drawn in, and you see expansion of a lunar outpost or whatever we develop. That could be the stuff that keeps you going.
If I get, in a general sense, this mission is kind of like testing in real world conditions. So, Mr. Volleson, what do they face as they test these systems out real time?
Sure. Again, for this first mission, it's all about safety. So crew safety. Like I said, they didn't want the crew to get on board unless they think it's safe. They don't want them to leave the pad. So we always hate to scrub a launch. Everyone gets excited about a launch. Everyone's parked out on the causeway waiting for a launch and watching. But if you're not ready to go, you're not ready. You're gonna just keep putting it off. So that's a lot of what's happening on this first flight. Like collecting a lot of data, making cautious decisions. You know that they're going to go into this kind of elliptical orbit that doesn't go too far away from Earth. So at the beginning, if something's not right, they can just bring the capsule back to Earth. And so it's a cautious progression, right? Later on, you've gained confidence in the vehicle. All the systems have been used over and over. You can make those more aggressive, move out to the moon, land on the surface. But this one's going to be a lot of collecting data. And if things don't look right, what's the best way to get the crew back, or what's the best way to keep them safe? And that's what this is going to be all about.
And I suppose those early Apollo missions would eventually be learning processes they can apply in the future ones as well.
Exactly. It was that same iterative approach where each mission contributed to what they did in the mission following it. And there are a lot of details that I don't always make it, to a general discussion about these missions. But for instance, with Apollo 11, after that successful mission, where they kept the ascent stage of the lunar module running after they returned to Earth. So they left it in lunar orbit. They kept it running because they wanted to see how long can it run without this water cooling the systems. And they found out that it could run for quite some time. And that knowledge was then applied to Apollo 13 when they had to figure out how to get the astronauts home, how long the lunar module's systems and computers could run. how water would factor into the needs to cool those systems. And so there was a lot of learning going on and a lot of planning for future missions at the time, making sure that the systems worked and improving constantly.
But there was a big decision. So you know better than I about Apollo 8's decision making, right? So this mission to me was this kind of slow cadence of getting ready. You know, you did Artemis 1, you took your time. Apollo 8 was a really big decision for its moment.
Apollo 8 was. This is a fascinating story, lots of interesting details. It involves the CIA, which always makes it more interesting because there's this race with the Soviet Union, and the CIA helped pick up information that the Soviet Union was getting much closer to potentially sending humans to the moon on a flyby mission, actually much like Artemis 2. So there was some concern, the Zond program, and the Soviet Union was sending animals to around the moon, like turtles. Still having some challenges. But then also there was this issue that the lunar module was not ready in time for the test that they had planned in Earth orbit. So they decided to change the sequencing, much like you see today with the ignition announcement from NASA last week, is that a reevaluation of the schedule and the mission objectives, and saying, actually, let's change things around. Let's send the command module to the moon on Apollo 8. Even though the lunar module is not ready, we'll test out the command module, we'll test out the Saturn V rocket, and we'll test out the lunar module later, afterwards, on the Apollo 10 mission. So you see some changes in real time, which were really critical to ensuring that they were going to meet Kennedy's goal of landing humans on the moon within the decade.
And if you want to be inspired, it's like you go watch a YouTube video of the Apollo 8 astronauts reading from Genesis as they go around the moon, and it's like, you know, that was like everybody was on their televisions watching those astronauts at that moment.
And people are watching television now as far as watching our coverage of the Artemis 2 launch. Our guests are going to be with us, and you can ask them questions. Again, the number's on their screen. Jeff Velosin, Capital Technology University, formerly of NASA, Smithsonian National Air and Space Museum's Teasel Muir Harmony, the Apollo Collection Curator. Let's hear from Tracy in Utah. Hello, Tracy. You're on.
Hi, I was just wondering, why did you get away from the shuttle program and go to Artemis?
Sure. So we might both have perspectives on this. You know, moving away from the shuttle, the space station was I would say its primary role when we developed it was we wanted to be able to build a space station on orbit, be able to service a space station on orbit. Its capabilities were really designed around a space station. As well as some other missions to deliver big science payloads like the Hubble Space Telescope to orbit. As the agency started to think about the role of the low Earth orbiting space station and what it could do for science, we started to think back about going to the moon. And again, the shuttle by itself wasn't the technology that was going to be able to get us back to the moon or to get someday astronauts onto Mars. But we could use a lot of the systems. So like I was mentioning before, you see a lot of the shuttle built into this Artemis rocket on the launch pad. But the actual winged vehicle was really good at carrying massive payloads into orbit. The focus of the agency for human spaceflight has kind of moved over now to be, you know, humans moving to the lunar surface.
I don't have too much to add to that era, but I do think that this change is also a reflection of, as you were mentioning, new objectives and this idea of deep space exploration and what would be possible in the future. And if you're interested in lunar exploration, if you're interested in going to Mars, then the space shuttle is not quite the right vehicle for that. And so it makes a lot of sense to go back to a command module capsule style vehicle.
Let's talk.
Go ahead. I was going to say that, you know, so one of the things too is some people will say, well, we're moving now towards the moon again because the Chinese are building a program and they're going to go back to the moon. And I'm like, as a kid, the inspiration was what was America doing? And it's not a race to the moon. It's more about living in a society that's pushing technology on all fronts, right? And as a young kid, it made us all want to get involved in technology, go to universities and get degrees in engineering and stuff like that in science. And so I think that's the inspiration of this crew and the Artemis program, is to young people to follow all kinds of dreams in engineering and science. They're not all going to become astronauts or engineers at NASA, but I think it's a really inspirational thing when it comes to the ability of the U.S. to do something like that.
Representative George Whiteside's joining us from our site at Kennedy Space Center. Representative, thanks for your time today.
Oh, it's good to be with you.
Tell us, give us your perspective of why you're there, what you're watching for.
Well, we're on a CODEL with other members of Congress. We have the chairman of the House Science Committee leading a delegation down here. As you probably know, I was a chief of staff of NASA under the Obama administration, working for Administrator Charlie Bolden. And this is something that we were working back all the way back then. And to see this actually happen now is incredible, to see the amazing NASA team come together at this moment, industry, government, to create this mission, to build it. And now we're just a few minutes away from launching is just a dream come true. We're excited and very hopeful for the next little bit.
I suppose you get asked the question why missions like these are important, why going to the moon is important, especially with the investment from the government. How would you respond to that?
Well, to me, space represents the best of America. It represents, courage, discovery, international cooperation, doing things that are impossible, showing that we can do hard things. There are also a whole set of pragmatic reasons, as some of your previous guests were talking about. China also has aspirations towards going to the moon. NASA has the Artemis program and the Artemis Accords, which is setting out a much more sort of open process, open protocols for exploration of the moon. And I think those are very important as we go forward. It's important that we lead the way, but that we do it together. And that's what's exciting to me about this, is that this is in many ways the best of America and the best of international cooperation that we're seeing in this mission.
To what extent have you talked with NASA officials or the astronauts themselves before today's launch? And what are the things were you interested in learning from them?
Well, I've had the pleasure of meeting all four of the Artemis crew who are on board the SLS rocket right over there. They're incredible human beings. Victor Glover, will be the first African American to fly to lunar distance. Just an amazing group of human beings. These are people who have spent, much of their lives building towards this mission. It's wonderful to see them achieve that personal moment. And it's also wonderful to see the diversity of this crew and how that reflects back to Earth, so that people see themselves in these great explorers.
Congressman, what do you think is the American sentiment of events like today? Where do you think the public is?
Well, I think the public is excited, but I think also this is the first time we're going back, and so we need to educate the public, and so I'm grateful that you're covering this. There's a huge number of media here. I would say hundreds, if not thousands, of media representatives are here at the Cape. That's a level of media engagement that we really haven't seen for a NASA mission for some time, and so this is really exciting. I think for me, as a member of the Science Committee, what I'm excited about is having this impact the young people, right? For them to be able to see that we can do really hard things, that we can do things that were once considered impossible, and now we can carry that out and have that sense of inspiration feed into them so that they take that into their studies and then eventually take that into their work as professionals, whether it's scientists, engineers, technologists, entrepreneurs, whatever, that they're going to make the world better, just as the Apollo generation did, 20, 30, 40 years ago.
Congressman, after today's launch and once it's done, are we going to see any follow-up on Capitol Hill when it comes to the events of today and where we go from here?
Yeah, I'm sure NASA will have an extensive outreach program following the successful conclusion of the mission. We'll need to educate other colleagues in Congress about the goals and the results of the mission. And then very soon we're going to have to be getting ready for the next mission, which will be, an evolutionary advance on today's mission. The administrator, Jared Isaacman, has set out a very ambitious new plan for the Artemis program, one that I support. And I think that, he's going to keep the agency really clipping along over the next few months and years. So there's going to be a rapid cadence, I think a more rapid cadence of missions that we've seen recently from NASA.
Representative George Whiteside, a member of the Science, Space, and Technology Committee, joining us from our crew at Kennedy Space Center on this Artemis 2 launch. Representative, thanks for your time. We are covering the Artemis 2 launch, which is set to go in about an hour and 24 minutes. If everything goes well from now, you can call and ask questions, 202-748-8920 for the Eastern and Central time zones, 202-748-8921 for the Mountain and Pacific time zones. And if you live outside the United States, 202-748-8922. Of Apollo. What was the support from Capitol Hill, the president at the time, for everything that was going on then?
So there was actually quite a lot of support among members of Congress for when Kennedy first announced Project Apollo. And this was largely because Lyndon Johnson was the vice president. He was heading up the Space Council. And Kennedy went to Johnson and he said, find me a program that promises dramatic results that we can win. Lyndon Johnson made sure that there would be congressional support before Kennedy proposed this program. And they knew that this was going to be an extraordinarily ambitious program. At that point, the United States had just 15 minutes of human spaceflight experience. There were so many unanswered questions about whether humans could eat food in space, for instance. What would happen to the human body over a long course of time, 2 weeks perhaps. It had yet to do any rendezvous or docking. So there were a lot of unknowns. But there was that congressional support. There had been a number of studies conducted to ensure that this was going to be possible. But there was that political support in 1961 when Kennedy proposed Project Apollo. There was also support throughout the 1960s. Lyndon Johnson made it very clear that the Apollo program would be part of Kennedy's legacy once he became president, and that helped ensure support. And then Nixon was pretty enthusiastic about the Apollo program. He got really concerned after the Apollo 13 mission. He was really worried about the astronauts. He was asked to be updated every hour, I believe, on the status of that mission. After that mission, he really started to question whether or not there should be future flights, because it caused a lot of concern for him, and also the potential on his reelection. As one might expect with Nixon. But in general, the Apollo program received quite a lot of political support throughout the 1960s and into the early 1970s.
Jeff Velosa, when you were at NASA working on the science side, politics side, how did it impact what you do? What you did back then?
So I think that from the science perspective, let's go back to Artemis 1. So I was at NASA headquarters in the Science Directorate in Astrophysics. So we're talking about 2022 November, right? So Artemis 1 is getting ready to launch. And maybe it dawned on us a little late, but it dawned on us that the Deep Space Network that the Jet Propulsion Lab runs for NASA, which is an incredible series of antennas around the world, and you'll see these over the next 10 days as the astronauts are communicating back to Earth. Goldstone, California has a site. There's one in Madrid, Spain, and there's one in Australia. And you could think about it as you're heading out to the moon, one of those physical locations is probably facing you at any given time. They have some big 100-foot antennas. They have some even larger antennas that can communicate with everything from the Voyager spacecraft at the edge of the universe to the Artemis crew on the way to the moon. And so that is the challenge for the Science Directorate when human spaceflight missions happen, is that we had just in 2022, if you remember, that's when we launched the Webb telescope. So the Webb telescope had just been commissioned. We had spent all this money. We finally get it up in space. And now we're like, uh-oh, it's downlinking its data on the same antennas that the Artemis team is going to need. And that's a non-crewed flight where you needed a backup antenna. I think for this mission, you probably maybe even need 2 backup antennas. There's a limited number of these antennas around the world. The team that I managed for a little bit at the end of my career, the Space Communications Navigation team at headquarters, and the team at JPL do an incredible job of trying to deconflict all of that and make sure that everybody gets their data. But from a science perspective, it wasn't so much I was worried about, I can't control the politics of decision making on budgets, but I was worried about just, hey, day-to-day operations, how do we ensure? So we met every day. I was the Science Directorate's interface to the Artemis program. So for Artemis 1, we would meet every morning, talk about their schedule, talk about what antennas they needed and what was going to happen on the science side. We'd work with the science teams to try to make that all work. But that is maybe a more operational answer versus a political answer, is that day to day, these missions do use a lot of the same infrastructure on the ground, whether you're a science mission. Back in Apollo, I think they had their own network of antennas. So I think that worked out better. They have human spaceflight antennas and they had science antennas.
And things weren't quite as active in space as they are today. Exactly. So that makes a really, really big difference. But I'm so glad you brought up that ground infrastructure, because that was an important part of what made Apollo a success. And there was international collaboration during the Apollo era. Sometimes people think that this is new, but the United States has worked with international partners for decades, and it's been pretty critical to all the success in space.
Well, and the other thing I think is that people think of this Artemis mission as revolving around the human spaceflight, the mission, the rocket itself, the capsule. But the other thing, like I worked at Goddard Space Flight Center in Maryland for most of my career. There are a lot of people at Goddard Space Flight Center right now making sure that this is all going to work, right? Mm-hmm. They run the communication networks. They run the ground communication. there's a lot of critical roles. They do some of the orbital mechanics work to make sure the trajectory is correct. A lot of that happens at Goddard Space Flight Center. All the NASA centers, in some way or another, are participating, whether you think of them as a science center or a human spaceflight center. This takes the entire NASA family.
On your screen to the left, the crew is there in the capsule. On the right, the countdown clock is going on. Jeff Wilson, there is a story about, and I think you maybe even referenced this. This is about 5 minutes ago, saying there's an unspecified issue with the rocket's flight termination system,
Sure.
which would send that self-destruct system.
Yeah. So one of the things I think they're working is the flight termination system has to be on every rocket, and it is the way that if it moves out of its trajectory too far and can endanger people or whatever, you could destroy the vehicle. Now, in a human spaceflight vehicle, you never want to do that. If you had to do it, they have the launch abort tower that can take them safely away, but they have to make sure that if the rocket moves off its trajectory, that they don't allow it to, say, come back towards land. And so there's explosive charges on all of the rockets. They try to unzip them, like the solid rocket motors on the side, the two big right motors. They'll try to set off charges that will just kind of open it up, so it's not as dramatic an explosion, but it will just allow it to stop burning, right? And the same thing with the main tanks. And so they try to do it in a way that's as passive as possible, if that's the right word, but they will try to then move the crew off, using the launch abort system.
The Associated Press saying the clock is still going, the launch is still planned. To that end, Teasel Harmony, as far as redundancy and safety systems in Apollo, what was available back then?
There was also this launch abort tower. There was a lot of safety and redundant systems built in to the Apollo system as well. So when you're talking about computers today, there's redundancy built in. During the Apollo era, there was that redundancy as well. So that's been seen as a very essential element in American space exploration. And what's interesting is I was just recently looking at a docking module from the Apollo-Soyuz test project. So this is a mission from 1975 where the US and the Soviet Union did this joint mission in space. And they had different design philosophies. And the American system has a lot of redundancies built in, and that's part of the American design philosophy when it comes to space exploration. And the Soviet system didn't. And so they had to learn to work together and find ways to literally physically dock in space in taking that into account.
Carlos in California, go ahead. Thanks for waiting.
Well, hello. What I'd like to ask is since the astronauts will be way beyond the atmosphere and they will be exposed to radiation, are they given personal radiation dosimeters? And if so, what is the estimated radiation exposure cumulative from the flight in rads?
Yeah, I cannot answer the amount of rads that they're expecting to be exposed to, but I can answer the question as in there will be dosimeters throughout the spacecraft. That is one of the scientific goals of this mission, is to collect dosimetry data. There are people closely watching at the NOAA Space Weather Center to look for flares going off on the sun. Just remember, if a flare goes off on the sun and it's headed to Earth, you can see it because the light travels at the speed of light. The particles travel slower, so you have time to prepare the crew. The way the crew would prepare if something was to happen is they have, call it a pantry. Underneath their seats is where they have a lot of their gear stowed. They'll empty the pantry. They'll put a lot of that around the windows of the spacecraft, and they will get in the pantry until that set of particles has passed by, the high radiation event. So they are going to be closely monitoring. They'll be watching the sun. They'll be watching the crew exposure. They'll be doing a lot of dosimetry data collection. And then this is their plan. I think even if a flare doesn't go off, they do plan on having the crew practice what it would be like to have to go into the pantry. I think there are 2 slots, 2 crew members go in each one. They kind of huddle up, and then they're told when they're allowed to come out.
I can only think of the movement. I mean, it didn't look too big for the photo or the video that we're showing. Teasel Harmony, I read once that the Mercury capsule was more worn than actually sat upon.
Yes,
How did that fit as far as the Apollo, as far as its size is concerned?
So Mercury was very tight. Gemini was very, very tight. And then with the Apollo command module, in comparison to those missions, it seemed spacious, but it was 210 cubic feet of space inside. They stowed their seats. That helped a bit. And when you're in space, those environments feel more spacious because you're not dealing with gravity in the same way that you are on Earth. But there's not much space in there. There are not many places to go. And Apollo didn't have this system, this radiation protection system. So it's a really important addition to space exploration and space flight, especially as there's interest in going into deep space. This is going to be pretty critical to limit human exposure to radiation.
This is Lorenzo in Texas. Hi.
Hey, how y'all doing? I just wanted to talk about kind of some of the risks that I don't think I've heard discussed too much. You know, a lot. I some years back lived in Clear Lake, and a lot of these astronauts, you know, they take a lot of risks. They're driving around in their Corvettes. They're drinking their Tang and vodka, and you know, how do we know they're not going to get up there, get impregnated by some kind of alien fetus?
Okay. Let's let's go to John in Arkansas. John in Arkansas. Hello. Go ahead.
Yes, sir. Thank you for taking my call. How close will the integrity be to the lunar surface? And second question, what about the mac and cheese and brisket? Is there a way I can order that?
That's the menu. Let's talk about that in a bit. But we showed people the animation of the trajectory. Talk about how close it is, and what's the point of the way they're going to go around the moon? What's the point of all that?
So with this flyby mission, they're expecting to be about 4,500 to 5,000 miles from the lunar surface, I believe. So with the Apollo program, it was on average about 60 miles from the lunar surface, so quite tight in. And the Apollo astronauts' view of the lunar surface was quite close up. So if you've seen the Earthrise photo, you get a sense of how close up they were because that was taken from lunar orbit. So with the Artemis program, or Artemis 2, I should say, they'll be quite a bit further, and I've heard it compared to the size. The moon will be like the size of a basketball held at arm's length, to give you a sense of that. So a much further distance, they'll be able to stay in communication for much longer with NASA on Earth. One issue that arose in the Apollo program is when the astronauts orbited around the far side of the moon, they would lose communication every time they did that. And this flyby trajectory will limit the amount of time that they're out of communication with Earth.
Yeah, and that is one thing for the future of Artemis is the space communication team is working on lunar communication relay orbiters, right? So sooner or later, you don't want them to have to always lose contact on the other side. And especially if we're trying to explore the south pole of the moon, there could be a lot of areas that'll be difficult to communicate directly back. So having a relay satellite or multiple relay satellites, and that's a project that's ongoing as well.
From, I think this is Kim in California. Hello, you're next up for our guest.
Hello, my name's Tim. I grew up as a kid in the 60s in Orlando, Florida, so I watched many of the Apollo launches. I'm so excited about this. All I got to say is God bless, have a good flight, and God bless America.
Okay.
I love hearing those stories. I'll say that when I often travel and give talks on the Apollo program, and very frequently people will tell me where they were when Apollo 11 or a certain Apollo mission launched, and it was a big part of it impacted them, and their memory and where they were at that time mattered. And all over the world, so I've traveled around the world giving talks, and people will tell me where they were and how it influenced them, and it really was a program that touched lives on every single continent and became a defining moment in many people's lives. So over half the world's population followed the first lunar landing. It grabbed incredible amounts of global attention, and we were talking about the Apollo 8 mission and the broadcast from the moon on Christmas Eve. And when the astronauts were planning for that address or that broadcast, they were told more humans on Earth will listen to your voice than listen to any voice in the history of humankind. And so they were told to say something appropriate, which was quite a challenge, but they figured it out. But it turns out it was the case. More humans listened to their voices than had listened to any human voice in history. And when the Apollo 11 astronauts landed on the lunar surface, more humans followed that flight than had ever done anything together in history. So It really monumental, and it's exciting now with the Artemis program, and to think about how it's going to potentially bring people together or draw that type of attention again.
Yeah, and I think like Tim in Orlando, as a kid, it can make such an impact, right? So we were talking before, I've been at a school, elementary school last week up in Pennsylvania, and I gave a talk about Artemis and going back to the moon, and it was amazing how 3rd, 4th, and 5th graders were like all over it. They knew about the mission, they knew what was going on, and I'm like, wow, man, it is great to see kids at that age excited about this going back to the moon.
Just to let you know, the issue that we had spoken about briefly, that's been resolved according to NASA, so everything is still going. We've been showing people video of a crew outside. It looks like they're part of the sealing up process. Talk about that aspect. At this point, there you go. We'll show you.
So what's going to happen is they have to get, with the rockets full of fuel, it's highly explosive. They don't want as many people around that right now as there are. So that closeout crew has gotten the crew in safely. They've done their communication checks. They know the crew is all buckled in. They put the hatch on, the outer hatch, the inner hatch. They made sure it could pressurize so the crew could get out if they needed to. Then they put the door on that's part of the launch escape tower. So remember, that launch escape tower is like a cone that covers the entire vehicle. So there's a separate door that goes on there. So there's actually an inner door on the capsule and then an outer door that's part of the launch escape system. They'll get that buttoned up, and once they have that buttoned up, that crew will then leave. Because now you're just going to have the onboard crew who could abort if they need to with the launch escape system, and the closeout crew will leave them be. So they're finishing up their activity. There's going to be a built-in hold coming up, so I think you'll see the clock stop, and not to worry, that is a built-in hold for them to go through and just make sure everything's good. It might last, I think, up to a half an hour, and then they'll pick up the count, and that'll be the terminal count. From there, you're going pretty much straight to 0. There's another small hold, but you're pretty much moving along then.
And now we have video of the crew sitting there, the 4 members of this Artemis 2 crew, as they sit and wait as the countdown continues. At this point in Apollo time, same things are going on, checks are going on. What's different, what's same about what we're seeing today?
Yeah, it's very, very similar. So they're checking to make sure everything in the system's correct. They also, as we were discussing earlier, the weather, the path is clear. They want to make sure that the weather is good in multiple locations. So they're checking the weather both in the Atlantic and then in the Pacific in case they need to have an emergency landing in the Pacific. They're also checking solar weather. So all this data is being processed and evaluated to ensure that the launch will be safe when it's time.
Reed Wilson, Victor Glover, Jeremy Hansen, and Christina Cook, the 4 members of this crew. Similarities because they're astronauts, large differences. Tizo Mio Harmony, draw the comparisons between what we're seeing today, what we saw back then during Apollo.
Yes, so many differences. One of them is actually, this is a much older crew than you would have seen in the Apollo era. So they're about a decade older than the Apollo crew. And they have an incredible amount of experience going into this flight. So 3 of the astronauts have already flown in space. And also Victor Glover has already flown a vehicle, a new vehicle for the first time, I believe. And then you also have the first time that a non-American is going to the vicinity of the moon. So in the Apollo era, 24 astronauts went to the vicinity of the moon, either landing or orbital missions. And every single one of them was an American. And the Artemis program really reflects the international partnerships that are making this program so successful. So the European Space Agency, for instance, contributing the service module, and Canada has been an important partner with the United States in space exploration for many, many years. So it's so exciting to see an astronaut representing a different country as part of this mission. So that is one big difference that you'll see with this crew.
And Jeff Wilson, the international perspective and the partnerships perspective.
Yeah, I was going to say, because a lot of people ask me, like, why a Canadian? How did a Canadian get on the Artemis crew? But if you think back, like if you see the space shuttle, it's got that robotic arm. That was from the Canadian Space Agency. If you look on the space station, there are robotic arms. A lot of them are from the Canadian Space Agency. They were going to build, there was a gateway element that was going to be part of the Artemis program. They were going to build another robotic arm to go on there. Part of that was for the Europeans, for the Canadians to have an opportunity for their astronauts to fly as well. And so the Gateway program is now changed with the new vision that the new administrator has, but Canada will still be a critical partner. And so back in the early 2000s, one of the jobs I had at NASA was to get together with the international partners. There were 13 space agencies throughout the world. We would come together to talk about our common interest in going back to the moon, going on to Mars. And that was what we started out calling the Global Exploration Strategy. It's kind of grown into what's now the Artemis Accords. And so the goal was that each country, like if the Canadians are very interested in robotic technology and that helps their industries, if the Europeans are very interested in some other kinds of technologies, or the Japanese are going to be building a pressurized rover as part of the Artemis program. Like think of about like a big pickup truck, cab that you could drive around on the moon. That's really leveraging their experience from the space station program and other things they've done and really helping their industries. And so the goal of all of this is to find that common ground where we can work together and each one of us kind of gain in the industries and in the areas that we want to focus on.
This team led by Reed Wiseman, what's his job during this 10-day mission?
Yeah, so as commander, just like a shuttle commander, you're the overall lead for the mission. So you're kind of making sure you've got everything orchestrated, that your crew understands clearly what they need to do, whether it's in just primary flight or whether there's a contingency, especially if a contingency happens, right? The commander is going to be the one who's going to make sure that everybody knows their role and is executing their role properly. They're also going to be protective of their crew. If the ground starts asking them to do too many things, if they're kind of interrupting them from doing things, he's going to be the one to ensure that the crew is, able to kind of get a breath here and there and stay on a schedule. And so he'll be kind of working that too between the ground and the crew.
And Teasel, Amir Harmony, what has NASA taught us about those who are selected as commanders? What are the standouts there?
I think in general, they've been able to work with other people in a very constructive way. It's sort of interesting because at least during the Apollo era, the selection was a bit of a mystery. There are guesses. There are lots of guesses, like why was Neil Armstrong chosen to be the first person to walk on the lunar surface? And there are some answers that we have. So he was on he was backup crew for the Apollo 8 mission, and so the sequencing worked that he would be on Apollo 11. And in his biography, it talks about how George Low was very impressed when it came to his ability to connect with international audiences on one of these astronaut tours that he did after his Gemini mission. And so there's some sense of why he was chosen, but there isn't actually all that much information available. A lot of that astronaut crew selection was done sort of not as publicly as you might guess.
Victor Glover is the pilot. It seems obvious the job, but what does he have to do in relating to the technology to maneuver the capsule?
Yeah, so one of the key things they're going to do is they have to try out, in the end, they're going to have to dock this to a lander at some point, not on this mission, but in future missions. So what he's going to be doing is during the flight, they're going to get into this orbit around Earth, this elliptical orbit, and they're going to separate from the upper stage that got them there. And when they separate, Victor Glover will be now driving around it to practice what it'll be like to someday be able to dock on the next mission, hopefully, dock with a lander. And so on the next mission, they hope to put into low Earth orbit one of the landers, if not both of the landers that are currently in development, and they'll have to be able to dock and show that they can dock and undock, just like back in Apollo. And so he's going to be practicing that. They're not going to actually dock with the upper stage, but they're just going to practice how maneuverable is this Orion spacecraft, and can it do the things they need it to do?
We talked about Jeremy Hansen. Christina Cook serves as a mission specialist. What is that?
Right. So this goes back to how do you pick an astronaut, right? So in the previous Apollo era, it was all about test pilot. That was really the skill set, working under stress as a test pilot. Now with mission specialists, they're going to have more roles related to the science of the mission. Christina talks a lot about how when they go around the back of the moon, they've been asked by geologists to look for certain features, kind of look at what does the human eye see compared to what an orbiting telescope on the Lunar Reconnaissance Orbiter sees. What is it like for humans? So they're going to be doing medical testing on each other. And those mission specialists, they're all trained for different parts of that science that they're going to do during the mission. So very different than just being a test pilot. They're all really great. They've been in orbit before, except for Jeremy. Christina's, I think, got the record maybe for U.S. Female astronauts for time in space. And so she's done spacewalks. She's done an incredible amount already. For this mission, it's going to be focused on accomplishing the science of the mission.
The mission specialist, did that emerge from Apollo, or was that part of the earlier missions?
That's a later development. So that's a shuttle era position. So the shuttle program and the Space Shuttle orbiter really opened up the space exploration to many more astronauts. And so with the Apollo era, you get 3 people on board at max. With the shuttle, I think it was 7 people could fly. And so that allows for a few different things. So you get mission specialists, people who are able to really specialize in certain experiments and other critical issues related to the deployment of satellites and that type of thing. But you also get this new inclusion of international astronauts as well. And so President Nixon saw that as an important part of the shuttle program, is that space exploration would contribute to American diplomacy, not just in terms of engagement and getting people excited, but also through having international astronauts fly in an American spacecraft.
And I think the joke of Apollo always was, we finally got a geologist, a scientist, to go to the moon, the last mission, and that was it. So Harrison Schmitt.
We have Jeff Olosin, who you just heard from, formerly several roles at NASA. He's with the Capital Technology University, Teasel Mule Harmony of the National Air and Space Museum. She's the curator of the Apollo collection. On for this day of covering Artemis 2, the launch set to take less than an hour from now as things are progressing. We have a team also joining us from Kennedy Space Center. That's where Keith Landry is of Spectrum News. There's 13. He's their Orlando reporter. Mr. Landry, welcome back. Tell us about what stage we're at right now.
Oh, Pedro, it's exciting. Just since I've been standing here a couple minutes ago, we heard some cheers behind me. That's because the countdown clock is under an hour now. Started back on Monday at 4:44 p.m. They've been counting down ever since, preparing, doing all their debriefs and all their checks, and now we're to less than an hour to the launch window opening up. Launch window opens at 6:24. It's a 2-hour launch window. Things still looking good. If you look right now, the skies are bright blue clear, the clearest they've been all afternoon. NASA says we're 80% go on weather, so that is not a concern. It really looks beautiful off to the east, and everything coming on shore would be going off to the west. So we're really looking very well in the weather department. They did have that question about the flight termination system that would be used if they needed to abort, to sort of destroy the rocket essentially away from the public, to protect the public. They were able to fix that. That's back in the go range, so great news there. We had our one little fly in the ointment and we got past it, and this has been a clean countdown. Very remarkable in the briefings how well it's gone. NASA has 500 launch criteria. They have to check 500 boxes to get the green light. And right now things are looking really strong. So we're excited out here. There's thousands of people along the parks and bridges and roadways of Central Florida getting as close as they can to witness this historic mission since 1972, since anyone has set eyes on the far side of the moon. And right now we are looking good. The doors are closed on the capsule, and the arm will be swung back. That's the next step here, the next sort of milestone in these last steps before we try to launch here this afternoon out at Kennedy Space Center, Pedro.
Keith Landry, we've talked about the 10-day aspect of the mission. Can you condense generally what the astronauts will be doing over those 10 days?
Sure. So day one, they're in low orbit. They actually, I was speaking with Lockheed Martin just a little while ago. They're going to do, really shortly after they get into space, they're going to do a few tests on the capsule, like sort of right away after we stop talking about the fact that they launched successfully. We're going to be getting right on to the next part of the story where they start to test the capsule, where they do maneuvers. They're going to do a move where when they're in the highest orbit, they'll do an adjustment and burn the engines to adjust the lowest orbit higher, to position them to move from a circular orbit around the Earth to a more elliptical orbit to go around the moon. And the idea here is to slingshot around the moon using its gravity and actually slingshot back toward the Earth. So they'll be doing these tests, as your previous guest mentioned. They'll see if they can dock with a future lunar landing vehicle, and then they'll begin a 4-day journey over to the moon. They'll be testing really life support systems, software, radiation, the ability of the crew to take radiation in different areas as they traverse through space. And then they'll go on the backside of the moon. One of the highlights were on the backside of the moon. They're going to lose radio contact with NASA for 40 to 45 minutes. The world will be holding its breath during that 40 to 45 minute period where we cannot speak to the crew. We're just going to have to wait until they come out the other side to speak to them again. Then they'll use the elliptical trajectory and the gravity of the moon to slingshot back to the Earth. Day 6, flight day 6, they'll get the closest to the moon, maybe about 4,000 to 6,000 miles away from the moon, where they'll be able to get the great look at the lunar surface on the far side, take some photos, take some videos, and again, that's the highlight of the mission. 72 years, or rather 1972, since anybody set eyes on the moon. They'll do that on day 6 of this flight, and then they'll make their way back. If all goes well, if all goes smoothly, they will travel 4,000 miles more on this mission than any Apollo mission did. And if it all goes smoothly, they'll splash down day 10 in the Pacific Ocean off the San Diego coast sometime around 5 or 6 p.m. San Diego time. 11 massive parachutes slowing the capsule down to about 20 miles per hour before they finally do splashdown. And I should mention, Pedro, they're saving one of the biggest tests for last in this entire 10-day mission. That's the heat shield. As they come back through the Earth, they re-enter the Earth's atmosphere. The heat shield will have to withstand 5,000 degree temperatures to make that happen. They're going to test that, they're going to observe that. They'll be looking to see how that handles throughout the end of the mission to cap it off, hopefully successfully, with that splashdown off San Diego at the end of day 10.
Keith Landry, before we let you go, you brought up the heat shield. I think it was during the last launch that there were expressed concerns about the heat shield. Where does that stand?
Well, that'll be some of the things they'll be looking at. They've had a chance to adjust it. 5,000 degrees is pretty hot, and they're going through the atmosphere for a long time. They'll be testing it, they'll be measuring it. They'll take a lot of data away from that, and they'll regroup on that heat shield and see if they have to make adjustments to it. The contractors will be looking closely, working with NASA. If they have to make any adjustments during the flight, they'll do what they have to do, but it's a major test. It's one of the major tests for the Orion capsule as they re-enter the atmosphere here, with maybe there are still some unknowns.
This is Keith Landry. He's with Spectrum News 13, part of our coverage of Artemis 2, joining us from our site in Florida. Mr. Landry, thanks for your time. Diesel Harmony, you talked about some of those tests. You were kind of and referred it to Apollo, so I wanted to see if anything he said kind of sparked in you as far as things to bring up from the Apollo mission.
It does. So the heat shield is actually made of a very similar material to the Apollo era, this material called Avcoat, and it's updated for the modern era. I think they took out the formaldehyde or something like that. But what they did in the Apollo era is the heat shield was created as one solid piece, and you had this honeycomb structure, and there were 400,000 cells across the Apollo command module, and each of them was injected by hand with this material Avcoat, and then it was cured, and then it was scanned, and anywhere there was any imperfection, they would drill it out and fix it. And that heat shield worked remarkably well. It had to withstand the same frictional heat that you just heard about for the Artemis 2 mission. It's this mission to the moon. So this is what happens. I believe you're coming in at 25,000 miles an hour or something like that. So you have to withstand 5,000 degrees Fahrenheit. It's an ablative heat shield, both with the Apollo and the Artemis program's heat shields. And so there were a lot of lessons from the Apollo program that were applied to the Artemis program for the development of this heat shield. One important difference, though, is the application. So it's a similar material, except with the Artemis program, the heat shield is in panels, perhaps more inspired by the shuttle program. I'm not quite sure, but that heat shield is applied in panels. So a slightly different approach, but using that same sort of heritage material from the Apollo program.
But that did seem to be part of the challenge, right? So those big, like you said, those honeycombs, each one is peeling away as the heat is being absorbed, right?
Mm-hmm.
Where now they were seeing after Artemis 1, bigger chunks kind of had fallen out, right? And I think that concerned them. So one of the things they're going to change this time, they're going to try to come in at a steeper angle.
Mm-hmm.
So you might say, well, that would make it hotter, but the goal is to get through the atmosphere a bit faster.
Mm-hmm.
So the amount of heat total that you absorb is less, right? So they're hoping that adjustment will result in something much better than what they saw in Artemis 1. They've also made a number of other changes too, so.
Mm-hmm. And the reentry of Artemis 1 was using this other approach to reentry. It was almost like a skipping stone. If you've ever gone to a lake and skipped a stone across the water, it was this idea that the spacecraft would dip into the atmosphere, sort of skip and then go again. And the idea behind that is it would slow it down. But what ended up happening, it ended up affecting the heat shield more than they had anticipated. So they've decided against that trajectory.
So the video now shows us live pictures from inside the capsule. I see screens. I'm sure, Jeff Velosa, you see other things that the crew is working on.
I'm watching the countdown clock. So it's still moving.
It's still moving. We're still going.
It's going to pause. And again, don't anybody worry. It's going to pause on purpose.
Okay.
So they're going to hold it, I think, around 40 minutes. So you'll see it stop here in the next couple minutes. And then they're going to do some checks and everything. That's a built-in hold that's already in the program. So that clock stopping at 40 minutes is not a concern.
But as far as what they're doing, as far as the screens are, because again, these are part of the final checks.
Yeah, and again, they're going through all their systems. They've got to do, each individual has a responsibility for checks. They have people on the ground they're going to talk to as well, depending on what their responsibilities are. Some of them are looking more at like propulsion. Some are looking more at like communication or power. People on the ground are checking. They're checking. The crew wants to be familiar and comfortable as well.
Is this the role just of the commander and pilot, or are the mission specialists all involved?
They all have a role, I think, and I'm not positive. I think Christina and Jeremy do have to share computer screens because they are mission specialists. Their role is not as much, but they all do have roles at launch. It takes all of them to kind of keep an eye on things. They're all, trained to be able to alert the other crew members if something goes wrong, right? So they all have their roles.
Let's listen to a little bit of the crew chatter if we can.
Test director giving an update to the crew. Some messages flashed on their displays. Just wanted to say that they didn't have to worry about that. We're going to clear that. And that also just reassuring the crew, again, that they are tracking and working the issue with the launch abort system battery.
Yeah.
All right. And then first-time flyer, Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jeremy Hansen will fly to the moon as a mission specialist on the Artemis 2 mission. The London, Ontario native.
And that's what they're listening to, still expressing some concerns about those issues. Again, the clock's still going, as our guest said. Let's hear from Kevin. Kevin in Oklahoma, thanks for holding. Go ahead.
Thank you very much. As a previous caller mentioned, I was born in 65, which is to say I don't recall the first, in 69. But I believe the look on Walter Cronkite's face that you showed earlier summarizes it for so many people. When you're excited, but you don't really know why, but you're happy that they got to where they were going. And you stop and consider all of the famous people throughout history, Moses, Cleopatra, Julius Caesar. None of them are going to do what these folks are going to do. I have a couple of questions for each of your guests. I'll go ahead and give you the questions first, if you don't mind. Mr. Volleson, there's a lot more in space than there was. Satellites, what I would call junk. What concern is there for running into anything? Do you have to notify anyone who has satellites? Do they have to reprogram them to make sure they're out of the way? The other question is, I'm not a conspiracy theorist when it comes to landing on the moon. I know that we did. But will this crew be able, as they're going around, be able to take any evidentiary photographs of a prior landing to hush all those people up? And to Ms. Harmony, my two questions are, what is the most popular thing that people like to see when they come to the Smithsonian regarding the space exhibits? What do they really like the most? And the follow-up is, what, in terms of public relations, can you do to get young people today to really get excited the way that we did? Will there be any kind of exhibits? Not everybody can afford to come to Washington. Can you do anything about bringing exhibits to each state so that more young people and older people can get excited about it so they can support it when it comes to trying to get funding and other things regarding public relations? Is there a site that we can go to get T-shirts or caps or to get everybody excited about this the way we were back in 69 and 70?
Kevin in Oklahoma, thanks for the questions. Ms. Muir-Harmony.
So many fantastic questions. Thank you. I will just mention something about sort of the proof of the first lunar landings when the astronauts travel to the moon. And the Lunar Reconnaissance Orbiter, which is orbiting or has been orbiting the moon for over a decade now, actually has photographed those lunar landing sites. And you can look at the Apollo 11 site. You can look at some of the later missions like Apollo 15, and you can see those rover tracks. You can see the descent stage of the lunar module. So it's worth doing. It's really fun to see. You actually even see the American flags and that they've been bleached white by being out on the lunar surface. So there is some of that great sort of photographic evidence already of those sites taken somewhat recently. I think the astronauts will probably be too far from the lunar surface to see anything with their own eyes. At the Smithsonian, it's been such a joy. The season has gotten really, really busy. Yesterday, I could barely move through one of my exhibits, which is called Destination Moon, and it's about lunar exploration. That is one of the most popular exhibits that we have. I'll say that the Smithsonian National Air and Space Museum, it's one of the most popular museums in the world, and it really gives you a sense for the enthusiasm of spaceflight and aerospace in general. People love seeing Neil Armstrong's spacesuit. That is always a big draw. That gives you a sense of what it might have been like to be in space. People often ask, is that the real one? But we also have a touchable moonstone, which is extremely popular as well. And for a little while, it was off display because we've been renovating the museum, and people would ask where it was because they wanted to touch it and have that personal experience and that physical connection to lunar exploration. And then that last question, so great, about public relations and getting people excited. Actually, after the Apollo 11 mission, the United States sent the command module from that mission around the country on a 50-state capital tour. So it visited each capital state before then it returned to Washington, D.C. to be part of the national collection. And I will say that there are fantastic aerospace museums across the country who are covering this mission and have exhibits related to the Artemis program and the future of space exploration. The Smithsonian has a really robust loans program, so all the Apollo command modules that are in my collection, one of them is in Washington, D.C., and every single one is in a different part of the country, and there's one in London as well. And so no matter where you are in the country, there are these incredible treasures from the history of space exploration that you can find at many local museums. And I imagine the same will be true as the Artemis program gets going and there are more missions and more artifacts to collect. There'll be something that you'll be able to visit near where you are.
But Teasel, I think you're onto something. I think if Jared Isaacman is listening right now, I think put the Artemis capsule after it returns on a train and take it around all 50 states. It's 250th anniversary. What a great idea. So I think if he's listening, we got to get that. Yeah, get that capsule on the road.
Well, I will say, so this SLS actually has the semi-quincentennial special 250 symbol on it. So this is a special SLS for the 250th anniversary of the country, and that symbol is on that rocket, and it would be a really cool way to celebrate 250 years of the country.
Before you give your answers, Mr. Villison, just to note it that the clock
I know it just went
40.
right by.
Yeah, that's a good sign.
That's a good sign. Yes. Yeah.
But please proceed. Go ahead.
Oh no. And I think you answered almost all the questions really well. So I think the only thing to add was the whole space population of orbiting satellites and debris. And so whenever we launch, doesn't matter whether there's crew on board or not, there's a whole analysis done of the flight trajectory and then what could be the probability of hitting something. There's not a lot you can do if it's an orbiting satellite or a piece of debris. Some satellites could move out of the way. I don't know that I've ever heard about that for a launch situation. But on orbit, sometimes there are situations where we do maneuver satellites around. The space station has moved out of the way of debris a couple times as well. So that is something that is modeled. There are radars that are tracking most of the bigger debris. We know where all the satellites are. So in mission planning, we just kind of take that into consideration, make sure we're going to be safe. But I wanted to go back. You mentioned the 250th. So one of the things, when you look at that rocket on the launch pad, and I said you can kind of squint and see the space shuttle, you seriously can. The 4 engines on the bottom of that rocket have flown at least, I think one of them spare parts, but 3 of them have flown more than 5 times on the space shuttle. So if you go to the Udvar-Hazy Museum at the Smithsonian and you look at that bell, there's no engine in there. because all the engines from the shuttle missions have been taken out and they're being used for these missions. So those are real shuttle engines on the bottom of that rocket. The other thing, you see those big white 250th anniversary solid rocket motors on either side. Most of the segments of those rockets, they're in 5 segments. On the shuttle, they had 4 segments. So there's another segment added to get more power. Those segments as well, most of them have flown 4 or 5, almost 10 times on the space shuttle program, and now they're being used, and they're going to be thrown, everything will be thrown away now with Artemis. It won't be recovered, so yeah.
A smaller rocket, but it produces more thrust.
A smaller, in this case, those 2 big solid rocket boosters on either side, they will provide 75% of the thrust needed to get this thing off the ground and to about the 2-minute mark. And so they're mostly doing all the work. Those 4 shuttle main engines that are sitting down there are only providing 25% of the push. And just think about it, after 8 minutes, all of the orange tank, all of the white boosters, they're empty. They have no more fuel. The boosters fell away at a couple minutes after launch. The tank is empty by 8 minutes. They get rid of that first stage, right? So all of that is needed to just get out of the Earth's gravity well. The rest of that rocket can take you to the moon and come back. It's just all of what you need to get out of the Earth's gravity well. That's the challenge.
I suppose a lot different than the Apollo rockets that were used at the time, yeah.
Yeah, so with the Saturn V, you had the rocket, which was 3 primary stages, but a very similar approach in the sense that you have this multi-stage rocket, and once the fuel is expended in each of the stages, then it drops away, and the rest of the spacecraft continues on its way.
Yeah, and I think one of the things, when you think back to Apollo, it was thought that for crew missions, liquid rocket engines were the way to go, right? So whether it was hydrogen, oxygen on the shuttle, or whether it was like a version of almost like a jet fuel and oxygen on some of the other launchers, you were always using liquid rockets. It was with the shuttle was the first time we trusted solid rockets to be part of the lift. They provide extremely high amount of thrust at launch. Problematically, once they are turned on, they cannot be turned off. They cannot be throttled. So that's a big risk if they're connected to a crewed vehicle. And so the challenge is, when you see the launch here today, the rockets, the shuttle main engines in the middle will launch first. They will ignite. And then after they have ignited and they're working perfectly, then you're going to light up the solid rocket boosters and let the machine go. Because once you light those up, there's no turning back. They're going to provide full thrust until they burn out.
Just under 35 minutes now until the expected window opens, and the launch expected 6:24 as it progresses. All signs leading to that, with our guest talking about the Artemis II launch today. Dilly in Tennessee and Nashville. Hi there. Go ahead, please.
Well, happy launch day from Nashville. It looks like it's just about time to, as they would say, light this candle. First thing I'd like to do is say a big thank you to all the past heroes of NASA and all the thousands of people that have currently spent hours to get us to today. And I hope that when this thing comes off without a hitch, you guys will be tremendously proud. Also like to give a shout out to C-SPAN. I've watched your coverage here for about an hour. It's just stellar. And your 2 guests that you have there have been just wonderful with giving their explanation in layman's terms. So thank you for that. My first question may have just been answered. I'm just old enough to remember the Saturn program, and I wanted to know what the basic difference in the Saturn rocket and this rocket was, but I think you may have just briefed that over. So I'll go to the second question that I have, and you guys have touched on this for a little bit, and I'd just like to do a deep dive on a abort program. I want to kind of go inside the chair of Commander Wiseman. And my assumption would be that he has had just hours and hours of training, almost like a flow chart. If this goes wrong, I do this. If this goes wrong, I do this. If this goes wrong, I do this. Or how much of it is going to be depending on one man sitting in that chair looking at real-time data coming that he may or may not be aware of and have to make that decision. Kind of take me into the mind of that abort or no abort with Commander Wiseman.
Caller, thank you for calling. Thanks for the question.
I can start, and I think we can maybe talk about the Apollo version of this as well. So I think today there's so much automation involved, and there's so many computers looking at data and flagging anything that's out of specifications. The commander and the ground team are talking constantly, and if anything is moving towards, they'll set different limits. So they'll say, hey, if the oxygen temperature ever reaches this temperature. It's not dangerous, but we should start to pay attention. It's above where we want it. So they'll have constant communication about anything that looks like it's moving outside parameters. And in a lot of cases, it's a computer flagging it for them to say you should be paying attention. Maybe there's a pump not working. They can kind of go through and say, what might be the cause of the oxygen temperature going up or something else like that? Could it be a valve, a seal? They'll start to troubleshoot. And so there are going to be a number of people talking on voice loops that we don't hear that are going to be talking about anomalies that they see. And it could be very minor things and it could be major things. And so that's the goal of the commanders, to keep aware of, the ground crew is going to continually make them aware that, hey, we're working something right now. We've heard a couple things today already about the termination system, the abort system. They're just going to give them awareness. If there's anything the crew could be doing to kind of look into something, maybe they could, but in a lot of cases, the ground crew has access to so much more data, so much more compute power. They're going to be making the commander aware. And then the commander's thinking through what contingencies might we as a crew have to execute. Worst case scenario, we have to get out of the capsule on the pad. Worst case scenario, we have to board into the Atlantic. Even during ascent, they'll be giving them information about the pressurization of each coming stage. And then should we abort to the Pacific, And so they'll be constantly giving them information. The commander in the end is going to work with his crew to execute any anomaly procedure they have to. But the real goal is for the ground team to be working all the details. They have hundreds of people down there that are looking at every specific little component and flagging it for the commander.
And very similar during the Apollo program as well. So it was really a big team effort. And so although you do have this position of commander, it was so essential to have the entire, mission control and people in the back rooms working out problems. When there were alarms, helping interpret those alarms for the crew to help understand whether or not an abort should be taken or not. So it really is the teamwork that is pretty critical in that decision making.
And I think you always want to work off a script of what you've practiced, right? So I've only launched robots. I've never launched a human crew. But same thing, right? Anything we ever did was we've practiced it. We've tried all the if we get in this situation, what do we do? Follow this other procedure. Here's how you get out of it. So you don't really want anybody real time trying to make a very quick decision because they haven't had the ability to think it through. When you're doing your simulations, when you're doing your practice sessions, you have plenty of time to say, wait, let's stop. Let's see, that didn't work out well. Let's rewrite that procedure. Let's try it again. So you could keep going through it, just like an airline pilot would do. So I think the story of Apollo 12 getting hit by lightning, and does the crew have to make this a decision? Maybe back then was something that there wasn't as many computers watching things, and a crew member maybe had to make a decision more often.
Yeah, but they were still really relying on mission control and the interpretation of the systems and what was going wrong and whether or not there was that major risks. So the astronauts are, I don't know if they're ever really out there by themselves. It really is this team effort, and they rely on mission control and all the people at NASA they're working with.
Again, we're going to keep going until Artemis 2 launches, and we'll keep on going after that. 202-748-8920 for the Eastern and Central time zones. If you want to participate, 202-748-8921 for the Mountain and Pacific time zones. And if you live outside the United States, 202-748-8922. He talked about heroes, and I'm fascinated when you hear crews talk about their missions, they really never talk about themselves. They talk about past astronauts, they look to the future, but there seems to always push past what they're doing now as part of it. Is that something you've seen, or is that just a thing that happens of astronauts who involve themselves in these programs?
So often the astronauts are they're mission focused, they understand their role, they do really want to inspire people as well, and I think that they spend a lot of time engaging with students and helping people get excited about STEM and STEM careers. And so although they may not themselves, I don't know if they think of themselves as heroes or not, but I do think that they do appreciate and understand that the role that they can have in other people's lives and that they can provide inspiration for future generations.
Yeah, and I think the goal is they think of it as a team, right? So it's like when they think about their mission, they think about the thousands of people that don't get to be in the capsule, but who are critical to getting that thing to the launch pad and operating it, and the incredible role they play. So I think they're very team-oriented people, and they want to just be thankful for all the people who support them. We, whether it's the support team on the ground or the public, for us, it's the emotional connection to the one group of people who are willing to get up on top of that rocket and take that adventure.
Let's hear from John. John joins us from Illinois. Go ahead.
Hi, thanks for taking my call. I've enjoyed your coverage. I'm a kid who goes back to Mercury and Gemini and Apollo. They called me a space cadet as a derisional term, but I took it as a compliment. I mention all of that because I don't want this to sound negative, but why are we in such a rush to send the very first crewed mission all the way out to the moon? Apollo 7 was the first crewed Apollo mission that spent 11 days in Earth orbit testing out the command module and the service module. Apollo 8 did go to the moon because we were in a race at that time. But then we have the problem with Apollo 13 and the explosion in the service module and, the whole get the crew back kind of a thing. I understand risk, but isn't this putting a little bit too much risk in the very first crewed Artemis mission? And I look forward to your answer. I wish them all the best luck. Believe me, I'm not negative about this at all. I just concerned.
Fair question.
Thank you.
Fair question. Thank you.
I can't speak to the decision making because I don't know that part, but an important part of this mission trajectory is what happens before the astronauts make their way to the moon. And they're going to be orbiting the Earth much longer than the Apollo astronauts orbited the Earth on those lunar exploration missions. So they'll be orbiting the Earth for about 24 hours in different orbits. And so they're going to be testing out the spacecraft in Earth orbit before they have the translunar injection and make their way to the moon. Once they're on their way to the moon, it is much, much more difficult to abort. But they're testing out the spacecraft before they get to that point. So it is a bit of a different mission trajectory than you would have with all those Apollo missions that went to the moon. And part of that is safety, and part of that is the recognition that this is a new spacecraft being flown by humans for the first time.
Yeah, and I think the first thing I'd like to say is, as much as I love young people being inspired by all of this, I love the C-SPAN callers. They're my generation, right? It's like we're having a reunion of the Apollo people who were like 8, 9, 10 years old. So that's fantastic. So I love that we're inspired still at our ages, right? So I think what Teasel said is right on, right? Is that someday you're going to have to make this leap. I think Artemis 1, as an uncrewed vehicle, went all the way to the moon. They learned a lot from it. It flew a similar profile, a little different though. They learned a lot about the heat shield, other things. They made improvements. This was the time that was chosen to do this. The landers, just like Apollo, the landers are not ready. But the capsule's been tested, and I think the administration made a decision that this mission could be successful with the testing that's been done. And so I think that's why you're seeing this mission at this time.
Terry is in New York, Tuxedo Park, New York. Hello, Terry. Thanks for calling. You're on with our guest.
Thank you. Talk about great moments in history. I remember Apollo 8. And the first time men were told to go to the moon. And the phrase was, "You are go for TLI." That was translunar insertion. I wonder if we're just if we can look forward to the same language or something like it.
Terry in New York, thanks.
We're really good at acronyms, right? So there'll be new acronyms to learn for sure. But one difference is, and I think Diesel talked about this a little bit before, is that on Apollo 8, you were actually going into orbit around the moon, right? So you were not doing what these astronauts are doing. This goes back to the previous caller about risk. This mission was specifically set up to go further away from the moon and use the moon's gravity to return without anybody having to touch anything or fire a thruster. And so it is the safest profile they could come up with to make sure the capsule can survive its radiation and other environmental factors and then come back safely to Earth. And so I think this was set up to be that specific test. And so, I think that's something important about risk to think about.
So much of the language will be the same. And here's one difference, and I would love actually someone to answer why they changed the name. Maybe you know this one, but during the Apollo era, it was the command module, and it was the command and service module, the CSM. And now it's the crew module and it's still the CSM, but it's crew instead of command, and I don't know why there was a change. Are you?
I don't know.
All right, I still have to keep looking for this answer.
It was called something else in Constellation, so I think we keep changing the name. So,
Keeping the C, but.
If you've been with us, you're hearing from our guest, Jeff Velosin of Capital Technology University, formerly of NASA in several capacities, Teasel Mule Harmony with the Smithsonian National Air and Space Museum, their Apollo curation curator. It is just after 6 o'clock. The clock is counting down literally when it comes to the launch of Artemis 2. You're watching launch coverage of that, and we will continue on and follow along as we go throughout the afternoon in the next 22 minutes or so as we watch this launch and keep on afterward. We invite you to call in with your questions when it comes to today's launch, and the numbers will be on your screen. Ms. Muir Harmony, at this point, give some perspective of astronaut minds related to Apollo, related to now, what's going on in the capsule there?
Well, my sense is probably in the capsule, they're just focused on the mission. So astronauts tend to be very good at keeping focused on the mission. Their minds aren't probably wandering too much. They have to go through all the different checks and be in communication with launch control. So I imagine that's what's on their minds right now is a successful mission. But it's hard to know for sure.
Well, and I think everybody reacts differently. They're measuring their heart rate and blood pressure and things while they're sitting on the pad. And I think there's stories of Apollo astronauts like falling asleep, or that they're not all as excited as you think they might be because they're so used to being in dangerous situations.
The data on the heart rates for the Apollo missions are it's so remarkable because they're so cool under pressure. Like, I cannot relate to them at all. They are just their hearts are just going at a normal rate even during launch. I mean, you see slight elevations, but not much, and it's fascinating data. But it does tell you something about who's on these crews and how well they've trained and how they can handle risk.
That's the thing. That's the humans you want in those situations. Yes. So when something doesn't go exactly right, they just calmly kind of work through their procedure and get it right. So yeah.
Michael in New Jersey, Summers Point. Hello.
Hey, thanks for taking my call. Man, is this exciting or what? I was born in 1972, so I was kind of in the shadow of the moon landing and all of this, great things that we did in the space race, and the first to plant our nation's colors on the lunar surface, and it was just such an overwhelming sense of national pride. Like I chewed up all the books and the Life magazine articles that my grandparents had saved and everything. It was just this wonderful experience to grow up and then to be watching the shuttle program throughout my entire life and all the fascinating things that did. And my oldest son was born in '97 when we landed Sojourner on the surface of Mars. And I'm now sitting here with my son Lincoln trying to get him interested in this, and he's watching the countdown with me. And man, I'm not only just national pride but global pride. What a time to be a citizen of the earth, and we're doing something that we have not done in a long time. It's amazing. And my question for your esteemed guest is, what is the ETA till we have human boots on the lunar surface again? And God bless the mission, God bless the crew, mission control, everybody. I'm so excited to see this. This is absolutely fascinating.
Michael in New Jersey, thank you.
Yeah, that was eloquent. Thank you, Michael. I think I lost track of your question. That was so. I loved your statements about the pride and everything. So what was the question?
I think ultimately he's saying when could we?
When are we going to get
Artemis
back?
4 now.
Yeah, I guess
so thanks. I was really just mesmerized by that whole thing. Thank you. So the administrator has hearkened back to Apollo and said, hey, the flight rate we've been doing, if you do one mission every 3 or 4 years, you're not keeping all your team ready to go. They're not practicing their craft. They're not building machines. We need to be launching more often. So the goal right now is that next year, after this mission is complete, either one or both of the companies who are building landers will hopefully have at least a prototype lander that could get into Earth orbit, and then we would send another Artemis mission up, and it would go in Earth orbit and just practice docking with the lander. That would be it. It wouldn't travel out to the moon. The goal is in 2028 that if one or both of those landers are available, to at least try one lunar landing with an Artemis, and that would be what? Artemis 4.
Artemis 4.
4 and 5 should be the first two that go to the surface. And so the goal, though, is that there be a lot of robotic missions in between as well. So NASA has a program called CLIPS, and it's a commercial lunar payload delivery or something like that. And that is run by the Science Directorate. They do a great job of doing that. They want to increase the cadence of robots landing on the moon as well. And always keep in mind, we are not going back the way Apollo did. We're going to the South Pole. So the South Pole of the moon is where we think there's water ice, either deposited by comets or kind of gravitated around the planet. But we think on the South Pole of the moon, there's buried ice. And it's water ice, and then we could use it for drinking and making oxygen and making fuel for rockets. And so there's a big interest in going to the South Pole. That is way harder to land on the South Pole. You've seen a number of robots already tip over, crash land, as different countries have tried to get down to the South Pole and do research. And so that'll be the challenge of the Artemis program, is that they're not landing where the Apollo missions landed on a flat sea of tranquility. They're landing in a cratered, rocky South Pole area with deep holes.
Yeah, if you look at a map of where all the Apollo missions landed, so there were 6 lunar landing missions. They're all relatively around the equator, and that is because of the ease of landing in the equatorial region of the moon.
Yeah, so if you look up at the moon at night, right, and you see those dark areas on the moon, those are really ancient lava flows that kind of covered up a lot of old craters. So they provided the flattest surface to land on. And so when you're doing something for the first time in human history, that was the best way to go, land in those areas. But the resources at the South Pole are really drawing everyone. All countries are interested in the South Pole now.
And to the caller's point, in Apollo, it was step by step by step before you got to them. You have to take these steps in order to achieve the ultimate goal.
Exactly. And so just last week, the NASA administrator referenced that in this ignition announcement, and the suggestion that there should be a sort of a rethinking about how the Artemis program was going to eventually establish a moon base on the lunar surface. So there are some changes going on at NASA just very, very recently. But part of what they want to do is they want to ensure the sustained presence on the lunar surface. And the caller, I so much appreciated what you said about how moving this moment is for humanity, and it's really transformative. And I think Nixon caught it very well when he called the Apollo 11 astronauts on the lunar surface, and he talked about how they had gone farther than any humans had gone before, and more people came together on Earth than had ever before. So they really transformed transformed human experience, or the realm of human experience. And part of what the Artemis program intends to do is do that in a different way, which is to have sustained presence on the lunar surface. So to make humans really spacefaring on other celestial bodies for the first time. So a really exciting goal, and it's worth looking at that ignition announcement. You'll get a great sense of what that timeline is. So if you're interested in the next lunar landing, or that longer 10-year timeline when it talks about lunar bases, they're talking about having drones on the lunar surface, all different types of rovers. So a lot of exciting things to look forward to.
Those are the Artemis missions and their descriptions. We've been showing you the clock, just under 14 minutes now, or just about 14 minutes until the window opens. The expected launch will continue on.
Well, and just to follow up one thing, though, what Teasel said is that, so the administrator in this ignition announcement harkens back to Apollo in many ways. So for when you heard John F. Kennedy talk about wanting to go to the moon, he also said we're going to develop a nuclear propulsion system. And so that was my dream as a kid too. We saw this Nerva rocket being built, and we're like, oh, this is going to be the future of space exploration. Having nuclear fission propulsion and power can really open up the outer solar system in ways that we've never done before. So part of that ignition announcement was not just to harken back to Apollo as a sequence of going back to the moon and building up capability, but also to go back to doing a nuclear fission reactor. And so he's got plans for a mission to Mars that will take a bunch of helicopters and dump them on Mars using a nuclear electric-powered propulsion system.
How much does the future of Artemis missions depend on commercial companies like SpaceX and the other companies? How do they fit into the picture?
So they're essential to this picture, but I love emphasizing that commercial companies or industry has always been critical to American spaceflight from the very start. So with the Apollo program, over 90% of people who worked on the Apollo program were contractors and subcontractors, so working in industry. And so there's really been this critical role that industry has played all along, and it continues to this day. So you have SpaceX and Blue Origin building these landers. You have Boeing and other contractors working on the SLS. So what you see with the American spaceflight program is that the NASA and the federal government always is partnering with industry on these missions.
Well, and I think a big thing too was in that partnership, the caller asked before about why do we move away from the shuttle. When Dr. Griffin thought about moving away from the shuttle and moving to going back to the moon, he also put in place the commercial crew and cargo program that would lead to commercial ways of getting to the space station. So I think it's as partners develop capability and we can do more commercial services in some cases, the agency's more than willing to kind of go that direction.
A producer was telling me that the master control is talking to the crew. Let's see if that's still happening.
Copy all. And Launch Director, NTD, you copy?
Yes, sir. I copy. That's good news.
OTC, CCL 212.
OTC.
ARS primary loop isolation valve configuration is complete.
Copy.
And CGLS NTD, cancel pending, please.
GLS copies, and that's complete.
All right, and for all personnel, we got a little bit more work to do before we pick up the clock, and we're about a little over a minute from getting to T-minus 10 minutes, but we've canceled the resume time there, and then we'll pick it up after we get through all of our work and anything else that we need to do to get through the remainder of counts. So we'll continue working that to get to our T0 today. So when we get to about 50 seconds from now, we'll extend that hold.
CVSE OTC. CVSE 400-290, looking to verify that we are configured for ascent. Yep, give me about 2 more minutes. I'm going to start CMA2 streaming. Copy.
NTD COSE hold requested.
Copy that.
I have an LCC violation of O-CT-004, S-band transponder anomaly. This was a transient LCC violation, so transponder 1 had a demodulated SNR estimate that went down to 2 dBm when it should have been between 10 and 13. It is now back up to 12, but we did lose that for just a moment. It does not appear that we lost our bit sync or carrier lock, which would be indicative that we lost our lock with the vehicle. So at this point, recommendation would still be go. However, we do have a pre-planned contingency procedure if we want to look at that. But again, this is transient, so we're back in a nominal range.
All right, let's see, LPE NTD.
Yeah, we're not seeing that hit. So I guess the question for COSE, was that less than 3 samples? Is that below our persistence?
Stand by, let me look. It did look like it did persist for several seconds on mine, but let me take a look at the number of samples.
Could I get a repeat?
So that's the latest jar that's going back and forth. Clock is held at 10 minutes. Sounds like things are going on. Jeff Velosa, any interpretation of what you just heard?
Yeah, so the S-band transponder, that's a 2 gigahertz signal that's going between the ground and the vehicle. And so what they just said is that for a moment, and they're trying to define what a moment is, because the word persistence means I got an anomaly and I saw it on my screen. Well, was it for just 1 or 2 seconds and then it went away, 1 or 2 counts, or did it persist for some period of time? Sometimes you get anomalous data, right? So you can't always trust 1 or 2 counts being a trend. Now, the thing about what they were talking about, the S-band transponder, they had a drop off in signal strength. So what's happening is you're talking on the cell phone and you turn your head a little bit and then all of a sudden you can't hear the person on the other side. They didn't lose lock. There was still a call, but they lost the signal strength. And so that for them is a concern of, did something happen with the transponder? Because there's got to be a certain amount of transponder energy sent out to be able to complete with the right signal strength. So it could be a power problem with the transponder. What they're looking at is it only persisted for a very short time. They're going to look into it. Most likely it just was a little bit of an anomaly, just like when you turn your head with your cell phone, and they just move on.
So holding the clock as we're seeing it is just a precaution at this point?
Well, and that 10-minute hold, he was just saying, they're probably working a number of different things. I was looking at the launch count here. At 10 minutes, they will hold until they are ready, because once they let the clock go, it wants to go from 10 to 0. And so this is their time to say, hey, we got a couple little things we're looking. Let's like check with everybody again. This was planned, but they are going to hold as long as they need to. They're getting into the launch window, and now they've got the luxury of time to make sure the vehicle is perfect before they let it go. And so that T-minus, once you let this hold go, you're pretty much counting all the way down. And they have a thing about recycle time too, right? So if they were to get too close to launch, they've already been fueling that vehicle for what, 7-8 hours now. So it's boiling off. They're adding more oxygen. They're adding more hydrogen. At some point, they wouldn't be able to recycle and try again within 24 or 48 hours. So they want to preserve this right now, where they've got the window available, and they're just going to wait till they're ready to go. And as long as they can still do it within the window, they just need 10 minutes to get it off.
So there we are. We will continue on until we see what happens. Let me ask you this, is from what you just heard and explained, is that enough to scrub things?
It's hard if you're not there. I think just based on the way those two people were talking to each other, I can interpolate they're not quite ready to say this was bad enough to say we can't go. But I think they're now having an offline conversation to see what the resolution should be.
If you wanted to add anything.
No, I think that was summed up really well.
Let's go to Francis. Francis in Kentucky. Hi.
Hi, Francis is here. He's 4, and he loves the moon and loves outer space. Do you want to ask me a question? You remember?
How fun would feel to take off?
He says, how is it going to feel to take off and go where?
The moon.
You have an astronaut in the making, I think.
Yeah, we read Brian Flocka's Moonshot, and we read it all the time. It's a wonderful narrated. It's beautiful. The pictures are beautiful, and he loves the moon landing, so he's really excited.
Someday when he is an astronaut, he'll know exactly what it feels like, and he'll be able to tell us. I think for those who haven't gone, the excitement will be just watching the crew in the cabin during ascent. We will have video to be able to see, and so we'll all experience it along with them.
The torture on the body, though, what is that?
Yeah.
So it's about 4 Gs, which means, so Francis, this is a really great question. It's a bit uncomfortable at launch to be an astronaut. And so if you can picture yourself weighing 4 times the amount you weigh and how challenging that would be, that gives you a sense. It gets harder to breathe, and it gets harder to move your limbs if you wanted to move your arms at all. One really ingenious thing that they did with the Orion spacecraft is in order to control the computers, they actually have a hand controller they hold in their hands. During the Apollo program, they had to reach out in front of them and affect the controls. But here they have one in their hands, so they don't have to reach their hands up. But yeah, at launch, they're going about 4 Gs, which means they feel like they weigh 4 times the amount that they weigh on Earth.
Well, Francis, good luck to you. I hope you become an astronaut. And remember this time, let's go back and listen in on what communication that's going on at Kennedy Space Center.
Artemis Chief Engineers are go.
Copy, thank you. AGS, Chief Safety Officer.
The Artemis CSOs are go.
Copy, thank you. Range weather.
Launch weather is go.
Thank you, LWO. And Artemis MMT Chair.
MMTs go.
Thank you, John. And Integrity Launch Director.
Good air voice, Charlie. PLT.
Thank you, Charlie. This is Victor. We are going for our families.
MS1.
This is Christina. We are going for our teammates.
MS2.
This is Jeremy. We are going for all humanity.
All right, Charlie, your Artemis 2 crew is go for launch. Full send.
I copy that. Reed, Victor, Christina, and Jeremy. On this historic mission, you take with you the heart of this Artemis team, the daring spirit of the American people and our partners across the globe, and the hopes and dreams of a new generation. Good luck. Godspeed, Artemis 2. Let's go. And into the launch director.
Go ahead, Launch Director.
Yes, sir. You have a go. to proceed with countdown.
Copy that. I'll put it in work. CDR, NTD.
Go.
Gear risers and initiate short purge per your EPROC 10.1.1, steps 8 and 9.
10.1.1, 8 and 9 going to work.
Copy. CVSE NTD, start and verify recordings of our Orion cameras.
Copy.
Okay. Well, there you heard it.
RSR NTD.
RSR.
They're getting ready to start terminal count.
Arm rotation enable at this time, please.
Okay, I think that was the go or no-go poll, I think it's described.
Yeah, and the goal there is, again, they're trying not to make this a human decision. It isn't your feeling about going. It's does all your telemetry say, yes, we are ready to go. Everything is within the right parameters. And so you're, again, trying to take the human element out, and it's great to hear that for right now, everything is perfect, ready to go.
And you heard it amongst the astronaut themselves. I mean, you can tell.
Amazing. It's hard to imagine what it'd be like to be in their shoes at this, or their seats at this moment.
I got a bit choked up. I was hoping you weren't going to ask us to talk for a minute.
I had chills. So,
yeah.
But I still see the clock at 10 though, so that's okay right now.
The launch director said it was time to start, and the person NTD, I can't remember what that role is, said I will work it. Right, so there's a bunch of stuff that has to be put in place, and then the clock will pick up.
Okay, we'll continue on and follow the clock as it keeps going on. When it comes on, Linus in Oregon, hello, you're next.
You're my cable television network. Anyway, good commentary.
You're on with our guest, Linus. Go ahead.
Good evening. This is Linus Niemeyer from Portland, Oregon. I just have to say that I appreciate C-SPAN's coverage. How do you read?
Thank you, Linus. Appreciate it.
Copy that, Linus. Yeah.
Daniel in Seattle. Hello.
Hello, hi. Just want to say I am really excited about this Artemis launch. I grew up to immigrant parents from Colombia and Florida, and just watching the shuttle era and all of that was so exciting that it led me to want to become a rocket scientist. And I actually got to work on Artemis 1 on the orange umbilical system. So I'm like giddy up with excitement. I want to give a shout out to my old coworkers, Johnny, Chani, and Reagan, who are right now probably dealing with stuff over there. And oh man, it's just hard not to be emotional right now.
That is Daniel there in Washington State, emotional. I think that's from the last couple of minutes. We knew the technical stuff, but now the emotions hit. So talk about that. But that's part of the job, isn't it? At this point, especially.
Oh, most definitely. And this is something that resonates with the history of space exploration in the Apollo program. And you see with those missions, people get emotional. This is a really moving moment for a lot of different reasons, and part of it, as at the last Daniel, I believe the last caller said, it's that teamwork culminating in this moment. And I believe with Artemis 1, it was about 30,000 or so people working on that mission. I imagine it's similar with Artemis 2. And if you can imagine working on something for many years, really challenging problems coming together and it culminating this moment is one of the really exciting aspects of this mission, and part of why it's so moving.
What was it like for being inside NASA at this point? I mean, for those involved and those working on it.
Yeah, I think on the inside, again, for the team working the Artemis mission itself, they're hyper-focused, and they are going to make sure that everything's ready to go in this final count. So I don't know they have a lot of chance to emotionalize it, because they are so focused on making sure they do their role perfectly, right? So they know it's a team effort. And so I think for the rest of the NASA family, and again, like my friends at Goddard Space Flight Center and all around the agency, you feel the sense of pride. Whether you worked on Artemis or not, it's what the agency can accomplish, these great things. And so it's a general sense of pride among all the agency representatives, whether they're contractors, government employees, we're all part of that family.
The clock has resumed, just under 10 minutes now until the expected launch. Again, we will continue on just for a bit, let you watch as it gets down closer. But until then, let's try to get in some calls. Annie in Virginia, Portsmouth, go ahead.
Hi.
Hello, go ahead.
I'm Annie. I'm 11 years old. I'm in 5th grade, and in science class we've been learning about space. And my teacher, Mrs. Porter, is really excited about this. and I hope the astronauts are safe and have fun in there.
Annie, are you interested in space yourself? Would you want to be an astronaut?
Probably not.
Annie, thank you for calling. We appreciate it. Words of encouragement for Annie.
Annie, I agree with you. I hope the astronauts have some fun on this mission. They're going to be spending a lot of time doing work and research and dealing with communications and all those different mission elements. But I imagine they'll get some fun in too. I really hope so.
And I agree with Annie. I would not want to be an astronaut. I love the idea of helping astronauts and working as part of a team. But as we talked about before, it takes special people with special personalities to be able to do what they do.
Just 8 minutes, 24 seconds on the clock showing now. Cindy in South Dakota, go ahead.
Hi, this is Cindy in Sioux Falls, South Dakota. First of all, C-SPAN, thank you so much for this. I've watched every minute. Every ounce of me is shaking with excitement. My question is, being in South Dakota, which is the central of the United States, and the people of the world, if the sky is clear at night, are we going to be able to see these astronauts at all?
Thank you for the question. That's a good question. I don't know what the answer is.
It's a great question. I don't believe so. You can see the International Space Station at night, and you can look it up online. I believe NASA has that information, so you can see when the space station will cross overhead wherever you are. I've definitely done that. It's pretty exciting. But the space station is about 250 miles up, and it's huge. It's the size of a sports stadium. So that's part of the reason that we're able to see it, but I'm not sure about this mission.
Yeah, I think I'd agree with what you said there. And Pedro was looking at the screen too.
Yeah, we're going to dip in gantry being.
So what they're doing is at 8 minutes before launch, the crew access arm retracts. So that was how they got them in. They're now moving that out of the way so that they'll be able to launch.
Let's listen in.
Crew off the top of the rocket in case of an emergency, whether it's on the ground or in flight. This is critical safety hardware that protects the lives of the astronauts. Starting at T-minus 6 minutes, the GLS will start bringing that and other high-energy systems online, starting with core stage pressurization. Weather is 90% go. The range is go. All systems are go.
GLS is go for core stage tank pressurization.
That means the replenish valve for the liquid hydrogen tank has now closed, and that tank is beginning to pressurize to flight levels because that hydrogen is naturally boiling inside the tank. We'll get the liquid oxygen tank a little later in the count. Now the team is waiting for verification that, if needed, the Artemis II crew could use the launch abort system to pull Orion safely off the top of the rocket in an emergency. Let's listen in for that call.
GLS verifies last capability available.
And CDR, do you copy?
CDR copies, last available.
That's great news, and you heard the NTD verify that with the commander of the mission.
GLS is go for FTS arm.
Now work is being done to arm the flight termination system. This is so the range safety can send a flight termination command if the rocket flies too far off track. There's a brief built-in delay so the launch abort system has time to pull the astronauts to safety
go for
first.
LH2 high flow bleed check.
All right, the high flow bleed check. That's so the cryo team gets verification that the RS-25 engines, all 4 of them, are in the proper temperature range for launch.
GLS is go for core stage APU start.
Core stage APUs start. Those are auxiliary power units, high-speed turbines which provide pressure to hydraulic pumps that steer the RS-25 engines. We're going to see a gimbal test a little later at T-minus 2 minutes and 30 seconds. This is what allows that to happen. Coming up in about 20 seconds, we're listening for go for purge sequence 4. That's a helium purge of the 4 core stage engines downstream of the propellant valve. This gets all the air and moisture out of there.
GLS is go for purge sequence 4.
Moving through the milestones. All is looking good. Coming up in just a few seconds, we're going to get that thrust vector control actuator test. This is a gimbaling of the engines. There are the 4 RS-25s, 3 of them Shuttle Heritage, 1 of them built from shuttle parts. And there you see them moving. Now we're going to start moving the power from both the upper stage and the lower stage of the rocket to internal, taking ground power away and now going to battery power.
GLS is go for upper stage to internal power.
All right, power is removed from the rocket's upper stage, the ICPS, and it's been switched to battery. Same milestone for the lower core stage coming up at T-minus 1 minute and 30 seconds. Right now, the 4-person Artemis 2 crew is 248,000 miles away from the moon. And if all goes well, they will fly by it in 6 days.
GLS is go for core stage to internal power.
All right, there's the rocket's core stage, which houses 3 flight computers, is now on its own power. There's no more hold time because there's no more margin on these batteries. So we would have to recycle back to T-minus 10 to recharge if we had a hold.
One minute.
Right now, the rocket does not know what the T0 is, but coming up at T-minus 33 seconds, control shifts from the ground launch sequencer to the rocket's onboard autonomous launch sequencer, or ALS. The rocket will count itself down, but honor any holds that could come from the ground. Now, shortly after liftoff, Houston will take control of the rocket, and my colleague Gary Jordan will take over commentary.
GLS is go for ALS.
Great call out. The rocket is on its own. 4 brave explorers ready to ride the most powerful rocket NASA has ever launched. Sound suppression water is flowing.
15.
And here we go. 10, 9, 8, 7. RS-25 engines lit. 4, 3, 2, 1. Booster ignition. And liftoff. The crew of Artemis 2 now bound for the moon. Humanity's next great voyage begins.
Good roll pitch.
Roger, roll pitch.
Houston now controlling the flight of integrity on the Artemis 2 mission around the moon.
Integrity, AMT high.
AMT high.
On time passing 30 seconds into the flights. Integrity passes the alternate MECO. Target milestone. Mission Control Houston seeing good performance on 4 main engines. Space Launch System core stage. Integrity, 3 miles in altitude. Traveling more than 1,200 miles per hour. Mission elapsed time, passing 1 minute, approaching max Q.
On, Ponce de Leon.
Stan, we have you loud and clear on Ponce de Leon.
Have you the same?
Communication signal transfer confirmed as Integrity and its crew go supersonic. Approaching 90 seconds into the Artemis 2 mission. Integrity is 14 miles in altitude, 8 miles downrange, traveling more than 2,600 miles per hour. Minute 50 seconds of mission elapsed time, standing by for main engine throttle down to 85%, ahead of solid rocket booster separation, expected at the 2-minute 9-second mark. We see throttle down. Confirmed separation. Main engines throttling up, guidance converged.
Integrity, guidance converged, performance nominal, upper stage RCS ready.
Copy all, Stan.
Integrity, SM priming complete.
SM priming complete.
2 minutes 45 seconds of mission elapsed time into the Artemis 2 mission. Thrusters on Integrity and upper stage confirmed in a ready state, ahead of service module fairing separation. 3 minutes into the flight. Integrity, 49 miles in altitude, 78 miles downrange, now passing 5,000 miles per hour. Standing by for launch abort system jettison.
Houston Integrity, good last jettison, great view.
Copy jettison, Team Eco 8+02.
We see the same on board, Stan.
And Houston has you loud and clear on Tidris at the Carmen line.
Outstanding, Stan, we have you the same.
3 minutes 50 seconds into the flight of Artemis 2, Wiseman, Glover, Cook, and Hansen cross the boundary to space with good comm checks. GPS signals acquired after last jettison now working on internal checks to verify accuracy. Flight Dynamics Officer analyzed the time of main engine cutoff, confirmed at 8 minutes 2 seconds, time of MECO.
Integrity, GPS processing.
Outstanding, Stan. We see the same, and we have a beautiful moonrise. We're headed right at it.
Approaching 5 minutes into the flight, Commander Reed Wiseman confirms he has visuals of his destination. GPS guidance, navigation, and control software finishes internal checks and sends to navigation channels.
Integrity, 3 engine press.
3 engine press.
On time, now passing 5 minutes 20 seconds of mission elapsed time into the Artemis 2 mission. At this point, 3 good main engines are all that's needed to carry Integrity to a nominal main engine cutoff target. Though at this time, we're seeing 4 good engines here in Mission Control Houston. Integrity, 75 miles in altitude, 330 miles downrange, approaching 10,000 miles per hour.
Integrity, looking good at 6 minutes.
Same on board, Stan.
good trajectory, and engine performance. Booster officer will soon report the shutdown plan to Flight Director Judd Friedling, expected at the 7-minute mark. Integrity, 78 miles in altitude, 460 miles downrange.
Integrity, expect nominal shutdown. Integrity copies nominal shutdown.
Six minutes, 40 seconds of mission elapsed time. Shutdown plan is as expected. Again, the time of MECO was confirmed at 8 minutes, 2 seconds into the flight. Seven minutes of mission elapsed time. Throttling down as we approach the abort once around option. Milestone at the 7-minute 30-second mark. Now 84 miles in altitude, 650 miles downrange, traveling more than 15,000 miles per hour.
Integrity, AOA open. AOA open.
The window is now open for an abort once around option that would target splashdown in the Pacific Ocean. Still following nominal ascent at this time. About 10 seconds remaining until the main engine cutoff of the Space Launch System core stage. Standing by for confirmation of MECO and core stage separation.
Integrity and nominal MECO, core stage separated. We see the same on board, Stan.
Eight minutes, 40 seconds into the flight, we have a nominal main engine cutoff heading in the right trajectory on the way to swing around the moon. Core stage has separated, done its job. The Space Launch System upper stage, the Inner Rim Cryogenic Propulsion Stage, or ICPS, still attached to the Orion spacecraft. Nine minutes of mission elapsed time. Integrity crew of Reed Wiseman, Victor Glover, Christina Cook, and Jeremy Hansen now in orbit around the Earth at the beginning of their journey to the moon.
Integrity Houston, looking ahead to PRM numbers so far per the pad. Copy that, Stan. Numbers for the pad.
Capcom Stan Loves now reminding the crew that the perigee raise maneuver time of ignition is as expected prior to booster ignition. That time being 49 minutes, 50 seconds of mission elapsed time.
There it is, the launch of Artemis 2. Jeff Velosin, tell us what we're seeing now. What were your impressions?
We're seeing like perfect space flight, well practiced, well rehearsed, professionally done, and almost amazingly just right off almost on exact time. So I think that's what we always dream of when we launch into space, but with a gazillion parts that could go wrong at any given moment, it hardly ever happens, and whether that doesn't cooperate, so just amazing. And just, it's almost, we were talking about, it's almost hard to believe we're sitting here watching that really happening and that humans are really on their way to the moon.
It's just absolutely remarkable, amazing, really quite something to see. And nervous at every single stage, but it went off flawlessly, which is it's just so exciting to see. And I can imagine just how much pride everyone who's contributed to this mission is feeling right now.
And so at the stage that we're at now, what happens from here on out in the next several minutes?
Yeah, so we were talking about as they were launching, you heard about a number of things. They got rid of that launch escape tower. They can't use that anymore. They are safely on their way up into orbit. We heard about that they are communicating through the tracking and data relay satellite system. So instead of talking to the ground as they were at the beginning, you heard about Ponce de Leon up in St. Augustine, and that ground communication link isn't necessary now. They're talking to satellites in geostationary orbit that NASA has to communicate. Soon they'll move to the Deep Space Network when they get further out. But they're doing all the things to get themselves ready for space flight. They're not attached to the ground anymore, communication physically. But the other thing is, as they're getting ready to do all these things, they have to get their solar panels out. They've been running on batteries all this time. You heard right before launch that they disconnected the power cord from the ground. They started to run on their internal batteries. They're sized so that if they have a problem getting the solar panels out, they could last for a while. But here, I think in the next event coming up, I don't know how long it is, they'll be putting their solar panels out.
When it comes then to next steps, they automatically go to work once they achieve some type of stability, and they go right to it.
Yeah, and you know, one of the things that everybody that's listening, if you want to become an orbital mechanics expert, you've heard words like perigee, apogee, and all they're going to do is when they go out to their height of their orbit, which is called the apogee being the furthest away from Earth that they're getting on this particular orbit. If they speed up by firing their engines forward to speed up, they will raise the other end of the orbit. So what they're going to do is, if you want to be an orbital mechanicist, you get to the top of your orbit, you fire your engine to go faster. What will actually happen is the other side of your orbit will get bigger. And so instead of coming back close to the Earth, they'll now come back further away. And they'll then burn their engines again when they're close to the Earth. That will raise the other side of the orbit. So I always think of perigee as perilous. You're near the Earth, perigee. Apogee, it's like, I'm further away. But they'll burn at either end of that orbit. And so you want to be an orbital mechanics person, all you need to know. And going faster makes your orbit get bigger. You don't go up. You just go faster, and that makes the orbit get bigger. And that's how they'll get out to the moon, too.
So for what we're seeing now on camera, the next step is, you talked about solar aspects.
Solar rays will come out, and then they'll move from battery power to solar ray power. While they're in sunlight, and they'll still have the batteries available, they'll be charging them so that when they're in the eclipse, when they're behind the Earth in darkness, they could use the batteries still.
Any impressions from what you've seen today, especially your history and the history of spaceflight when Apollo?
It was so flawless. I'm so curious to hear what people are thinking who were there watching it in person. I've been to some launches, some shuttle launches, and but with a rocket like SLS or with a Saturn V, so much force, so much thrust, so much so that if you're too close to it, the sound waves can kill you. But to witness that in person, I can't wait to hear the reactions of the people who are in Florida and who could really experience that launch firsthand.
We're showing you a video provided by NASA when it comes to the Artemis launch. Those in Florida just watching the launch of Artemis 2, we've been following along. Those of you on the phone have been following along as well. Let's hear from some of you. Lorelei in Missouri. Hello, thanks for waiting. Go ahead.
My name is Lorelei, and I was wondering, how long does it take to become an astronaut?
I notice a trend now with our callers. I think the youngest I've ever seen.
A lot of astronauts in training.
But that's great.
Fantastic.
That's fine.
Yeah.
The length of the astronaut training, how long does it take?
Well, it really ranges. So, and it depends on what type of astronaut you want to be. And so there's this whole rise in space tourism. So you can buy a ticket to go into space as a tourist astronaut, or to become a NASA astronaut, if that's what you're interested in. It can take a really long time. It is one of the hardest jobs to get. It is so competitive. So you have to work really hard. You have to do very well in school. Hopefully you'll get some training either as an engineer or a scientist, perhaps as a pilot, maybe all three. But it'll take a while. So these astronauts on this mission are all about 50 years old, 49, 50, 51. So it's taken them a while to get to this point in their lives. 3 of them had flown before, so they flew when they were a bit younger. But it does take a long time to become an astronaut. You need a whole lot of training to get the job, and then once you get the job, it's going to take even more training.
The notes tell me in Reed Wiseman's case, he was selected from a pool of 3,500 applicants to become an astronaut.
Yeah, it's unbelievably challenging to become an astronaut.
I applied back in the day just to get the rejection letter. Like, that's as close as I was ever going to come. But I think the best thing to do if you're young is look for space camps. So there are space camps all over the country, and you can get that first experience of like learning about what astronauts do and how to become an astronaut. So that's a lot of summer camps that have space camps nowadays.
Talk about, oh, sorry, go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to say, a key to being an astronaut is persistence. And many astronauts have applied to be astronauts and were not accepted their first round. And this was also true back in the Apollo era. You get people like Jim Lovell, who was not accepted to the astronaut corps when he first tried. But part of his success in life was his persistence. And so just again and again, you'll see one of the characteristics of astronauts is they're very, very persistent people. They set their mind to something, so that's also a pretty sort of critical ingredient.
I think the code or the call name for Victor Glover was Ike, which stands for I know everything. So I guess that falls into it too. You got to have a confidence in yourself, I imagine, to do this job.
You do, because it's you're going to probably face a fair amount of rejection, and you also have to be willing to put all the time and the work in. And, you know, these astronauts have been waiting for this mission. This crew was announced in 2023, and they have been training since that time. And even when you are an astronaut, even when you get to that point, it doesn't mean that you're gonna be on many, many missions. And so you'll have to have a lot of focus, a lot of confidence, and be really determined for that goal.
We're about 17 minutes in. Jeff Velosin, talk about the day in and day out toll on an astronaut now that they're in space.
Yeah, I think, and this goes back even to Apollo, I think a lot of the astronauts talk about that the ground team has a lot of assignments for each one of them, right? So they each have a set of things they have to do every day. They're scripted minute to minute on what they're supposed to be able to accomplish. That's the stress, right? Because you're trying to keep up your cadence. You're also they try to give them enough free time, because you want those astronauts who are the first ones to go back to the moon in so long to be able to look out the window and say, wow, this is pretty incredible what I'm doing. On the space station, I know the crew is given that free time as well. So a lot of their time is going to be scripted, but I think they are trying to find ways, even with all the jobs they have to do, to provide them some time to just enjoy and kind of absorb this incredible experience they're going through.
And it was the early missions that taught about the toll in the human body when it comes to space flight.
Yes, huge toll on the human body. And so there are experiments on this mission that are going to help us learn more about the effects of space exploration on the body, on things like the cardiovascular system, muscles, bone health. And so the astronauts, they're doing spit samples. They also have this bone marrow experiment, and they're tracking the impact of radiation in the space environment on their physiology. Now, this is something that has been done throughout the history of spaceflight. So when John Glenn did the first American orbital flight, he was doing an eye test to see what happens to your eyes in space and your vision in space. And we do know that there are effects, especially if you're in space for a long time on the International Space Station. It's a great example that happens to astronauts there. So this mission has also built in a lot of these experiments related to how the astronauts fare in space, and it'll give us a really good idea of what to prepare for future deep space exploration.
Yeah, and I think as you said, we have a lot of experience on the space station. So we've had people up there for a year or more gaining experience in a low gravity environment, what happens to your bones, your muscles, your brain, your eyes. What we don't have is combine that with being in a higher radiation environment. Mm-hmm. And so I think that, to your point, that's a lot of the experiments on Artemis 1, but that will continue to be a challenge from Artemis 1 on, is that we're now in a regime where astronauts are going to be exposed to more radiation plus the microgravity environment. And we don't know, like if you're on the moon and you're on the moon for a month, like Apollo, what was the longest? Maybe 2-3 days?
3 days on the moon, but a 2-week long mission.
2 week long. So I know the Artemis capsule can survive. I think you could be in there for 3 weeks. Mm-hmm. But if you're going to be going down to the surface, and they're going to take all 4 crew down on the lander these days. So now you're going to be on the surface. Maybe you're on the surface for a month or 2 months. How does 1/6 gravity, low gravity on the moon, affect your bones and muscles and all that? It might not be linear. It might not be like zero gravity. It might be more like zero gravity. It might be more like 1 gravity. I think we're going to learn a lot in Artemis about the human body that we did not learn by doing space station.
Let's go to Lillian. Lillian in Michigan. Thanks for holding. Go ahead.
Hi. It's not Lillian. It's actually Timmy.
Oh, go ahead, please.
But I have a question. How much fuel does it carry in gallons? The spacecraft.
I'm glad I'm not good at math because I'll let you answer.
You stumped me. Go ahead. Do you have anything, Teasel?
I don't, but I will say with SLS, it's interesting because it's gallons. There's liquid fuel, but there's also solid fuel. So it's two different types of fuel used in this mission.
So Timmy, I'm sorry. You probably look this one up online and do better than I'm going to do. But what I can tell you is you saw that when that rocket launched, after 2 minutes, those booster rockets fell away. They had burned up all the fuel that was inside of them by that point. When you got to 8 minutes after launch, that big orange tank, all of the liquid hydrogen and liquid oxygen had been used up, and you were now dropping that tank away. So can't give it to you in gallons, my apologies, but we can just say by the time you get to orbit, you've burned away all the fuel in that big orange tank and the boosters.
And I can say with the Apollo program, at least in the Saturn V rocket, 80% of it was fuel. So it's just absolutely massive and full of fuel.
From Lee in Kansas. Hi there.
Hey, how are you doing today?
Good. You're on with our guest. Go ahead.
We're okay. How are you today?
We're fine, Lee. You're on with our guest. Go ahead.
Yeah, good afternoon, and thank you for doing a great job.
Okay, do you have a question for our guest, Lee?
Well, I was listening to this lady last and wanted to know how many gallons was on there. It has to do with a lot of different factors. It has to do with the temperature of the product and a couple other things. So kind of like any pressurized liquid form of fuel, it would vary.
Okay.
Well, and I can tell you, thank you for helping me out there a little bit. So liquid hydrogen, there's 537,000 gallons of hydrogen, and there is 196,000 gallons of oxygen. Whew. Thank goodness for the paper that NASA sent out before the launch. So, but that's how many gallons total are in the big orange tank. Now, one of the things that this rocket uses is liquid hydrogen and oxygen for fuel. A lot of other rockets do not use liquid hydrogen. Hydrogen is a really small molecule. It tends to leak. So you heard leaks in previous missions. When we watched the shuttle launches, a lot of them were scrubbed because the hydrogen was leaking. So using hydrogen is very efficient. It can make your rocket very efficient, but it also has a lot of problems with leaking. So this is one of the few rockets that's still sticking with it, just like the shuttle. And so you will see sometimes they have to abort a launch because of a leak of hydrogen. It also causes, hydrogen so small, even when you make it liquid and you squish it into a tank, you have to have a lot of it in volume, not a weight, well, volume. So that's why that orange tank is so big. There's a little small oxygen tank and then this gigantic hydrogen tank inside.
Now that they're on their way, what are their days like, especially when it comes to work time, rest time, whatever? How is that factored out? Either of you.
It tends to be very scheduled and very, very busy. So they're going to be monitoring the systems of the spacecraft. They're going to be communicating with Earth. They'll also do broadcasts from space as well, so people can get a sense of what it's like. But the days from, I would say, once they start on their way to the moon, the translunar injection, to once they get to the moon, a lot of it is sort of maintenance. They're going to correct their trajectory, that type of thing.
Yeah, and I think they have to have downtime for sleep, right? And they really can't. It's not like on the space station where me and two friends can go in another module and take a nap. Right. They've kind of all got to have a similar schedule because they are so close together physically. And so I think they try to provide break periods where it's like, okay, we're going to give you some sleep time or rest time along the way. But then, yeah, the rest of it is very scripted and very busy.
And I suppose they have to train to learn how to sleep in space and do all the things that they normally do on Earth. But
they were having some discussion. I saw Christina talking about, I guess, one crew member's hammock. They have kind of sleeping bag hammocks, can go up in the nose of the vehicle. The thing is 10 feet high. That cone comes up to a point. That appears to be maybe the premier sleeping spot because it's like the cozy spot. And then everyone else sleeps. It's 16 feet wide, so they all kind of sleep down lower in. But yeah, there's one primary spot up top.
That type of luxury in Apollo, I wouldn't guess that existed at the time.
Not so much. And actually, it's funny because with like Apollo 11, when they first landed on the lunar surface, they didn't have hammocks. They didn't have a great sleep setup. And then in future missions, they did. But the astronauts sort of rigged up some material that they had on board to prop up their legs. And it was a small, challenging environment. Whereas here in the Orion spacecraft, they are in these sleeping bags. They can choose to float or be sort of affixed to the side to stay stable. So they have a lot more comfort in this spacecraft. And they also are going to be exercising. That'll be one of the things they're doing. So not only to keep their own selves healthy, but it's part of this physiological study of the effects of long duration and deep space flight on the human body. So they're going to be doing this resistance training exercise, and they're going to be monitoring their bodies as they do that.
Yeah, it's some kind of, it's a little flywheel. And so you could do aerobic or anaerobic, right? So you can do it up and down as fast as you can, like rowing, or you could add more resistance and you do it more like weightlifting. So I think it's this one little machine, doesn't weigh much, but it's a multi-purpose thing for them to practice with. So yeah.
They had one on Apollo. It wasn't so popular. It didn't work so well. It's called the Extra Genie, and they tried it a little, but those missions were relatively short, and they didn't use it all that much.
He's a sleep question. So on Apollo 11, when they landed, we were talking about their sleep schedule and their work schedule. Were they supposed to take a nap when they got there? Was that the goal?
They were. Can you imagine? Yeah. So you just landed on the moon and you're going to take a nap. It didn't happen. But yeah, originally in the first lunar landing plan, they were going to take a nap and then they were going to walk on the moon for the first time. And then it became clear that this is not the right plan. So instead, they landed and the astronauts had basically a snack, some food. Buzz Aldrin actually performed communion on the moon. Then they prepared for that first lunar walk. So they landed a little before 4:30 p.m. Eastern time, and then by 10:30 or so. This is not precise, but Neil Armstrong was walking on the lunar surface.
I remember because my parents grabbed me out of bed and said, "They're going to be walking on the moon. Come down, you got to watch." So yeah.
I imagine the parents watching with their children and their families. It's just after 7 o'clock here on the East Coast. We're watching Artemis 2. You've seen the launch. The program and the flight is engaged. And if you want to ask our guest about it, the numbers will be on the screen that you can ask them questions about what you just saw. 202-748-8920 for the Eastern and Central time zones. Mountain and Pacific time zones, 202-748-8921. And outside of the United States, 202-748-8922. Let's go to Aveen in West Virginia. Hello.
Hi. I'm excited for the first Black astronaut and woman to be on this type of mission. My question is, how fast will the astronauts be going?
Good question.
Yeah, great question.
Okay, so this is like that, how many gallons are in the tank? You guys are asking really, that's a great question, Aveen. And I think we're all excited about the crew having the first African-American astronaut, the first woman astronaut that'll be going out to the moon. That is incredible.
First Canadian.
First Canadian, yeah, absolutely. So, but on your question, so when they come back, they'll be doing about 25,000 miles an hour, and as they come back through the atmosphere. On their way out, I think maybe they're doing about 17,000 miles an hour. It's going to take them the better part of, I guess, 3+ days to get out. The Apollo capsules got out there in about, 2.5 days? Something like
about
that?
3 days,
3 days.
But this will be slower because they're relying more on gravity for the sort of the assist. So Apollo was less fuel efficient is one way you can put it, but got out there a little faster to the moon. But yeah, about 3 days for Apollo, and this is about 4 days.
But they will be going very fast. Very fast.
From Raymond in California, good afternoon. Go ahead. Oh, Raymond's gone. Let's hear from Katie. Katie in Indiana. Go ahead. Okay. Let me try Roger. Roger in California. Go ahead. You're on.
Oh, hi. Thank you for taking my call. I was just going to comment. I was 8 years old when Apollo 11 launched and landed on the moon. And I watched that whole thing on a black and white TV growing up in South Dakota. And I was already an astronomer fan at that point on the telescope, and so that was a big deal for me. I was really excited about it, and I got to say, I had some of that same excitement watching this launch and this process. So it's kind of nice to see this type of missions reestablish themselves. And what's really nice too is this is more science-based, not so much political, like the Apollo was. 8 years old, I didn't understand that at the time. I was into the science of it. But this right here seems to be, a lot more for the goal of humanity, not just, political points or whatever that was being done in the 60s and the 70s. My question, though, is will the astronauts, once they reach the moon, have an opportunity to talk to their families?
Oh, thank you. Thank you for the question, Roger.
So yeah, there is built-in time for family talk as well. I don't know, did they do that in Apollo, or is it something new now for this generation?
It's a great question. I don't recall that there was much built-in direct conversation with their families. I think they were speaking to Mission Control, and they could send messages to their family through these broadcasts. But off the top of my head, I can't think of the family speaking back to them.
I don't think so either. But yeah, definitely, I've heard on this mission they will have the opportunity to talk to their family. So I also like this idea that we're all 8 years old again, no matter what age we are. We're 8 years old. Watching this kind of brings out that same spirit of being a kid and seeing something amazing.
But I imagine now the technology, you have so many other ways to watch this rather than when the Apollo was, it was 30 network on a black and white TV. So you have a lot of ways of following along and being connected to what's going on day by day.
Right.
Exactly, and that was part of what was announced last week, is how much effort is going to go into communicating these future missions to the broader public and bringing people along in the excitement of exploration. But it's worth mentioning with the Apollo program, part of the work that was done in the 1960s was to build up this global communications infrastructure and allow live television coverage for people around the world. So the first lunar landing was also the first truly live global television broadcast. It was not a coincidence. It was planned, and it was something that Kennedy really pushed for in 1961 when he was also pushing for lunar exploration. And it was the last caller mentioned sort of the political context of that. It was very much tied to that. Kennedy was interested in winning the hearts and minds of the world public, and in order to do that, he thought communications were going to be necessary. So getting that message, getting the coverage of these missions out to the broader public was going to be an important part of their significance, their impact, and part of his motivation for sending humans to the moon in the first place.
Jeff Velosin, you worked at NASA under a lot of administrations. Was there always a desire for space exploration, no matter who was president?
Yeah, I think the destination may change. There's been this internal debate since Apollo, right? Mm-hmm. Is it better to go right to Mars? Is it better to go to the moon first? Maybe we should visit an asteroid with humans. I think for many of us, getting back to the moon, I think the challenge is, I first worked on the moon program, going back to the moon, in the 80s. And in the 80s, there were still a lot of former Apollo engineers and scientists who could come work with us and give us some advice on what they had done. We're well away from that. This Artemis team is having to kind of reinvent. There are still a few Apollo people around. There's a lot of records that have been kept, but they're reinventing what it is to go do these kind of challenging missions. So I think the moon provides a target that's 240,000 miles away. Mars is 50 million miles away. Those astronauts going to the moon will be back in 10 days. An astronaut going to Mars may not be back for 3 years. And so the moon provides a really great opportunity to learn how to technologically build up capability that we can then leverage to send safely missions to Mars.
Nicholas, let's hear from Nicholas. Nicholas is in New Orleans. Nicholas, hello, you're on, go ahead.
How do you know, well, we have two questions. How do you know if the path is clear for the rocket?
Yeah, so before they launch, They have radars. They have other ways of knowing what's in space, what could be in their direction. The other thing they do is they make sure that no airplanes can fly anywhere near Kennedy Space Center when it's time to launch. They make sure that no boats are in the water off of Kennedy Space Center before they launch. So that's all part of their preparation, and they will send out helicopters, they will send out boats to make sure the area is clear. So they clear the sea, just in case the crew has to abort and land in the ocean. They clear the air to make sure there's no airplanes in the way. And then they also look at what satellites are in orbit, what orbits they're in, and what their path up is to make sure that there's no way they can intersect a satellite path. So they all check all three.
Nicholas, you had another question.
Hi, I'm Carolina, his sister.
Okay.
And I have the second question.
Go for it.
How do you know if we can actually encounter other life on the way around the trip?
Go for it.
So, so there's no expectation that other life will be encountered on this trip around the moon. So these previous missions to the moon, samples were collected and there was no trace of life in them. So there's no expectation that these astronauts will encounter life around the moon. But there is a lot of hope among people who are involved in space exploration that someday there'll be some sign of life somewhere in the universe. And that we'll have a sense of whether or not humanity is alone. So there are projects, other types of missions working on that question. It's part of what motivates, people to go to Mars or study exoplanets. So it's a big question in spaceflight. It's a great question, but it won't be something that comes up in this mission.
Artemis 3 is, according to NASA, it's scheduled for 2027. It says the new demonstration mission in low Earth orbit will test one or both commercial landers from SpaceX and Blue Origin, respectively. In order to prepare for 3, what do they have to learn from Artemis 2? Jeff
Yeah,
Wilson?
so when it comes to the Artemis, the SLS itself, the Orion capsule, they're going to gather a lot of performance data, right? So they're going to look at every aspect of it, from electrical to computers to propulsion. How did everything do on the mission, and are we ready to recycle and put another vehicle together and launch again next year? That's probably going to be the easier part, because we'll get all this data from this mission. The team will go right to work making Artemis 3 even a better mission when it comes to safety and reliability. The challenge is the landers. So the landers have been in development for a while now. If anybody's seen the big Starship that is launching out of Texas on the SpaceX vehicle, that Starship is one of the 2 landers currently in the competition for lunar lander. They are going to be launching it, I think, again within the next month, and so that's a positive sign, but they are not yet getting it to orbit. They are not yet outfitting it exactly the way it will be when it's used as a human lander. So I think there's more work to do there, and the agency will be putting a lot of effort on that, as well as the Blue Origin Blue Ghost vehicle, to make sure that those are maturing quickly. You don't need a lander ready to land on the moon next year. You need one that's got enough fidelity and enough capability that you could do this joint mission, launch both things. So unlike Apollo, these are going to launch separately, right? So when you watch the Apollo, the whole stack went up. The lunar lander was inside there as well as the crew. Now what we're doing is with SLS. SLS is only launching the crew. The landers are going to launch separately. They're going to have to then dock in space. And so you're going to have to choreograph not one of these amazing launches, but 2 of these amazing launches in a short enough time, because this liquid fuel you're using is boiling out of the tank when you're in space. And so you need to kind of choreograph so you're up there at the same time. Somebody's not waiting for the other. And so that's a challenge for next year.
Artemis 4 then, 2028 will be the first lunar landing. It's scheduled, or at least slated for, a date that's remained unchanged since mid-2025. And then after reaching that lunar orbit, the crew will transfer from Orion to that commercial lunar lander for their descent to the moon's surface.
Yeah, amazing stuff. So again, the goal will be that the lander will launch on its own. It will get out to lunar orbit. I'm not sure I know the choreography of that, but you might want to let the lander get to the moon first, know that it's on the surface, and then you'll launch the crew. You're always wanting to only launch the crew when you know everything's in place for their mission. But the goal is in 2028, either one or both of those landers will be ready to support a crew mission to the surface.
So what did Apollo teach us about these stages now, as far as how one mission benefits the other and so on?
So a mission that's really similar to that architecture just described was Apollo 9, and this is a mission that was in Earth orbit, and this is how they learned whether or not the lunar module was going to be ready for a lunar mission. And so in Earth orbit, they rendezvous and they docked with the lunar module. A really critical aspect of spaceflight was making sure that the command module and the lunar module could dock together, and testing out all the systems, flying the lunar module. And so Apollo had a lot of similarities to how we're thinking about spaceflight today, but really this critical component, which is test out all the systems, go in sequence, learn from previous missions, make updates as you learn what needs to be fixed or changed. So that is something that is very characteristic of Apollo and is characteristic of the Artemis program and other American spaceflight missions.
Well, and the other characteristic of Apollo is the lander is the problem, right? You know, you built Mercury, Gemini, Apollo, Shuttle, Artemis. You know, you built all these crew vehicles to go into orbit. And so we got that down pretty well, whether it's a capsule or an airplane. We know how to do that pretty well. How many lunar landers with crew have there been? One. And that one struggled to get built, right? So back in the 60s, you know, even back then, all the experience they already had with capsules did not move over into lunar module world. That had to be a whole incredibly different vehicle. And I think we're having the same challenges today. This is the second time humans have ever tried to build a vehicle to land on the moon. And that is one experience to build on lunar module, right?
Yeah, that's part of the genius of the Apollo lunar module. I'm very, very biased. I love the Apollo lunar module. It is my favorite artifact in my collection is Lunar Module 2, which was designed for Earth orbital tests, but Lunar Module 1 did such a great job, so they repurposed it for Earth tests. And if you're ever visiting Washington, D.C., you can see it at the museum downtown. It's a brilliant spacecraft, and what is so cool about it, it is designed to fly in space, and it is something that you can point out any single aspect of this spacecraft, and there is a reason it was designed the way it was designed. It was solving an engineering challenge, and I have my little lunar module.
Is that the pin on your jacket?
I'm very biased. I will defend the lunar module. So the Apollo lunar module it's such a. I could go on for hours. Sometimes I do like standing in front of the lunar module at the Air and Space Museum, and I love pointing out the different details and. Just so much ingenuity went into that craft, so much problem solving, and so little was known about landing on the surface of the moon when it was designed. They had to reduce weight, they thought through all these problems, and they really thought outside the box again and again and again. And so you create this vehicle that looks like nothing else that had been created, and I know that many of the engineers were hoping that they had time to make it a little bit more aesthetic, a little bit more streamlined, a little bit more like an airplane that's supposed to fly through the atmosphere, but it didn't need to fly through the atmosphere. It could look like it did, which is, a little bit like a bug or something like that it's gotten compared to. It's just a bit, my favorite spacecraft.
So you picked up the visual clue. I didn't look at her pin first before I said something slightly negative about the lunar lander.
Matthew in San Diego, hello.
Hey there, guys. How you doing?
We're great. Go ahead, please.
Hey, so I'm coming from the I can't say much, but I'm coming from the North Island Naval Air Station, and I'm not on the actual rescue mission, but I know people that are going to be rescuing the spacecraft out of the water, which is really cool. And this is like my first duty station and everything, and I just want to shout out to how all the hard work my squadron is doing, which is really amazing. And I don't know, I just feel like the American dream is kind of coming back in this moment. I just being on the phone and hearing ground control talk to the astronauts is mind-blowing. But my question to you is, someone who's not really too familiar with science, what's a really good book or website that kind of talks about NASA and kind of the behind the scenes of how they do all the lunar missions? Maybe not Apollo, but kind of more just in general.
Okay.
So first, thanks for your service. The people that do those rescue missions, that's a pretty incredible job. And so, even out at the Cape, there was a C-17 ready at Patrick Air Force Base, and if they would have ditched in the Atlantic Ocean, they would have took off on a C-17 and dropped a bunch of divers and jet skiers in the water to try to recover the crew as quickly as possible. So that's a lot of brave men and women doing that job as well. When it comes to, we probably all have our favorites. So for me, it's YouTube, and it's Scott Manley. And so if you've never watched the Scott Manley video, he is really great at talking in normal language about some really sophisticated stuff going on at NASA, going on in commercial space and around the world. So that's my favorite when I want to learn about what's going on at NASA.
I focus a lot on the Apollo program, and you were asking about not the Apollo program, but if you decide you want to dip into history a little bit, Michael Collins' book, Carrying the Fire, is just a brilliant memoir. He was one of the Apollo 11 astronauts. He has great humor. It is one of my all-time favorite books, whether it's space or non-space. It's really worth checking out. And thank you for bringing up that important role that the U.S. military plays in these missions. This is something that's been going on from the start. Part of the reason why the United States actually lands in the ocean is because of the United States' really robust Navy and that it's global in scope and able to support these missions. And I had the real honor of speaking with some of the original frogmen who recovered the Apollo 11 mission from the Pacific. And their training is absolutely fascinating and really critical to the success of these missions as well. And they train for many months and really contribute to it and have throughout time. So thank you for bringing up their role in these missions.
Larry in Arkansas, hello.
Hello, I'm here.
You're on, go ahead.
Okay, I'm a relic. I supported the Apollo mission. I was the data supervisor at the Madrid station. And I was there from 68 all the way through the end of Apollo in 72. So this is really, we're going back to the moon, something we did in 68 started. But I do have a question. Now, when the astronauts went to the moon, during the translunar coast and the trans-Earth coast, they rotated the spacecraft and they called it the barbecue mode. Mm-hmm. And I want to know if they're going to do the same thing with Orion.
Yeah, so same concept, right? You're trying to provide thermal control. First, it's amazing you worked back at Madrid back in that period of time. And that's kind of an interesting, we'll get to your question, but what's interesting is that although the rocket looks a lot like a space shuttle and derived from space shuttle technology, you're talking about that Madrid station. That's the same station that's supporting this Artemis crew, right? So the infrastructure put together in Apollo lives on today as we head back to the moon. It's pretty incredible. So, but yeah, to your point, yeah, they will have to roll the spacecraft to provide thermal control like they did in Apollo. And so, yeah, that's kind of a standard these days.
Elliot, and well, before we go there, can we talk about food for a second? Because a couple of days ago, they released the menu for Artemis 2, and we showed the folks at home. But amongst the menu, wheat flatbread, barbecue beef brisket, broccoli au gratin, spicy green beans, 43 cups of coffee available to the people, various hot sauces, food being important. And I'm not trying to be not serious about it, but in feeding these people, what goes into this planning, and particularly give us the historical, because I'm sure the menu that you're seeing today was not the menu that you saw during Apollo.
Very different, and a lot goes into this planning because sometimes the astronauts can lose their appetite in space. So it's very important that the food is appealing and that they're getting enough calories, and that it also generally they prefer a low residue diet for reasons I won't go into. And you mentioned the coffee. Oh, there's so many good food stories, but one great food story is that initially they weren't going to send coffee on missions, and the astronauts did not like that. And so there was, I wish I could remember all the details, but there was a meeting of NASA's top brass, and the astronauts actually stole the coffee from the break room. Like they stole the coffee, so they're like, if we're not going to have coffee, you're not going to have coffee. And then they decided to put coffee on the missions. And I, as a coffee lover, I can relate to that. And then ISS has advanced coffee in space. So you have the Italian Space Agency sending up an espresso machine, and then there was a special design coffee cup really ingenious design for a really great espresso cup. But when it comes to food, when you're in space, the fluids in your body change location. They often will sort of block the nasal passage, and so it's almost like you're sick or something. So you're not tasting food as much as you would on Earth. So the astronauts tend to like things that are salty and that are spicy. During the Apollo missions, they really loved these bacon squares because they were quite spicy. They also like shrimp cocktail, another spicy. I guess the bacon wasn't spicy; it was salty. The shrimp cocktail was spicy. But a lot of food returned from space because they didn't eat it all, and we actually, all the food in the Air and Space Museum collection that's been flown is also just a sign of what they didn't want to eat in space. So that's the least popular, the least appetizing of the food. But it's great that we keep these menus. We know what the astronauts ate on the lunar surface, what their first meal, what their second meal was. And they also really reflected the taste of the time, and this menu does as well. So back in the Apollo days, you get a lot of like creamed food and shrimp cocktail, which I think it's evolved a bit today.
And it's weird because if you look back, like one of the most favorite moments for me as a kid was the movie 2001: A Space Odyssey. And even though they portrayed all this incredible technology of the future, they were still eating that kind of baby food mush. Yeah. And so they didn't ever think astronauts would get anything better than that, I guess.
Is Tang still a thing?
So Tang was never a thing, if you can believe it. They did have powdered fruit drinks. So they had powdered fruit punch and powdered orange juice and powdered pineapple juice, but Tang actually wasn't a thing. But one important innovation in the Apollo program was the ability to add hot water to the dehydrated food. I could go on about how brilliant the Apollo food system was, in part because they realized that the fuel cells would be generating water so that they could take dehydrated food to space, use that water that was generated by the fuel cells to rehydrate the food, and then that would save on weight. So just absolutely brilliant. So they're able to heat food on the spacecraft, but not on the lunar surface. So they were eating cold eggs, if you can picture it. But on this Artemis mission, they're able to heat up food as well. They have this contraption that looks like a suitcase, and they put their food packs in there, and that heats them up.
Yeah. Elliot in Toronto, go ahead, please.
Hi, my dad and I were wondering what those like tower-looking things are on the launch site by the rocket.
Yeah, so when you see those towers around the launch site, you have to remember this is Florida, and Florida has a lot of thunderstorms, especially when you're out towards the coast. And so the goal is that those towers that you see around the launch pad are taller than the launch pad, and they provide a really great path for lightning to go to ground. So they're really there to protect the rocket when it's on the launch pad full of fuel, that if lightning does strike, it's going to strike one of those poles and go to the ground.
John in Colorado, you're next up. Hello.
Hi, guys. Hey, great coverage on this. I'm really enjoying it, and I appreciate it very much. My question, you just answered my question about kind of the roadmap for Artemis. So I was thinking ahead. Let's assume that Artemis is 100% successful in meeting all the mission objectives. Can we use the same hardware when we want to establish a permanent presence on the moon, or does that mean a whole new set of systems?
Yeah, it's a good point. And I think during Apollo, the goal was to explore multiple sites. So the goal was never to go back to the same site. In the Artemis program, we are focused on the South Pole, and we do want to build up more capability. And I think I mentioned before is that like the Japanese are working on building a really cool pressurized rover, like a car that you can drive around on the moon. But this is going to rely on us finding a site that has the right conditions, like it's not too mountainous, it's not too cratered, where we can safely put the crew and then start to land at that same location over and over. For right now, I don't think these first missions are going to do that, but I think if you looked at the administrator's plan, once you get past Artemis 4 and 5 and prove that you can get safely down to the surface, then you start to think about building up infrastructure on the moon and bringing your lunar rovers and establishing more of a permanent facility where crews can come and go over time. And that's only because we now know we really want to go to the South Pole versus doing a bunch of different global, let's go to this spot, let's go to that spot. It's all focused in one area.
Richard in Portland, Oregon. Hello, you're next up.
Oh, hello. It's a great day for the country and the world today. But I have one really quick question. Are they going to be strapped in their seats all that time? Because it seems like that would be, first of all, it'd be awful because I think about the sciatica and stuff like that. But yeah, I mean, I did hear about the exercising, but I just don't know how often are they going to be able to get out of those chairs. And that's it.
So they're in those chairs primarily for launch and then re-entry. So it's really important to be on your back like that during launch and re-entry because your body's experiencing a lot of G-force, and it is one way to help deal with those forces on the human body. But while they're in space on their way to the moon, they won't need to be strapped into those chairs. So really, not that long after launch, they get to get out of their seats and float around and enjoy being in space.
And they'll get out of their suits. That's the other thing. You see them with those big, bulky orange suits. They have like built-in life rafts and everything. So if they had to abort and get out of the capsule, they could do that safely. Once they're in orbit, you're going to see them in this, what you see in the picture, more their jumpsuit. That's how they're going to float around. I don't know if they'll be able to stow the seats a little bit. I think they could stow these big orange suits to provide as much volume as they can to float around in. So, yeah.
In the Apollo missions, they stowed the seats, and they call them couches, but they provided a lot of extra space when they could stow them when they no longer needed them. And it's a great point about these suits. So these suits are designed to let the astronauts survive inside them for 6 days. So they're like little mini spacecraft on board. So if they need them, if there's depressurization, those suits are very well equipped.
Are those suits designed and built by NASA? Are they farmed out to private companies? How does it work these days?
So they're designed and built by private companies to NASA specifications. These are more derived from the shuttle suit. What you're going to see in 2027, hopefully, during the Artemis 3 mission, is going to be that there are new suits for lunar excursions, right? And Axiom is the company building those suits. And so the goal next year is not only to try out the landers and docking with the lander, but to try out that suit in space as well. So they're working hard. So a lot of this is being done by companies that are supporting NASA. So Axiom is the group building the spacesuit.
And the Apollo suits similarly were built by private companies. So ILC in Dover, Delaware was developing these suits. They had a lot of experience when it came to things like building women's undergarments and pressure suits. And so there's a long legacy of this type of equipment being built by industry who has that very specific expertise that they can bring and contribute to the space program.
This is Andrea. Andrea's in California. Go ahead, please.
Hi, my name is Andrea. I'm 9 years old. My question is, how do the astronauts get past the radiation field?
So they have to fly through the radiation field, but luckily they're going so fast, they won't be there very long. Their capsule provides them some protection against that radiation. It's designed to provide protection. And the goal is that by looking at how long they'll be in the radiation belt, they have to provide enough protection so they don't get too much radiation exposure. So, but you make a really good point. You can't get away from the fact that you do have to fly through the radiation belts that are trapped around the Earth to get to the moon. The space station astronauts don't have to do that, but on the way to the moon, you're going to have to do that. That's a great point.
Alex in New Jersey. Hello, you're next up.
Hi, my name is Alex and I'm 12 years old. My question is, how long would it take to build the Artemis 2 rocket, and what's the process in making this?
That's right. We've talked about the end result today. I guess we really never talked about the construction part of it. Yeah.
Well, I mean, you had Artemis 1 back in 2022 in November. So that's what, about 3.5 years ago. And so after each launch, especially these first launches, they want to do a lot of data analysis. And we've talked about before that they had some challenges with the heat shield they needed to address. The hope is that this mission they can recycle quicker. Again, the NASA administrator would like to launch another one of these missions next year. He doesn't want to wait too long. And so the goal is to at least once a year have a mission headed out to the moon. So the goal is to get the team building rockets as fast as they can so we can keep up that cadence.
From Aiden in Massachusetts on this Artemis 2 launch day. Aiden, go ahead.
Hi, my name's Aiden. I grew up in Orlando, and I watched shuttle launches, my whole childhood. I was just wondering about the video quality that we observed from the NASA live stream. It seemed to cut in and out. I was just wondering if that had anything to do with with solar radiation, or if that was just from atmospheric disruption going downrange.
Yeah, more of that. So the challenge is communicating. Most of our communication systems work great once you're in space, and there are ground communication paths as well. But what's happening is you see those solid rocket boosters putting out a big smoke stream in the back. That smoke stream has a little bit of aluminum in it too. So the fuel that's used in the solid rocket boosters is aluminum perchlorate, and it's got aluminum particles in it. So what's happening is sometimes radio waves are getting bounced off of some of those aluminum particles too. So you might see as the vehicle has to turn, because as it comes off the launch pad, it has to make a little bit of a turn. You might see times where it kind of comes in and out, and they're transferring control from communicating from the ground and sending video to communicating through the tracking spacecraft in space. So you might see like a transition period there too, where things cut out. The other thing about this mission is, I haven't heard too much about it, there is actually an optical communications module mounted to it that was designed by the Goddard Space Flight Center, and that is going to be tested during the mission to look at how optical communication can be used to send high data rate, where we could do, hopefully in the future, things like HD TV from the moon, right? That's a long-range goal by using optical versus radio wave.
Let's take one more call. This was a viewer in Massachusetts. Marianne, hi.
Hello. Thanks for taking my call. Just to follow up on just sort of one of the points that was made about the sound. It's enough to, when the rocket launches, it's enough to kill a human being. I'm just curious about the environmental effects sort of the rocket launch around the nature, the wildlife, around the general area, just in terms of the sound and the debris. And if you could comment on that. We just live in a time where, if we're thinking about doing a rocket launch every year, sort of looking out, how does NASA address those issues?
Good question.
Yeah, it's a great question, and it is something that NASA has been thinking about for many decades. So even in the Apollo era, the surrounding environment around the launch pad was something they took into consideration. So there's a nature preserve there, and they do a lot of work to protect the nature and have the area around the site cleared. So that issue of being killed by the sound waves, you have to be relatively close to the rocket for that to happen. They do actually do a lot of work to protect the animals. They have bald eagles there. So that is something that is taken into consideration. But there are other issues, environmental issues, when it comes to spaceflight and rocketry, especially. Well, I'll let you add more to that.
Maybe. Oh, no, but it's exactly what you said. But it's weird how wildlife still, if you go to that wildlife refuge near the Cape, there's a gazillion. I used to be a bird watcher. I used to go down there, and the amount of wildlife around the Space Center, alligators as well as birds, is pretty incredible.
Manatees.
Yeah, and we even had problems on the space shuttle where woodpeckers were pecking at the orange tank, the foam on the orange tank, right? So it's like somehow wildlife is all around there. I don't doubt that there aren't wildlife damages done during each launch, right? But I think when Kennedy Space Center was established back in the day, they did build this large wildlife preserve around it to try to isolate it and provide a lot of acreage where there could be a pretty incredible wildlife environment.
For the last 3 hours, we've been enjoying the company on this Artemis II day with two guests. You've heard from Teasel Muir-Harmony. She is with the Smithsonian National Air and Space Museum. She's their Apollo collection curator. Also, Jeff Velosin of Capital Technology University. He is a former NASA employee on several fronts. And to both of you, thanks for the context and making this program and giving the information to our viewers. We really do appreciate it.
Thank you, Pedro. It's been great to be here.
Much like a team effort as well. Also want to thank Matt Fitzpatrick, Ivan Porras, Tammy Thuringer, Alex Curtis, Johnny St. John, and all the rest of the team here at C-SPAN for making this day happen. Several events to give you information about today. It wasn't only a launch day. A lot happened in Washington. The president is scheduled to speak later tonight on issues of Iran. He is planning on doing at the White House. That will start at 9 o'clock. C-SPAN's coverage of that will be starting around 8:45. So stay close to C-SPAN and our various platforms to follow along that. Also, it was earlier today that the Supreme Court ordered oral arguments when it comes to the president's executive order on birthright citizenship. You may have heard the news that the president himself visiting to those oral arguments. You can hear that on our various networks and our platforms as well. Thank you for watching our program today. We will leave you now with revisiting the launch of Artemis 2.
Crew off the top of the rocket in case of an emergency, whether it's on the ground or in flight. This is critical safety hardware that protects the lives of the astronauts. Starting at T-minus 6 minutes, the GLS will start bringing that and other high-energy systems online, starting with core stage pressurization. Weather is 90% go. The range is go. All systems are go.
GLS is go for core stage tank pressurization.
That means the replenish valve for the liquid hydrogen tank has now closed, and that tank is beginning to pressurize to flight levels because that hydrogen is naturally boiling inside the tank. We'll get the liquid oxygen tank a little later in the count. Now the team is waiting for verification that, if needed, the Artemis 2 crew could use the launch abort system to pull Orion safely off the top of the rocket in an emergency. Let's listen in for that call.
GLS verifies last capability available.
And CDR, do you copy?
CDR copies, last available.
That's great news, and you heard the NTD verify that with the commander of the mission.
GLS is go for FTS arm.
Now work is being done to arm the flight termination system. This is so the range safety can send a flight termination command if the rocket flies too far off track. There's a brief built-in delay, so the launch abort system has time to pull the astronauts to safety first.
GLS is go for LH2 high flow bleed check.
All right, the high flow bleed check. That's so the cryo team gets verification that the RS-25 engines, all 4 of them, are in the proper temperature range for launch.
GLS is go for core stage APU start.
Core stage APUs start. Those are auxiliary power units, high-speed turbines which provide pressure to hydraulic pumps that steer the RS-25 engines. We're going to see a gimbal test a little later at T-minus 2 minutes and 30 seconds.